The House will be in order. The Chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., January 13th, 2026. I hereby appoint the Honorable Andrew S. Clyde to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 6, 2026, the Chair now recognizes members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The Chair will alternate recognition between the parties, the time equally allocated between the parties and each member, other than the majority and minority leaders, and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Delaware, Representative McBride, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Lieutenant Colonel Chaplain Reverend Dr. Ashellarine Addison on her recent promotion at the Delaware Army National Guard. I rise today to congratulate Lieutenant Colonel Chaplain Reverend Dr. Ashellarine Addison on her recent promotion at the Delaware Army National Guard. Earlier this month, I was honored to attend her promotion ceremony and celebrate her historic role as the first woman to hold this rank at the Delaware National Guard. And I was moved hearing about her commitment to her fellow guardsmen. Before her time at the Delaware National Guard, she served as the first woman chaplain at the National Guard Bureau in Arlington, Virginia. Her devotion to spiritual empowerment and trauma-informed healing has made her an indispensable leader to Delaware's Army National Guard, and I look forward to seeing the work she continues to do in shaping the spiritual lives of those around her. Well done, Lieutenant Colonel Addison. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in recognition of the closing of Grassroots, a gift shop in Newark, Delaware, after 50 years in business. What started as a small shop on Newark's Main Street grew into a Delaware institution with locations across our state, from Wilmington to Hockessin to Rehoboth Beach. But its heart always stayed in Newark. Grassroots weathered changing times. It survived recessions. It adapted as retail shifted online, and through it all, it remained a constant presence, helping define the character of downtown Newark for a generation. Marilyn Dickey, who co-founded Grassroots in 1975, poured more than half her life into the store. Grassroots wasn't just a business. It was part of the rhythm of Newark, a reminder that local businesses create connections and build community. As Grassroots closes this chapter and Marilyn begins a well-earned retirement, Delaware wishes you all the best and thanks you for your years of community service and creativity. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to highlight the voices of my Delaware constituents, Dwayne and Karen Johnson, who turned the unimaginable loss of their daughter, Faith Deanna Johnson, into life-saving advocacy through their organization, Dreams of Faith. Faith was just 26 years old when she died from ovarian cancer. For years, her symptoms were dismissed or misdiagnosed until it was too late. Faith's ovarian cancer cut her life far too short. Before she passed, Faith made one request of her parents: make sure this doesn't happen to someone else. In Delaware, we listened. When I served in the state Senate, I was proud to help pass House Bill 15, the Faith Deanna Johnson Act, which requires individual health insurance plans to cover annual ovarian cancer screenings for women at risk and expand monitoring for survivors. That law is already saving lives because it treats women's medical needs seriously and acts before it's too late. Here's why this matters. Ovarian cancer is often caught too late, but when detected early, survival rates dramatically increase. Early detection isn't just good medical practice. It's the difference between life and death. Today, I carry the Johnsons' story with me to Congress. Their advocacy reminds us that policy is personal, and that too often, families are failed not just by delayed diagnosis, but by the very system tasked with caring for our health, one that too often puts barriers between people and the care that they need. We owe it to Faith and to families across this country to keep pushing for early detection, meaningful insurance coverage, and a healthcare system that truly puts patients first. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the 110th anniversary of the Riverview Hotel in St. Mary's, Georgia, one of our state's most cherished historic landmarks. Built in 1916, the Riverview Hotel rests on the banks of the St. Mary's River and has welcomed travelers and locals for more than a century. For generations, this hotel has offered hospitality and a sense of belonging to visitors from near and far. It has welcomed notable guests over the decades and stood as a testament to Seaside, Georgia's heritage. The spirit of this place reflects the heart of St. Mary's. Its veranda overlooking the river and its proximity to the ferry for Cumberland Island connect visitors with the history and natural beauty of our coastal region. Today, we honor the Riverview Hotel for preserving tradition, welcoming families and travelers, and contributing to the vibrant life of Southeast Georgia for 110 years. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and congratulate Gallery 209, located at 209 East River Street in Savannah, on celebrating 50 years at his historic location. Founded in February of 1975 by a group of Savannah artists, Gallery 209 has remained a member-driven space where artists come together to sell their work, share resources, and support one another. For 5 decades, it has been a cornerstone of Savannah's artistic community and a vital part of River Street's identity. The gallery has showcased the work of countless local artists, offering visitors ceramics, fiber art, jewelry, paintings, photography, woodworking, and other handcrafted pieces that reflect the creative spirit of our region. Artists like Randall Powell and Sharon Sassam speak to the sense of family and shared purpose that defines Gallery 209. As Savannah continues to grow, Gallery 209 stands as a reminder that local art and culture remain essential to our community. I commend its artists for sustaining this tradition and wish them continued success for generations to come. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Swan Seiler, named the 2026 Woman of the Year by the United Way of the Coastal Empire at the annual Women Who Rule event in Savannah, Georgia. Her leadership, service, and commitment to community reflect the very best of civic engagement and personal dedication. A graduate of the University of Georgia's Henry W. Grady School of Journalism, Ms. Seiler built a distinguished career in corporate communications and public affairs before retiring. She served Georgia Power and contributed her talents to community boards and nonprofit organizations throughout the region. Ms. Seiler's service includes leadership roles with cultural institutions, historic preservation efforts, education foundations, and civic organizations that strengthen families and neighborhoods across the coastal empire. She has lifted up countless causes and encouraged others to give back in meaningful ways. The Women Who Rule campaign supports reliable transportation for women and caregivers, helping them get to work, school, and medical appointments. Ms. Weiler's example inspires us to build stronger communities through service. Congratulations, Swan. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Special Agent Joe Cephas of the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, who was honored by the Evans County Sheriff's Office with the 2025 Support Officer Award. Special Agent Cephas has served his community and state with integrity and courage. His work alongside local law enforcement in Evans County demonstrated steadfast support during critical investigations and helped strengthen the bond between state and local public safety partners. His commitment to protecting families and upholding the rule of law reflects a deep sense of duty to his neighbors and fellow Georgians. The Support Officer Award is given to individuals whose actions have gone above and beyond their normal responsibilities to help keep the community safe. By stepping forward in challenging circumstances and offering assistance without hesitation, Special Agent Cephas embodied what it means to serve with professionalism and care. Today, we thank Special Agent Joe Cephas for his service, his partnership, and his example of servant leadership in law enforcement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Illinois, Mrs. Ramirez, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor the legacy of the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King by commending a liberation leader, Frank Chapman. Frank's political education began in St. Louis, where he experienced the violence of racism and repression and was wrongfully convicted and sentenced to 50 years in prison in his 20s. But Frank has always been an organizer, an educator. He taught himself law and launched a movement to desegregate the prison, where Black prisoners had faced brutal and inhumane treatment. The bars in prison didn't break him or limit his spirit. On the contrary, it propelled him to fight for the liberation of those in prison and all people. After his release, Frank established himself as a fixture in the struggle for liberation in Chicago and beyond. Whether it's his leadership of the Chicago Alliance Against Racist and Political Repression, his successful campaigns for community control of the police, or his solidarity with immigrant communities in the fight to protect our neighbors from ICE, Frank has consistently fought to defend the most fundamental of our collective human rights and our shared liberation. You see, this week carries profound significance for Frank. It marks the 50th anniversary of his release from prison. So I'm honored on behalf of Illinois' 3rd Congressional District to commend Frank Chapman for his lifelong commitment to building the beloved community, championing civil and human rights, and practicing solidarity across our intersections, our identities, and our issues. Thank you, Frank. Congratulations, and all power to the people. Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor my constituent, Juliet de Jesus Alejandre. Juliet is a triracial Latina who honors her African and indigenous ancestry with roots in Ecuador and Puerto Rico. She's a healer, an organizer, a poet, a visionary, and she's the current executive director of Palenque LSNA. Her love for Black, for brown, indigenous, and immigrant communities, and her bold vision of collective liberation is deeply rooted in healing, in joy, and solidarity, especially among young Latinos and madres inmigrantes. To fight erasure, she connects young leaders to their history and their genealogy. To fight displacement, she builds collective ownership. To fight dehumanization, she offers mutual support and collective care. Through her artistry and creativity, she invokes our ancestral histories as she casts visions that help us imagine new ways forward that leave all of our communities better and stronger. And so on behalf of Illinois' 3rd Congressional District, it is my honor to commend Juliet de Jesus Alejandre for her bold, for her loving, for her creative leadership that builds people power to shape our future, because we know que el pueblo unido jamás será vencido. Thank you, Juliet, and congratulations. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Flood, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Papillion, Nebraska's Mayor David Black as a paragon of public service and remarkable stewardship. Through more than 2 decades of service to the people of Papillion, Mayor Black helped guide the city into the thriving economic hub that it is today. This month, he announced he will not seek re-election, which will conclude 17 and a half years as mayor and nearly 5 additional years serving the city in other roles. Mayor Black leaves behind a strong foundation built on partnership with an exceptional professional staff and the business community. Decades of engagement and community outreach have produced clear results, attracting firms like Google and Facebook to expand to Papillion. He will be deeply missed by the people of Papillion, and I'm hopeful he will continue public service down the road. Mayor Black has more than earned the opportunity to spend additional time with his family once his final term concludes. Papillion, Mr. Speaker, is a special place, with Mayor Black's legacy being built, yet another example of that truth. Thank you for your outstanding public service. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize former U.S. Senator Ben Sasse. Ben is a Nebraskan, a native a Fremonter. He lives in the 1st Congressional District. Early in his career, he served as a chief of staff for a previous member of this same district. Last month, Ben announced that he had been diagnosed with stage 4 pancreatic cancer. This news stunned me, and quite frankly, it stunned the world. Ever since Ben has stepped back from public life following his time in the Senate and at the University of Florida, his intellect and voice have continued to influence conversation across the country. From education to healthcare and beyond, he shaped debates in higher ed, politics, journalism, and more through the years. Ben did this all at a young age, and even though he has a very public profile, he and his wife, Melissa, have built a vibrant family. All of this made the cancer diagnosis seem almost unthinkable. While this is hard news for all of us to hear, we know this isn't the end of the story. Ben has a lot of fight left in him, and as he has joked himself, quote, "He's not dead yet," end quote. From the people of the 1st District and across Nebraska, Ben, know that we are praying for you. We are with you, with Melissa and your kids, and I know you won't back down from this fight. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Latimer, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, in the Holy Bible's book of Exodus, a book which is sacred to both Christians and Jews, it is written that Almighty God hands down, through Moses, 10 commandments that represent the bedrock of ethical behavior and rules that govern human conduct. My colleagues in Texas and Louisiana have state laws that post them inside public facilities. In one form or another, secular laws are written with these commandments in mind to provide civil sanction against those who would commit murder or lie in a court proceeding under oath. And such laws govern against stealing what others legitimately own, their property and possessions. We now face one of the most important tests of our democracy in over 150 years, whether the federal government will blatantly steal the assets of an independent sovereign nation who is our ally for no legitimate reason other than lust for land. In the rhetoric of coveting thy neighbor's goods, the President of the United States is fixed on coveting the sovereign land of the Kingdom of Denmark, the island of Greenland. This president has spoken about it in his frequent public ruminations, and we learn he has tasked our military to plan how we might take Greenland by force without the consent of Denmark. This would open a shameful chapter as we celebrate the 250th year of our own independence, that we would turn our backs on the principles established by the Founding Fathers and act as if we are one of the thug nations of the world ourselves. Saddam Hussein's Iraq seized Kuwait. Vladimir Putin's Russia launched war to take over Ukraine. Adolf Hitler grabbed Poland and Czechoslovakia, and for a while, all of continental Europe. Mussolini took Ethiopia, and Chairman Xi has long coveted Taiwan. Each presented their flimsy reasons for their actions, justifications that fooled no one. Is this who America wants to emulate? Putin? Hitler? Hussein? The flimsy reason offered by the president and his minions, notably Stephen Miller, references our ability to protect America from an Arctic region threat. With that very thought in mind, in 1951, we signed an agreement with Denmark that allows us to place military assets in Greenland that we feel we need with the support and agreement of Denmark. They have not reneged in that deal or thrown up roadblocks to American defense needs. We are trying to burst into a room by force when the door is set wide open and the welcome mat is displayed. But Denmark, a NATO ally, owns Greenland legally, and if it doesn't choose to sell it, it remains legally theirs. Thy neighbor's ox and house, not ours. Any U.S. military action against Greenland breaks the NATO rule and puts us at odds with our allies, allies that in the post-World War II era have helped us restrain Russian aggression for nearly a century. Denmark, as an ally, responded to our action in Afghanistan. They lost 43 men there simply because they honored their NATO commitment and stood by their friend, the United States of America. Perhaps this president hates NATO so much that he has rallied against elements of it before, and in that he supports the wishes of Vladimir Putin that sees NATO as an impediment to his empire building, the desire for retaking Latvia, Estonia, Lithuania, and Ukraine. We have, as of late, decided that it's okay to insult European leaders at the UN, threaten the countries of Latin America, disrespect our closest friend Canada, and generally act with an arrogant swagger. We have the world's greatest military, but it is not a toy to be used to glorify any one man's lust for an expanded control of land. It is not the Department of War. It is the Department of Defense. That is how Americans view our role in the world, to defend ourselves and to defend freedom in a world with dictators and thugs who would subjugate us all if they could. God stop us if we become the thug, if we become the dictatorship that uses our economic and military strength to bully this world. The power of any president is not about what one man thinks is moral. It is guided by constitutional limitations, including 3 branches of government, not a dominant dictator and a subservient Politburo and judiciary. Harry Truman understood this. Dwight Eisenhower understood this. John F. Kennedy understood this, and so did Lyndon Johnson, and Richard Nixon, Gerald Ford, Jimmy Carter, Ronald Reagan, George H.W. Bush, Bill Clinton, George W. Bush, Barack Obama, and Joe Biden. These men, whether you deem their presidencies good or bad, understood what it is to have allies across the globe and how to keep America as the shining light to guide this planet. Attacking Greenland for no strategic benefit that we don't already have puts us in league with Russia and China. We will regret such a decision every day that we live thereafter. Let this Congress make a strong, unambiguous statement that America does not take land for some trumped-up reason. We stand for the rule of law and for freedom and respect for others. That is what sets our nation apart. If we snatch Greenland as a show of power, we give no reason for the people of the world to side with us when some other nation confronts us in a future year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Luttrell, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Human Trafficking Awareness Month and to speak about the serious threat human trafficking represents here and globally. Now, human trafficking is the 2nd largest criminal enterprise in the world, second to only that of drug trafficking. Human trafficking generates an estimated $150 billion a year and enslaves nearly 50 million people. The most vulnerable are our children and young adults. They are being targeted and exploited through their phones, through their computer systems, through gaming systems, and through social media. Every 30 seconds, a child is sold into slavery. Every 30 seconds, another child is sold into slavery. Human trafficking is not just a distant overseas problem. The issue is here. It's in our communities. It's in our small towns. It's in our big cities. Now, I'm from Texas, and Texas being a border state, we are the hot spot for human trafficking. We lead the country in that issue. And I ask our elected officials, I ask our law enforcement officers, how do we combat this? How do we defeat this mechanism? These cartels and these gangs move these people every day. It starts with community awareness. You have to be willing to recognize the problem. You have to be willing to watch. We have FIFA World Cup. We have the Super Bowl coming up. This will swarm our country even more so than now with this issue. I talk to school board members. I talk to parents. I've spoken to young men and women who have been trafficked. And it's hard to speak about. A lot of the young ladies like to keep that, to themselves. But we have to look past that. We in Congress have to legislate forcefully. We have to go after these bastards who are taking advantage of our babies every single day. If we don't, this problem will continue to exist. I ask law enforcement, what do you need? They need technology. They need us to listen. They need funding. They need our help. This is an American problem. It will not go away with the advancements of technology that we are seeing today. They will reach out and touch every single person they possibly can because it makes them money. This is like cancer, unfortunately. If cancer does not touch you or your family, you don't want to recognize it. You will not address it until it lands on the house. Ladies and gentlemen, this issue is here. These babies cannot protect themselves. It is our responsibility to watch over them. We have to do that. Enough is enough. In 2021, the estimated report, again, was 50 million people are sold into slavery. 50 million people. This is a problem the United States and the globe should not have. This is not a red or blue issue. This is a red, white, and blue issue. I talk to my colleagues from Texas on a daily basis. They are just as engaged as we are. But I talk to the American people and I ask you, we need your help. We have to Facebook this thing. It has to spread like a wave. Do not be shy about this issue, ladies and gentlemen. Our babies depend on them to watch over them. I have two beautiful sons, and I give them the latitude they need, but I watch over them every single day because I am one county away from the worst county in the country when it comes to human trafficking. And I honestly, ladies and gentlemen, I'm embarrassed to have to say that. But we have to fix that here. We have to fix that in every single state in the country. And we can do that if we just activate and show the bad actors that we will tolerate this no more. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Kelly, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before my colleague from Texas walks out, I just want to tell you whatever I can do to help you because the Chicagoland area is number 3. So, Mr. Speaker, I rise today to announce I will be impeaching Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. Secretary Noem has violated the Constitution, and she needs to be held accountable for terrorizing our communities. Operation Midway Blitz has torn apart the Chicagoland area. President Trump declared war on Chicago, and then he brought violence and destruction to our city and our suburbs in the form of immigration enforcement. In my district, federal agents rappelled down from Black Hawk helicopters and burst into an apartment building in the South Shore area. They dragged U.S. citizens and non-citizens alike out of their beds in the middle of the night. They claimed the apartment was infiltrated by members of a Venezuelan gang. I don't understand this president's obsession with Venezuela, but they did not arrest a single member from that gang. I visited that apartment building and saw firsthand the destruction those agents left. Doors to people's homes or apartments were kicked down. Belongings, including little kids' toys, were strewn about in the hallway. That raid and so many others shook our community, not just immigrants, but everyone. Now Secretary Noem has brought her reign of terror to Minneapolis after she left Charlotte and Raleigh. We have all seen what happened. An ICE officer shot and killed Renee Nicole Good in cold blood. Without knowing any of the facts or an investigation, Secretary Noem lied about what happened. She called a beloved 37-year-old mom a domestic terrorist. Secretary Noem and her rogue agents are the ones terrorizing our communities, and she is breaking the law to do so. I will hold her accountable, and I'm filing 3 articles of impeachment against Secretary Noem. Number 1, obstruction of Congress. Secretary Noem has denied me and other members of Congress oversight of ICE detention facilities. It is our constitutional duty to find out what's happening in these centers where people are reportedly being treated like less than animals. 2, violation of public trust. Secretary Noem directed ICE agents to arrest people without warrants, use tear gas against citizens, and ignore due process. She claims she's taken murderers and rapists off our streets, but none of the 614 people arrested during Operation Midway Blitz has been charged or convicted of murder or rape. 3, self-dealing. Secretary Noem has abused her power for personal benefit. She steered a federal contract to a new firm run by a friend, her friend. Her propaganda campaign to recruit ICE agents cost taxpayers $200 million. She made a video that turned the South Shore raid into something that looked more like a movie trailer. But make no mistake, this is not a movie. This is real life, and real people are being hurt and killed. I really have to wonder who are the people behind the mask. These DHS agents have no identifying factor. From all their botched raids and officer-involved shootings, I have to ask, what is their training like? What is the vetting? Is Secretary Noem recruiting January 6th insurrectionists? I was one of the last members of Congress to escape the House gallery on January 6th. I remember hiding on my hands and knees and running through the hallways to a safe room. Insurrectionists are not fit to serve as law enforcement. I realize that impeachment of Secretary Noem does not bring Renee back. True justice would be Renee alive today, at home with her family. Impeachment doesn't bring back the 4 other people killed by immigration officers this year, including a man in Chicago. We cannot bring them back to their loved ones. What we can do, though, is impeach Secretary Noem, hold her accountable, let her know the public is watching. In this country, we do not kill people in cold blood without consequences. These are not policy disagreements. These are violations of her oath of office, and she must answer for her impeachable actions. I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Rutherford, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the memory of Jim P. Citrano, who passed away this last August at the age of 83. Jim was born on January 2nd, 1942 in Newark, New Jersey, and after graduating from Colgate University, he was commissioned as a second lieutenant in the United States Marine Corps. In 1967, Jim was deployed to Vietnam as an H-34 helicopter pilot with the Hotel Mike 363rd, also known as the Lucky Red Lions. They were flying support assault missions and earning Jim the Distinguished Flying Cross. After the war, Mr. Speaker, this American hero relocated to Jacksonville, Florida with his wife and 4 children. And there he built a successful 40-year career in commercial real estate, property management, development, and brokerage. Always a community servant, Mr. Citrano generously dedicated his time, serving on numerous boards, including St. Vincent's Hospital and the University of North Florida. As a law and order man, Jim was also a faithful supporter of the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, and as sheriff, I was very proud to call him my friend. He was a valued member of our Northeast Florida community and will be greatly missed by all. I pray for Mr. Citrano's beloved family and friends as they mourn this great loss. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Courtney, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, last Friday, President Trump hosted a meeting at the White House with all the major oil company executives and members of his cabinet to talk about Venezuelan oil. During the televised gathering, he veered off topic and rambled on one of his pet peeves, wind power, in addition to his usual complaints about how aesthetically ugly wind turbines are. He added a new startling criticism to his repertoire, namely that Europe and the U.S. are suckers for allowing China to sell us wind turbine parts, while at the same time, China doesn't even use wind power in its own country. Here's exactly what he said. Quote, all you have to do is say to China, how many windmill areas do you have in China? So far, they've not been able to find any. They use coal, oil, and gas, and some nuclear, not much. They don't have the windmills. They make them and they sell them to suckers like Europe and suckers like the United States. Mr. Speaker, the truth of the matter, as this headline yesterday from Forbes magazine states, quote, China does in fact have wind turbines, a lot of them. Forbes, of course, is hardly a left-wing anti-Trump media outlet. As its article accurately reports, not only does China's wind industry exist, it is huge. According to the International Energy Administration, which has been tracking energy production by country for decades, China not only manufactures wind equipment, but also enjoys the largest wind production in the world, and today has twice as much new wind power under construction than the rest of the world combined. Their wind turbines are sited both offshore and onshore, and ironically, one of the oil executives who was in the room on Friday from Conoco is an investor and partner in a wind project in Bohai Bay, China. Mr. Speaker, on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being accurate and 1 being false, President Trump's comments deserve a score of -10. China is not scamming Europe and the U.S. on wind power. It is, in fact, the most aggressive domestic user and builder of wind in the world. I raise this point, Mr. Speaker, not to play gotcha, although this is a pretty embarrassing gotcha, but rather to remind the House that right now in real life, the Trump bogus attack on wind power for no good reason is destroying good American jobs and cutting off an abundant supply of new energy, which our economy and American electricity ratepayers desperately need. For example, a couple of weeks ago, for the second time, the administration issued a decree terminating 5 offshore wind projects, many of which are close to completion and which were supported by billions of dollars of private investment in years of permitting approval. Together, these projects will bring in thousands of new megawatts of power to consumers in New England, New York, and Virginia. Trump's halt work order cited vague, nonspecific national security concerns as justification for this anti-worker, anti-ratepayer, and anti-growth decree. Luckily, Mr. Speaker, we have a government of laws, and yesterday, U.S. District Court Judge Royce Lamberth here in Washington struck down this frivolous decree so that crane operators, laborers, and electricians can get back to work this morning to create a modern and robust energy grid for the 21st century. Judge Lamberth, a Reagan appointee, thoroughly reviewed the exhaustive record of the New England-based Revolution Wind offshore project and correctly determined that the department, in fact, did not find a national security problem, but instead specifically issued a written finding a year ago that Revolution's turbines, quote, would not have an adverse impact on DoD missions. Mr. Speaker, you may recall that last September, the House debated an amendment to the 2026 National Defense Authorization Act, where there was an attempt to create a statutory bar to offshore wind based on national security reasons. The House voted to reject such a straitjacket on wind power and instead rely on the experts at DoD to judge each project on the facts and the science. By the way, Mr. Speaker, just for the record, the turbine blades and components in the Revolution Wind project are not made in China. Up in New England, we pride ourselves in not, in fact, being suckers. Mr. Speaker, it is time for the administration's unfounded, irrational attack against wind power to stop. Contrary to what the president said, the rest of the world, including China, is aggressively pursuing this abundant source of power. And for the United States to intentionally deprive American building trades workers from good-paying jobs and deprive our national grid of much-needed energy supply makes no sense. The best way to cut electricity rates for consumers is to expand energy supply. And as the rest of the world recognizes, wind has to be part of that solution. Mr. Speaker, the only suckers in this area are policymakers in Washington who are spouting off blatantly false narratives about the value of wind energy. I yield back.
The chair now recognizes a gentleman from Washington, Mr. Baumgartner, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are many things that make Eastern Washington the greatest place to live in these wonderful United States of America. And today I rise to recognize one of those wonderful things. The Eastern Washington University Adaptive Athletics Program, home of the first collegiate National Wheelchair Basketball Association team in the Western United States. Founded in 2019, this program embodies the values of leadership, teamwork, positivity, and integrity, helping student athletes build confidence, discipline, and independence, both on and off the court. These athletes balance the same rigorous demands as all EW varsity players: classes, practices, study sessions, travel, and competition, all while setting a powerful example of determination and excellence. They continue to raise the bar for what collegiate athletics can be, showing that true greatness is defined by heart and perseverance. And I know on a personal level, each and every time I see these wonderful athletes, student athletes in person, I'm inspired. I've seen the team traveling to and from games on my own trips to DC, and I couldn't be prouder of their dedication and the way they represent Eastern Washington University. Go Eags. Mr. Speaker, last week was National Law Enforcement Day, and I rise to recognize the wonderful Officer Kelsey Torres of the Spokane Police Department, who is named Officer of the Quarter, and to shine the Eastern Washington spotlight on her outstanding service. This recognition is not just about one moment or one case. It reflects a pattern of service, of compassion, and of integrity that defines Officer Torres' work every single day. She embodies the values that make Eastern Washington so special: hard work, humility, and a deep commitment to helping neighbors in need. Her dedication reminds us that public service is about people, about showing up, lending a hand, and treating every person with dignity and respect while protecting us. It's officers like Kelsey Torres who strengthens the trust between law enforcement and our communities, and who gives us pride in the place we call home. Today, we honor her not for only her outstanding service, but for embodying the very best of Eastern Washington's spirit. And may I add, we honor all of our nation's law enforcement officers, and may this body back the blue. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to celebrate the North County Food Pantry in rural Elk, Washington. Nestled between the pristine forests and recovering farmland, this small 1982 mobile home has nourished hundreds of families in body and soul for decades. The pantry does far more than provide food. It offers connection, dignity, and a true sense of community. At the heart of the community is the director, Laura Benzinger, who has led the pantry for a little over for more than years and years of service. Drawing on her background in social services, she has made it her mission to ensure the pantry nourishes not only families' tables, but also their sense of belonging. Families come not just for groceries, but for fellowship, encouragement, and a place to see and be valued. The pantry brings in volunteers from every walk of life. The North County Food Pantry stands as a powerful reminder that fighting hunger is about more than filling plates. It's about nurturing the human spirit. It reflects the compassion and resilience that defines Eastern Washington. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and with that, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Costa, for 5 minutes.
To address the House of Representatives and advise and rescind my statement. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I recognize to the dedicated work that my team and our efforts as results of the work we've done for the people of the 21st Congressional District in California, encompassing Fresno and Tulare counties. We call it the breadbasket of not only California, but our nation. An incredible amount of cornucopia of over 400 commodities that we grow that is put on America's dinner table every night. Last year, we brought significant challenges to our country and to our valley that I represent, but notwithstanding my commitment and the commitment our office never wavered to serve the people of Fresno and Tulare counties with focus, with urgency, and results. Throughout 2025, I listened closely to the priorities of my constituents. Valley families told me the relief they needed from rising costs, affordability. Farmers and farm workers called for a stronger agricultural economy and better labor conditions, dealing with comprehensive immigration reform. Communities demanded access to health care, safe infrastructure, reliable water, and resources necessary to thrive. In 2025, our office secured $831 million in federal funding for communities across the San Joaquin Valley. Throughout our constituent casework, which is, I think, the meat and potatoes of any congressional office, we returned $74 million directly to residents of the 21st Congressional District. More than 1,200 constituent cases, responded to over 11,000 calls, letters, and requests for assistance for the people that we serve. That's our job, to serve the people and to get things done. So we invested in our children and working families. Critical. My team helped secure $35 million for Head Start programs in Fresno and Tulare counties. We strengthened critical infrastructure, which is necessary not only in our valley but throughout the country. We secured $31 million for Fresno Yosemite International Airport to improve infrastructure upgrades and also deal with the growing demands for the valley and regional economic growth, expanding the international terminal. We secured $3.5 million for the Kaweah River Siphon Project to improve water reliability while supporting valley agriculture and jobs. As we know, where water flows, food grows, and that's critical to our valley's economy. But in addition to that, we provide $1 million to the City of Kingsburg to establish a new City Hall, another $1 million to relocate the Orange Cove Police Department to make it more functional, and another $1 million for the Parlier Police Department. Thanks to bipartisan infrastructure law, we secured $254 million in federal investments to strengthen our water supply for the long term. And that includes $125 million to advance the BF6 Dam Raise and Reservoir Expansion Project that would provide another 130,000 acre-feet of water to the people of our valley. $129 million to support construction of Sites Reservoir, which will provide 1.5 million acre-feet of additional water for the people of California, critical important of our long-term water supply. Mr. Speaker, the San Joaquin Valley is the breadbasket of our nation, supporting farmers, farm workers, ranchers, dairymen and women, and it remains, obviously, as their representative, my highest priority to advocate on their behalf. When the avian influenza swept the valley and the country, it threatened livelihoods on the food of America's dinner table. I introduced the Healthy Poultry Assistance Indemnification Act to ensure growers are fairly compensated and our food supply remains strong and safe. That's what Americans want. We also honored separately those who have served our country and their families. We recognize 20 men and women from the Fresno Veterans Home who served our nation during World War II and the Korean War to ensure that their contributions are never forgotten, they're remembered, and they're celebrated. We should never forget those men and women currently in harm's way serving our country are those and their families who have served. Beyond our district, we've worked to support the United States leadership abroad by advocating for humanitarian assistance, accountability, and diplomacy in the global conflicts, while upholding Americans' values in the world stage, that beacon of light that President Reagan used to speak of, that other countries look toward. So, in closing, I will continue to work with my Democratic and Republican colleagues to deliver results and strengthen our communities for a better future.
Gentleman's time has
More work
expired.
needs to be done, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Indiana, Ms. Houchin, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today, I rise in recognition of the 15-0 Indiana University football team for their historic season, winning the Rose Bowl, then the Peach Bowl, and now advancing to the College Football Playoffs National Championship. This team rose to the occasion when few expected it. Without a roster full of five-star recruits, they were often underestimated, but they responded again and again with discipline and toughness. Week after week, they proved that hard work and preparation still matter. Under the leadership of Coach Curt Cignetti, this team has put Indiana football on the map. A perfect regular season, a Big Ten championship victory over Ohio State for the program's first conference title since 1967, and Indiana's first Heisman Trophy. Reflects what can be accomplished when a team fully commits to the standard set before them. On behalf of Indiana's 9th District, the home of our Indiana University Hoosiers, I commend Coach Cignetti, quarterback Fernando Mendoza, and the players on the team, like Charlie Becker, D'Angelo Pons, Pat Coogan, Elijah Surratt, and the entire Indiana football program for the achievement that has made our state so proud. I am rooting for the Indiana Hoosiers in the national championship this weekend. I hope they bring it home from Miami. I have no doubt they will. As Coach Signetti has said himself, this would make one heck of a movie. Good luck to the Hoosiers on Monday. Mr. Speaker, I rise to congratulate Presley Hampton of Jackson County on being named the Indiana State Fair Queen. Presley represents the very best of Indiana. She has shown dedication to agriculture, leadership in her community, and a strong work ethic that reflects the values so many young people across our state are raised with. The Indiana State Fair is more than a tradition. It's a celebration of farming, youth leadership, and the families who work every day to feed our country. Presley's achievements highlight the importance of programs like 4-H and FFA that prepare young leaders for the future. I know Presley will represent Indiana with integrity and pride, and I want to congratulate her family, mentors, and everyone who helped support her along the way. Southern Indiana is immensely proud of you, Presley, and we wish you all the best as you take on this role. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Starlight Distillery, an outstanding family-owned business in southern Indiana. Operated by the seventh-generation Huber family, Starlight earned global recognition when its Japanese Mitsunara Reserve finished bourbon was named the best overall bourbon at the San Francisco World Spirits Competition. That's right, Kentucky. Indiana bourbon is the world's best. This prestigious award reflects the family's dedication to hard work and a commitment to quality that has guided their business for generations. Starlight is more than just a distillery. It has put southern Indiana on the map. The Huber family has built a business that supports local agriculture, creates jobs, and showcases what family-run enterprises in rural Indiana can achieve on the world stage. I'm proud to represent the Huber family and the many hardworking people behind Starlight Distillery. Their success is a testament to the strength of family businesses and the communities that support them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by the chaplain, Kibben.
Would you pray with me? By your grace, O Lord, and the example of those who have gone before us as paragons of faith and righteousness, you have shown us what is true, what is noble, what is right, what is pure and lovely, what is worth admiration, what is excellent and praiseworthy. You've set a high bar for how we are to live, and we are tempted to assume that the paradigms from the past did not face the same challenges we face today, that maybe their situations were different, maybe less complex. But if we're honest with ourselves, we must admit that our predecessors faced their own trials and yet held fast to their faith in you. Lord, be near us this day, in the midst of the adversities and the asperities unique to our present circumstances. Show us again how to be gentle, so that in us, your gentleness is evident to all. Assure us that you hear our prayers and petitions, our thanksgivings and our requests, that we would have no need to be anxious, but could be a source of reassurance for those in need. Guard our hearts and minds in all we do, that even when we do not understand why things are the way they are, we may experience your peace which transcends our comprehension. This day, may we put our faith in you and in the peace we have received from you into practice. Lord, be with us, we pray. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Gillen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose? Gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition. Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To cancel tax increases, President Donald Trump signed the Working Families Tax Cut law into effect on July 4th, coordinating with Speaker Mike Johnson. The law limits government, expands freedom, and provides pro-growth policies creating jobs. As the April tax deadline approaches, the law allows Americans to keep more money, led by Secretary of Treasury Scott Bessent of Charleston, South Carolina. Quote, people are going to have massive refund checks, said White House National Economic Council Director Kevin Hassett. Chief of the IRS, Frank Boncino, said 94% plus of middle-class Americans benefit. Working Families Tax Cut boosts refunds, providing permanency to lower tax rates from the 2017 Trump tax cuts, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security. In conclusion, God bless our troops. As the global war on terrorism continues, Trump is reinstituting peace through strength, revealing war criminal Putin lies, insulting Trump and mocking Trump as Putin supports Khomeini murdering innocent protesters, calling for freedom for Iran, courageously encouraged by President Donald Trump. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker.
Messages from the White House.
Mr. Speaker.
Madam Secretary.
I am directed by the President of the United States to deliver to the House of Representatives messages in writing.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to condemn Secretary Kennedy's recent assault on children's health. Last week, against universally recommended guidelines, the Department of Health and Human Services slashed the childhood immunization schedule from 17 vaccines to 11. Among those removed are vaccines to protect against RSV, COVID-19, and hepatitis B. Americans deserve accurate information that is based on established science to make decisions about our children's health. I am perplexed by this latest ambush on the lives and futures of our children? What is the crisis that requires us to challenge settled science? The universally recommended vaccine schedule that families have relied on and trusted for years to protect their children has saved countless lives. I shudder to think about the children who could die from preventable diseases at the hands of this administration's so-called guidance. We are simply pandering to skeptics who want to impose ideology in place of intelligent research. Since taking office, this administration has made every effort to dismantle public health. These unacceptable and baseless challenges only deepen the growing cracks in our health system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virgin Islands seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Religious Tolerance Week and celebrate the beautiful tapestry of faith that defines the Virgin Islands of the United States. In our home, Christians, Hindus, Jews, Muslims, Rastafarians, and practitioners of ancestral African tradition don't just coexist, we celebrate one another. The support of Ramadan, Yom Kippur, and Good Friday are solemn occasions shared by all. We celebrate brothers and sisters as they enjoy Diwali and host sacred spaces where African traditional religion is practices. Our festivals blend the sacred traditions of multiple faiths. This is not tolerance, it's love, and an embodiment of what America promises, that our differences make us stronger. Our faiths can flourish side by side, and unity does not require unanimity. As we face growing divisions in our nation, let the Virgin Islands be a model. We prove every day that respecting each other's belief enriches us all. I ask for strength in that for all of us. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Michael Howard Kerr, a beloved husband, father, grandfather, and extraordinary community leader from Woodmere, New York. Michael dedicated his life to serving his community. He served as fire commissioner in the village of Woodsburg and later as police commissioner. He also devoted time to serving on the boards of various charitable organizations, including the Jewish Community Center of the Greater Five Towns and the UJA Federation of Greater New York. He didn't stop there, though. Michael was a tireless advocate for medical research, particularly in the fight against Crohn's disease, liver disease, and organ transplantation. He supported groundbreaking research at institutes including Mount Sinai, Cornell, Lenox Hill, and Columbia University. Above all, Michael was devoted to his family, his wife Susie, and his sons Joshua and Zachary. Michael Kerr leaves behind a legacy of leadership, generosity, and profound humanity. May his memory be a blessing and enduring inspiration to all of us. I yield back.
Yields back. For what purpose, gentleman from Massachusetts seeks recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, at the end of last year, a Massachusetts-based foundation committed to ending hunger, the EOS Foundation, released its annual school breakfast report card. We've all heard the old adage that breakfast is the most important meal of the day. Well, for kids experiencing hunger, it is especially true. The EOS Foundation has put its money where its mouth is, literally, by providing funding and technical assistance to schools to establish robust breakfast in the classroom programs. Springfield Public Schools is a shining example of what's possible. With support from the EOS Breakfast in the Classroom model, 84% of students are now getting breakfast, up from 44% a few years ago. Mr. Speaker, we can and we should do more to close the breakfast gap, the difference between the number of students receiving school breakfast versus lunches. And I'm committed to doing my part. I have a bill that would increase the federal meal reimbursement rates for school breakfasts and lunches. And thanks to incredible partners like the EOS Foundation, we're making progress one school at a time. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Mexico seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the memory of Roberto Mondragon, a lieutenant governor and musician. Roberto Mondragon was a beloved cultural figure in New Mexico whose voice, music, and lifelong work helped keep our traditions alive. He brought his resonant tenor to the cultural renaissance that made sure Nuevo Mexico did not lose its culture, its songs, its language, or its poetry. At a time when the Spanish language, music, and tradition were being pushed aside, he lifted them up, insisting that they belong not only in memory, but in classrooms, on the radio, and in the halls of power. He showed generations of young people, including my own high school choir that I sang in, the West Side Singers, that tradition is not behind us, but within us. Roberto will be remembered every time we sing Así es Nuevo Mexico, our state song. Así es Nuevo Mexico. El negro, el hispano, el anglo, el indio, todos son tus hijos, todos por igual. That's New Mexico. The black, the hispano, the anglo, the indigenous, all your children, all equal. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by the direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 988 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 53, House Resolution 988. Resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 2988, to amend the Employee Retirement Income Security Act of 1974 to specify requirements concerning the consideration of pecuniary and non-pecuniary factors and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The amendment in the nature of a substitute, recommended by the Committee on Education and Workforce, now printed in the bill, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and Workforce or their respective designees. 2, the further amendment printed in Part A of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, if offered by the member designated in the report, which shall be in order without intervention of any point of order, shall be considered as read, shall be separately debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. And 3, one motion to recommit. Section 2, upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 2262, to amend the Fair Labor Standards Act of 1938 to exclude certain activities from hours worked and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The amendment in the nature of a substitute, recommended by the Committee on Education and Workforce, now printed in the bill, modified by the amendment printed in Part B of the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and Workforce or their respective designees. And 2, one motion to recommit. Section 3, upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House any bill specified in Section 4 of this resolution. All points of order against consideration of each such bill are waived. The respective amendments in the nature of a substitute, recommended by the Committee on Education and Workforce, now printed in each such bill, shall be considered as adopted. Each such bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in each such bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on each such bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and Workforce or their respective designees. And 2, one motion to recommit. Section 4, the bills referred to in Section 3 of this resolution are as follows. A, the bill, H.R. 2270, to amend the Fair Labor Standards Act of 1938 to exclude child and dependent care services and payments from the rate used to compute overtime compensation. B, the bill H.R. 2312 to amend the Fair Labor Standards Act of 1938 to revise the definition of the term tipped employee and for other purposes. C, the bill H.R. 4366 to clarify the treatment of two or more employers as joint employers under the National Labor Relations Act and the Fair Labor Standards Act of 1938.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized for 1 hour.
Mr. Speaker, for the purposes of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentlewoman from New Mexico, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. I ask for unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, we're here today to debate the rule providing for consideration for H.R. 2262, the Flexibility for Workers Education Act, H.R. 2270, the Empowering Employer Child and Elder Health Care Solutions Act, H.R. 2312, the Tipped Employee Protection Act, and H.R. 4366, the Save Local Business Act, under a closed rule, and consideration for H.R. 2988, the Protecting Prudent Investment of Retirement Savings Act, under a structured rule. 1 hour of debate each for H.R. 2262, H.R. 2270, H.R. 2312, H.R. 2988, and H.R. 4366 shall be equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking members of the Education and Workforce Committee. The rule provides for a motion to recommit for all 5 bills. Mr. Speaker, the bills before us today are about one thing: getting the federal government out of the way of the American worker. For too long, outdated definitions and woke regulatory overreach have stifled opportunities and created a paperwork trap for the job creators on our main streets. Today, we take a stand for common sense and economic growth. We begin with H.R. 2262, the Flexibility for Workers Education Act. Under current law, many non-exempt workers, the very people who could benefit most from upskilling, are often excluded from voluntary training because the Fair Labor Standards Act treats those sessions as hours worked. This creates massive inconveniences for employers who ultimately chose not to offer the training at all. This bill levels the playing field, allowing workers to pursue voluntary professional development outside of regular hours without triggering burdensome overtime costs to their employers. In the same spirit of support, H.R. 2270, the Empowering Employer Child and Elder Care Solutions Act, addresses the child care crunch facing so many families. By excluding child care and elder care benefits from the regular rate calculation for overtime, we remove a major financial barrier for some small business owners who want to help their employees balance work and family life. This is a pro-family, pro-worker solution that requires no new federal spending. We must also protect the flexibility that makes the service industry so vital. H.R. 2312, the Tipped Employee Protection Act, clears the regulatory fog that has long surrounded tipped workers. The Biden administration attempted to micromanage every minute of the server's day through the unworkable 80-20 rule, a standard that is virtually impossible to monitor or enforce. This bill provides a clear and simple definition for tipped employees: an employee who receives tips plus other cash wages that meet or exceed the federal minimum wage for a work period. This provides stability for restaurant owners and protects the high earning potential of our servers and bartenders. Similarly, H.R. 4366, the Save Local Businesses Act, restores the joint employer standard that served our economy for decades. The Obama and Biden administrations weaponized the National Labor Relations Board to target the franchise model, creating a scheme that cost the franchising sector an estimated $33 billion annually. By codifying that an employer must exercise direct, actual, and immediate control over workers, we restore the certainty that small business owners, contractors, and franchisees need to grow and hire more. Finally, we must protect the hard-earned savings of the American people. H.R. 2988, the Protect Prudent Investment in Retirement Savings Act, ensures that Employee Retirement Income Security Act, or ERISA, fiduciaries are focused on one thing, the financial bottom line. We cannot allow woke fiduciaries to gamble with the workers' pension to satisfy a political agenda. This bill reinforces the duties of loyalty and ensures that investment decisions are based solely on maximizing returns for the benefit of the retiree and not a social experiment. Mr. Speaker, the American people are tired of the regulatory noise coming out of Washington. They want a government that works for them, not against them. These 5 bills deliver our promise to cut red tape, empower families, and protect the American dream. I urge my colleagues to support this rule and the underlying legislation. Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota reserves. The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, America is suffering. Americans don't recognize the country we live in. Trump's tariffs have caused prices to soar. We have the highest unemployment in 4 years, so fewer people have jobs. Those out of work can't even afford those expensive groceries and housing and appliances. Republicans refuse to extend the health insurance tax cuts in time, so now millions of Americans have health insurance premiums that are double and sometimes even triple what they were a year ago. In their big, beautiful bill, Republicans took a sledgehammer to our fragile health care system to give permanent tax breaks to their political donors, the billionaires, and the biggest corporations. Our president bombed boats and then the capital of a foreign country for oil. And now he says he is acting president of that country? He wants our military to invade a NATO ally. Remember, America and our NATO allies fought fascism together in World War II. Republicans claim we don't have money to keep health care costs down, yet they're going to keep spending billions of taxpayer dollars for Trump's reckless military action in Venezuela and everywhere else he decides to invade or bomb. Trump and Kristi Noem have militarized our streets. Masked men in full military gear roam the streets of our cities. These masked men invade church property and schools, knock down doors without warrants, ram cars, and assault pastors and people of faith. These masked armed men have arrested hundreds of citizens just for looking Latino. And last week, they killed a citizen, shot a mother of 3 in the face 3 times. Her last words were, "I'm not mad at you." His words, after shooting her to death, are too obscene to say on this floor. Kristi Noem and the president have now demonized this dead mother. Trump wants Americans to deny what we can see with our own eyes, the killing of the mother, Renee Nicole Good. In the face of all this pain and chaos and economic hardship, the American people expect Congress to do something, to ask hard questions of the administration, to be the check and balance that we were taught about in school. Conduct oversight, lower prices, protect our health care. So what are Republicans doing? Last week, following the invasion of Venezuela and the expiration of the health care tax credits, their priority was a bill about showerheads. This week, it's worse. They are actively putting their thumb on the scale of big corporations and against workers, lowering what parents get paid in overtime, reclassifying workers so they can pay them less, or make it it easy for corporations like those big meatpacking plants to get away with hiring child labor or wage theft? They want to block financial managers from even considering environmental risks like flooding and wildfires? Yes, Americans want Congress to do something. The problem is, Republicans control the House, and the bills we consider in the Rules Committee and vote on. But Democrats can force votes like we did on the health care tax credits, like we will soon do on the War Powers Resolution. On the floor of the People's House, we will call out Republicans who always seem to stand with the biggest corporations and against workers, despite what the titles of their bills say. They do the opposite. We will force Republicans to face the consequences of ignoring the economic struggles of everyday Americans. Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentlewoman from New Mexico reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just wanted to clarify a few things, one in particular about the One Big Beautiful Bill. The narrative that the One Big Beautiful Bill only gives tax cuts to billionaires is just false. The bill cuts taxes for working class families who need it most. As a result of the One Big Beautiful Bill, the top 1% will pay more in federal taxes than they did before the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017. It ends $500 billion in Biden-era tax breaks and special interest giveaways to wealthy individuals and large corporations, and it stops a Biden-era $1,700 tax increase. Working families making between $15,000 and $30,000 will have their taxes cut by 21% under the One Big Beautiful Bill. 66% of the One Big Beautiful Bill's tax cut benefits families making less than $500,000. Just because you keep saying it doesn't make it true. The One Big Beautiful Bill does help working families. And I do have to address, because my colleague has decided to bring ICE into this debate or this discussion regarding small businesses and help that we may be able to give small businesses. I just want to give a few examples of what ICE is actually doing in Minnesota, because I am the one here from Minnesota. They have arrested a registered sex offender from Somalia with 17 prior convictions, including domestic violence and threatening terroristic acts. They have arrested an illegal El Salvadorian alien convicted of sexual assault on a child. They have arrested an illegal alien from Mexico convicted of selling cocaine and methamphetamines. Multiple illegal aliens from Laos convicted of rape, assault, kidnap, sodomy of children under the age of 13, and domestic violence. They have arrested convicted murderers from Mexico, Sudan, Burma, Laos, Sierra Leone, Guatemala, Somalia, and El Salvador. That's what ICE is doing in Minnesota. They are making it safer for everyday people. And I asked my colleague to simply allow the investigation to take place over what happened last week, and to stop the inflammatory rhetoric that is unnecessary at this point. With that, I reserve.
Gentlewoman from Minnesota reserves. The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, what is amazing is on the floor of this House, we heard my colleague talk about the One Big Beautiful Bill, and I guess they're going back to calling it that. They were trying to change its name because they know that the American people know it is not beautiful, and it is only beautiful if you're a billionaire and you benefited from those tax cuts for the millionaires and the billionaires and the biggest corporations. Now remember that Democrats wanted to make permanent and offered amendments so that we could continue tax cuts for middle-class Americans. We wanted to do something than what they did on tipped workers. Are you kidding me? You made tipped worker tax credits temporary, but you gave permanent tax cuts to the billionaires, and the predominant benefit of that big, beautiful bill went to the richest Americans, and there is no denying that. There is no denying that 1.4 trillion went to the wealthiest Americans. There is no denying the fact that they keep talking about deficits, $4 trillion. $4 trillion that they are forcing on our children and grandchildren to pay because they wanted to give those tax credits to the biggest corporations and millionaires. Now, the other thing that is interesting that got raised is Minnesota. She talked about a couple of immigrants who've been arrested, and we don't have any problem about enforcement and arresting people who commit crimes. In fact, we've had Democrat presidents do that. Obama deported more people than Trump has, but he went after people with criminal records. 80% of the people in ICE custody have committed no crime. Hundreds of citizens have been arrested for no crime by ICE, who has no jurisdiction. Why? Just because you look Latino? Just because you speak Spanish? That is not okay. And talk about criminal activity. Trump pardoned the January 6th insurrectionists who beat law enforcement right outside these doors, violently beat the law enforcement officers that were protecting us. And what has happened since then? You want to talk about people who've been arrested? Talk about all of those violent offenders who were arrested, and what did they get? A pardon from this president. A pardon from this president, and we have dozens who've gone on to reoffend, who've gone on to assault, who've been engaged in child pornography, in egregious crimes, because this president pardoned them. So when you want to talk about going after criminals, let's look at what this president has failed to do. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman from New Mexico reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
And Mr. Speaker, not to belabor the point, but I feel like I need to remind and repeat myself about what ICE is actually doing in Minnesota. A registered sex offender from Somalia with 17 prior convictions, including domestic violence and threatening terrorist acts. Convicted murderers from Mexico, Sudan, Burma, Laos, Guatemala, Somalia. I wish I didn't have to continue to repeat myself about what ICE is really doing and what ICE is about, and that is making sure that our streets are safer. And as for the claim about the one big beautiful bill not doing what it's supposed to and only giving tax cuts to billionaires. I had mentioned, I had explained what actually happened in the one big beautiful bill, and I would ask the other side. I would just ponder or wonder out loud why they didn't do it in their Inflation Reduction Act. If it was that important when they were in control and they passed the Inflation Reduction Act, why didn't they do all of these things that they talk about being so important right now? But it's a little confusing when they believe that if they just continue to say the same thing over and over and over and over, it makes it true. And it does not if you take a look at the one big beautiful bill and what ICE is doing in Minnesota. I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota reserves. The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I find it interesting that in response to this litany and this long list of criminal activity and the criminals who were pardoned by Trump, we heard the same thing. There was a sex offender. What about all those sex offenders that have now been pardoned? What about all of the egregious action that ICE is conducting in your very own state? You won't stand up for the law enforcement officers who you walk by every day and the attacks that they faced, but you will stand up in favor of ICE activity that has killed one of your own citizens? and a president who seems, let me read one of his latest posts. Do the people of Minnesota really want to live in a community like theirs? His last sentence, fear not, great people of Minnesota. The day of reckoning and retribution is coming. Retribution? We should not live in a society where we have a president who goes after cities and states because they have Democratic leadership. There are Republicans who live in that city. There are Democrats who live in that city, independents. It should not matter. But this president and Republicans who support him and refuse to condemn him seem to think it's okay to beat up law enforcement officers in our own capital. But it's not okay to question excessive, egregious abuses by ICE, not only in Minnesota, but across this country. Mr. Speaker, I would like to now yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Hoyle.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in opposition to the rule in H.R. 2312, the Tipped Employees Act. When I was a waitress in 1983, the tipped wage is exactly the same as it is now. It is $2.13 an hour. And your ability to budget and to cover rent and to buy groceries and to pay for gas depends on how much strangers leave on the table. What makes me angry is how little has changed since the tipped wage was frozen. Rent, food, gas, childcare have all exploded, but tipped workers are still stuck with a base wage from decades ago. That's wrong. But the bigger problem is the system was never built to work. The law says that your employer has to make up the difference if your tips don't reach minimum wage. But in most states, there's no real enforcement unless you catch it, document it, and risk retaliation by demanding the pay that you've earned. To put it another way, the law puts the burden of enforcement on the people with the least power. H.R. 2312 makes this even worse. It would massively expand employers' power to treat far more workers and far more hours as tipped wages. Oregon does this differently. Tipped workers' wages are higher. Poverty rates are lower, and the restaurant industry still thrives. For workers, that means a slow night doesn't mean that you can't pay your rent. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle rejected my amendment to ensure these workers have the bare minimum wage protections. And again, I will remind people that the minimum wage in this country has not changed in decades. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this rule to protect workers and no on this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reserve.
Gentlewoman from New Mexico reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is reserves. So the gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, if we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to bring up H.R. 20, the Richard L. Trumka Protecting the Right to Organize Act of 2025, a bipartisan bill that would expand workers' rights to organize and collectively bargain in the workplace, hold employers accountable for violating workers' rights, and allow for free, fair, and safe union elections. Mr. Speaker, in addition to the slate of partisan bills that Republicans want us to vote on this week, which lower overtime pay for workers, cut workers' wages, give corporations more loopholes to mistreat workers without consequence, and mess with workers' retirement savings plan to combat supposed wokeness, whatever that is, Democrats Democrats simply want to add another bill for consideration, one that actually helps workers and is co-sponsored by 214 members of Congress, including several Republicans. The PRO Act was one of the first bills I got to co-sponsor in committee and in Congress when I joined in 2021. That was back when the committee was called the Education and Labor Committee, because Democrats are not afraid of saying labor, and we will always protect workers' rights. That's why when we held a majority, we passed the PRO Act to support workers. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record, along with any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, to discuss our proposal, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, the ranking member of the Committee on Education and Workforce, Mr. Scott.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as we stand here, workers' rights are under attack, and working families are struggling to decide between paying rent and paying for groceries. But instead of lowering costs, this week the Republicans are considering proposals that will reduce workers' wages, adversely affect their retirement savings, and give corporations and bosses loopholes to take money out of their pockets. This is untenable, and these are the proposals that Americans can least afford. That's why we must defeat the previous question so we can bring up and pass H.R. 20, the Protecting the Right to Organize Act, the PRO Act, to help workers organize. Now, we know when they organize, they will have higher pay, better benefits, and safer workplaces. The PRO Act will be the most significant upgrade in U.S. labor law in over 80 years. For too long, workers have suffered from anti-union attacks and toothless labor laws that have undermined their right to work safely and be paid fairly. The PRO Act will help hold law-breaking employers accountable by imposing meaningful penalties for violating workers' rights. It will secure free and fair and safe union elections by preventing employer interference and crack down on corporations that misclassify employees to stymie their right to organize. This is a critical moment for working families, and we cannot abandon our workers, the backbone of the American economy, when they are under attack from anti-worker politicians and law-breaking corporations. So I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to join me in defeating the previous question so that instead of reducing workers' wages, we can support this bicameral, bipartisan legislation to ensure that workers can earn the pay and benefits they are owed for their hard work. Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from New Mexico reserves. The gentleman from Minnesota reserves. The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to address something in one of the bills, and that's about child care and the care economy. We all know that the care economy is what makes all other work possible. Women can go to work when they know their babies will be well taken care of. And when a parent or a grandparent gets ill, we know that it is women who step in to fill in the gap. In fact, because it is so expensive to get care, we have seen a record number of women fall out of the workforce. It is up to about 350,000 women, I think, have left. And this is a problem because we need women to be able to participate in our workforce, to be able to contribute to their own household income. And we know that this is something that can be fixed with governmental action. In New Mexico, we now have universal child care. It's something we can get done. And the reason why we do this is because it is important to both allow women and parents to work. There's often men who stay home as the father. But it's also important for the child, because when you get good early child care, you grow up to have more opportunities in life. And On average, though, parents spend between $6,500 to $15,000 per child for 1 year of childcare. That's eating up more and more families' budgets. And people can't afford this. So what we know that people have done is negotiate, talk to their employers, and those employers have often provided childcare as one of the elements of compensation. It's something unions, and this is why we have the importance of unions. They have negotiated this and fought for this as part of the compensation. And so for decades, when you get paid overtime, you include all of your compensation, including if you are getting assistance for care expenses. Now, they have named their bill and added child care to it, and they say, oh, this is to increase the availability of child care. What it actually is going to decrease people's overtime pay. You are no longer going to get paid overtime based on your full compensation. And this is overturning decades of precedents. So once again, they are acting in a way that makes life more expensive, that makes sure that parents who receive this benefit will get paid less if they're forced to work overtime. And guess what? If you're forced to work overtime and you have to keep your kids in childcare, it's going to cost you more. So their spiral of increased costs for American families is always looking out for the big guy, always looking out for those big corporations. And that's why Democrats oppose this bill. And with that, I yield back. I reserve.
The gentlewoman from New Mexico reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to maybe clear up some of the rhetoric on HR 2270, and it is called the Empowering Employer, Child, and Elder Care Solutions Act. But just to make it clear, this bill makes it easier for employers to provide child care benefits for its employees. It excludes child care and elder care benefits from the regular rate calculation for overtime. And so we remove a major financial barrier for some small business owners who want to help their employees actually balance work and family life. So it would be a helpful thing for those employers and employees to help provide child care. With that, I reserve.
Gentlewoman from Minnesota reserves. Gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to point out that Americans know that Trump has been horrible on the handling of their economy because he has done nothing to lower the cost of living. In fact, everything he's done has done the opposite. His tariffs have increased prices. Their failure to address the health care crisis and extend the tax credits for the health insurance premiums has increased the cost of health care for Americans. And in fact, Americans know this. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to enter into the record the article titled, "Americans are more dissatisfied with Trump's handling of the economy than ever," poll shows, from Politics dated December 17th, 2025.
Without objection.
With that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentlewoman from New Mexico reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
I'm prepared to close.
The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, as we mentioned earlier, Trump's economy is a mess. And Republicans have failed to step up and do anything. They failed to step up and challenge him on any of the issues. They refused to allow a vote on the tariffs on the floor of this House. They stopped the clock so that we wouldn't vote on the tariffs in this House. And today's bills are another step in Republican efforts to chip away at workers' rights, their retirement, and their pay, while costs are sky high. House Republicans continue to uphold Trump's failing economy and broken promises. As one of his campaign promises, Trump said that on day one of his term, he would lower the prices of all goods and make America affordable again. Yet nearly a year into his presidency, life for Americans is more expensive than ever. For the first time in nearly 4 years, more Americans reported that their family's current financial situation was bad rather than good. and this was in December, before the craziness of just 12 days in. Consumers are worried about prices, inflation, and tariffs. Those were the concerns of working Americans. But none of these bills before us do anything to address that. The wallets of Americans are emptier today than they were a year ago, and my colleagues refuse to call out Trump's broken promises or stand up against his tariffs or all of his policies, any of his policies. They're just afraid of him, I guess. As working class Americans live paycheck to paycheck to paycheck, millionaires and billionaires get richer and richer. And what is the response? Bills about showerheads and bills that tip the scales against workers. They want workers to get less money for more work. That's a lousy deal. So I urge my colleagues to reject these bills and to vote against the rule. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I do yield back.
Back, the gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I am so happy to get back to the actually addressing the rule and the bills that are before us instead of listening to Democrat talking points over and over and over. Mr. Speaker, I've listened to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle during this debate, and it seems that they are once again choosing to prioritize federal bureaucracy and woke social agenda over the actual needs of the American worker. They claim to be the party of the worker, yet they oppose H.R. 2262, which simply increases opportunities for hourly employees to voluntarily take training classes to better their careers. They claim to support families, yet they oppose H.R. 2270, a bill that makes it easier for small businesses to offer child care benefits. The American people are tired of a government that treats every voluntary interaction between an employer and employee as a potential crime. They are tired of the 80-20 rules that make it harder for small businesses, and they are tired of joint employer standards that were designated by union lawyers in Washington to destroy the franchise model that has provided a path for the American dream for millions. With H.R. 4366, the Save Local Businesses Act, we are finally bringing stability back to our main streets. We are telling the small business owners in my district and across the country that if you do not have a direct, actual control over the worker, the federal government is not going to pretend you do just to satisfy a political agenda. And we cannot ignore the retirement security of our constituents. H.R. 2988 is a common sense safeguard. When an American worker hands over their hard-earned paycheck to a fiduciary, they expect that money to be invested to maximize their return, not to fund a political experiment or a green energy fantasy. This bill ensures that factors are the only things driving retirement investments. This legislation in this package represents a fundamental shift back to the principles that made our country and our economy strong: clarity, flexibility, and individual opportunity. We are removing regulatory hurdles that have stifled upward mobility for far too long. It is time to put the interests of the American worker, the small business owner, and the retiree ahead of the interests of Washington bureaucrats. I am proud to support this rule, and I'm glad that I was able to speak about the rule, about the bills, instead of talking points, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. Mr. Speaker, I yield the balance of my time, and I move the previous question.
On the resolution. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. For what purpose?
Nays, Mr. Speaker.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote and the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess subject to the call of the Chair. Be in order. Proceedings will resume on the questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Ordering the previous question on the House Resolution 988 and adoption of the House Resolution 988 if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business of the House is vote on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 988, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 53, House Resolution 988, Resolution providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 2988 to amend the Employee Retirement Income Security Act of 1974 to specify requirements concerning the consideration of pecuniary and non-pecuniary factors and for other purposes, providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 2262 to amend the Fair Labor Standards Act of 1938 to exclude certain activities from hours worked and for other purposes, providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 2270 to amend the Fair Labor Standards Act of 1938 to exclude child and dependent care services and payments from the rate used to compute overtime compensation, providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 2312 to amend the Fair Labor Standards Act of 1938 to revise the definition of the term tipped employee and for other purposes, and providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 4366 to clarify the treatment of two or more employers as joint employers under the National Labor Relations Act and the Fair Labor Standards Act of 1938.
The question is on ordering the previous question. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 206, the nays are 205. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of chairs, the ayes have it. Gentlewoman from New Mexico.
I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote as requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number have risen, and recorded vote is ordered. Members are record their vote by electronic means. It's a 5-minute vote. What is? On this vote, the yeas are 214, the nays are 207. The resolution is adopted without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Come to order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 988, I call up H.R. 2262 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The House will come to order.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 369, H.R. 2262, a bill to amend the Fair Labor Standards Act of 1938 to exclude certain activities from hours worked and for other purposes.
House Resolution 988, the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Education and Workforce, printed in the bill, modified by the amendment printed in Part B of House Report 119-440, is adopted, and the bill, as amended, is considered read. The bill, as amended, shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and Workforce or their respective designees. The gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 2262.
Without objection.
I yield myself, Mr. Speaker, such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Hardworking Americans should never be barred from voluntarily pursuing professional development or training opportunities. In fact, we should be giving workers more opportunities to get skills they need to thrive in a rapidly changing economy. Unfortunately, current federal law makes it harder for employers to provide voluntary training and upskilling opportunities. Oftentimes, that means workers must take time out of their busy schedule to look beyond the workplace for programs that...
And the House must come to order. The gentleman is recognized.
Oftentimes, that means workers must take time out of their busy lives
The gentleman is correct. The House is not in order. The House will come to order. Please take your conversations off the floor. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, oftentimes that means workers must take time out of their busy lives to look beyond the workplace for programs they should be able to get at work. Needless to say, this makes absolutely no sense. Employers understand their employees and whether skills gaps exist in their own workforces. If a business knows how to train its employees to succeed in a role, then it should be allowed to teach those skills and invest in the employee's professional development. There simply is no need for arbitrary roadblocks that make it harder for businesses to offer voluntary trainings to their own employees. Already, Republicans are promoting upskilling and training opportunities to help strengthen the American workforce. Last summer, we passed the Working Families Tax Cuts, which expanded opportunities for young Americans to access short-term, high-quality credentialing and training opportunities. H.R. 2262 builds on that success by simply allowing employers to offer voluntary education and upskilling opportunities to non-exempt employees so workers can easily take control of their own professional development. And this doesn't just help the business grow. It provides new, tangible skills that help employees do better in their own careers and sets them up for success on their own. And let's make one thing clear. H.R. 2262 expands voluntary employer-led training opportunities. Businesses would still be required to compensate workers who receive mandatory job training. This bill simply makes it easier for ambitious employees to pursue additional professional development opportunities on their own terms, whether or not it directly is tied to their current job. If a bartender wants to take a course in restaurant management, he or she should be able to do so, and the employer would welcome that dedication. Let's look at the bigger picture. Our workforce still has millions of unfilled jobs caused in part by a widening skills gap. And as our own economy grows thanks to the pro-growth policies of Republicans and the Trump administration, many growing businesses are likely to face skills shortages of their own. That's why we need common sense legislation like the Flexibility for Workers Education Act, which makes it easier for workers to get the skills they need to succeed and for businesses to find the right person for the job. Throughout my time in Congress, and now as chairman of the Education and Workforce Committee, I've consistently fought to expand opportunities to help workers thrive and grow. That's why I'm proud to support H.R. 2262, the Flexibility for Workers Education Act, to remove obstacles and give workers more controls over their own careers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to H.R. 2262, the so-called Flexibility for Workers Education Act. We've heard about these roadblocks and obstacles. Well, the roadblocks and obstacles are a requirement that people get paid for their time. Too many Americans still work too hard but can't afford the basics such as groceries, rent, or utilities. Even more, they're struggling to afford the little extras that give you a slice of the American dream, like owning a home, taking your family on vacation, or even going out to a restaurant occasionally. But simply put, the economy just isn't working for everybody. According to Moody's Analytics, the top 10% of earners account for nearly 50% of all the U.S. consumer spending. So obviously something's out of whack. Despite this reality, the House Republicans are attempting to pass 3 bills this afternoon that would cut workers' wages. This bill, H.R. 2262, would relieve employers of the obligation to pay employees for training outside the regular working hours. Under the Fair Labor Standards Act, employees must be compensated for employer-mandated education and training outside the regular work hours. Essentially, the FLSA protects workers from being compelled to volunteer their time for job-related training without wage and hour protections. However, this bill significantly weakens the protections because it would permit employers to provide job-related training after hours, but off the clock, so long as they do not state that it is technically required. However, employers can still lead workers to believe that the training is not just that the training is needed. You can just imply that if you want a raise or promotion, it'd be nice to get the training. Well, that's not really required. But the legislation based on the premise that if you provide workers with certain opportunities or benefits, employers must be able to pay them less. That doesn't make sense. We should not let employers get away with failing to pay workers for their time while claiming that it's in the workers' best interest. These workers, if they're working on an employer-provided training, should not be required to work off the clock without any compensation. For that reason, I recommend a no vote and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm delighted to offer for 3 minutes opportunity for the sponsor of this legislation, the gentlewoman from Iowa, Representative Hinson, to present her bill.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman for yielding and for his leadership in committee on this piece of legislation that is designed to empower the American worker. I rise today in support of my bill, H.R. 2262, the Flexibility for Workers Education Act. For too long, we know Washington, D.C. has pursued policies that left American workers behind. Republicans continue to advance pro-growth, pro-worker policies that expand opportunity, reward hard work, and help Americans to get ahead. No matter where I go out in Iowa, Main Street businesses, farm shops, manufacturing facilities, healthcare facilities, I meet the hardworking men and women of Iowa who want to take that next step in their careers. They want to build skills. They want to earn more money for their families, and they want to provide a better future for their kids and for other Iowans. However, outdated regulatory red tape prevents skilled workers from being able to take advantage of voluntary, and I repeat, voluntary professional development opportunities offered by employers. My bill, the Flexibility for Workers Education Act, would cut this red tape, expanding access to these voluntary education programs that allow workers to reach their full potential on their terms. Imagine a facilities associate ready for advancement who can take evening training courses sponsored by their employer to become an appliance technician. That kind of flexibility opens the door to higher pay and that long-term career growth that they need to see. I'm also very proud to have the support of the chairman of the Education and Workforce Committee. So thank you, Representative Wahlberg, for your support. You understand how much this will impact workers' bottom lines, being able to take more money home to provide for their families. And so I want to thank you for this practical approach that benefits everyone. Again, we know workers gain skills. They gain opportunity. Employers retain these talented employees in the workforce. There's stronger morale, and communities are building a stronger, more resilient workforce. So I urge my colleagues to support this legislation and continue to expand opportunities for American workers and families. I look forward to continuing to deliver more common sense solutions to help Iowans and Americans comfortably work and raise their families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Reserve. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield as much time as you may consume to the gentleman from New Jersey, a distinguished member of the Committee on Education and Workforce, Mr. Norcross.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the chairman and ranking member for what you have done to try to make it better for those who we represent. But I'm here to speak out against Flexibility for Workers Not to Be Paid Education Act. Yes, I said that. This disastrous bill would be a blueprint to commit wage theft on a silver platter. I know what it's like to be cheated out of wages. That happened to me, unfortunately, when I was a younger man. But the rules that are set up are there to protect those who have the least ability to protect themselves. A fair day's pay for a hard day's work. This is not a slogan. It's a principle of who we are in this country. It's those values that hold this country together. But now, this bill is pushing corporations to create a loophole. I want to just take a moment. Voluntary for good causes is something we all do in America, and we have the ability to do it now. But this bill would create more gray areas, and for those who want to exploit workers, give them a roadmap to do it. So, allowing companies to require worker attendance, and you call it voluntary, and it's not job-related without paying. This is what fundamentally is going to change here. If your boss requires it, and if you work, you have to be paid. The system is not broken now. This would create ambiguity for those workers calling it they're voluntary. Well, that's not good. In fact, if an employer, we call those captive meetings now, when they come in to preach why workers' unions are bad, but they have to pay them now. This would give them the ability to call it a training and not pay them. This is a loophole, and I would urge those who introduce this to come up with language that would not allow that to happen. If you truly believe that, then the language that we offered would be something that we both stay together on. So I urge my colleagues to reject this bill. As I say, if it's not broke, you don't have to fix it. We have a system where people pay to go to college, to go to trade school. I went through an apprenticeship. There are ways we can do this that benefits workers while not creating an opportunity for those who want to exploit them. And with this, Mr. Speaker, at the appropriate time, I want to offer a motion to recommit the bill back to committee. If the House rules permitted, I would have offered this motion with an important amendment to this bill. My amendment, Raise the Wage Act, would ensure all workers receive a long overdue raise. $7.25 an hour is minimum wage. Incredible. 2009 was the last time we touched this. It's unbelievable that 16 years have gone by that we haven't found it within ourselves, the values we hold dear in America, to give those who have the least a raise. We gave billion-dollar giveaways to those in the top tax bracket. And you can't raise the minimum wage from $7.25 an hour? We should hang our heads in shame that we don't think about those who can't make it. And I've heard all the excuses. We used to, on a bipartisan basis, since minimum wage started almost a half century ago, regularly have increases. Both Democrat, Republican presidents, Congress, we all understood it. While amnesia is something that has hit us, please, folks, we need to raise the minimum wage. Our policy decisions cannot undercut workers, their families. Raising the minimum wage is not only good for the worker, but their families. And I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record the text of this amendment. And I hope my colleagues will join me in voting for this motion to recommit. Now I yield back.
Reserve. Objection. Yields. Gentleman from Virginia reserves. Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I certainly applaud my friend and colleague on the other side of the aisle for commitment to making sure that workers are cared for, employees, but also we want employers to be cared for as well, and the two working together ends up to be the best. Employers, generally speaking, care about their employees. I know my Democrat colleagues often disagree with that statement, but it's almost always the case in a successful business, especially in a time of intense competition for the workforce. My Democrat colleagues have suggested that employers will attempt to use H.R. 2262 to commit wage theft. However, the bill clearly states that the educational activity must occur outside of an employee's regular working hours, the attendance is voluntary, and the employer cannot take adverse action against an employee for attending the training or not. And the employee cannot perform any work for the employer during their attendance at the training. I'm not sure that it could be any more clear. H.R. 2262 gives employees more options to pursue success, not just in their current role, but in roles they may be interested in and would like to upskill and pursue. Employers recognize that investing in their workers is essential if they are to be successful. This legislation offers a win for employees wanting to upskill and a win for employers who wish to develop their existing talent. I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as they may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I was just looking over the internet and found a Reddit discussion board and found one entry that said, "I'm bothered by unpaid two-day training, which is going to be 9 hours each day." This kind of crosses the line, and they just wanted to know if that was legal in New York. In reference to the motion to recommit, I would hope that we would support the motion to recommit. It would we could give us an opportunity to vote on an increase in the minimum wage, which hasn't been increased in over a decade. A few years ago, it was noted that a full-time minimum wage worker could not afford a modest two-bedroom apartment in any county in the United States. Since then, housing costs have gone up, but the minimum wage has stayed the same. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves.
Ready to close?
Ready to close? Are you ready to close?
Yeah.
I can close as well.
Okay.
Chairman for Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of the time.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, according to last week's Bureau of Labor Statistics 2025 was the worst year for job growth in this country since the last Trump administration. 2025 had 3 months of job losses. Meanwhile, President Biden had 48 consecutive months without a single loss. At this point in President Biden's term, he'd already created millions of jobs. At the end of the first year, President Trump has only created a few 100,000. Yet despite this reality, the House Republicans are attempting to advance this bill, which would allow employers to get away without paying workers for job-related training outside of regular hours, so long as it is technically not required. The bill will do nothing to lower costs of living or give working families a leg up. And for this reason, I hope we would defeat the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman is recognized.
Republicans are committed to expanding opportunities for American workers. H.R. 2262, the Flexibility for Workers Education Act, is a common-sense bill that makes it easier for a business to offer voluntary upskilling opportunities to its employees. As our nation faces a widening skills gap and millions of unfilled jobs, H.R. 2262 would provide additional pathways for workers to pursue trainings and fill a growing number of jobs that required skilled workers. As chairman of the Education and Workforce Committee, I'm committed to cutting red tape and removing roadblocks that make it harder for workers and businesses to succeed. The Flexibility for Workers Education Act is another strong step, Mr. Speaker, toward ensuring Washington doesn't put up roadblocks that hinder progress in our workforce. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 988, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Third reading.
H.R. 2262, a bill to amend the Fair Labor Standards Act of 1938 to exclude certain activities from hours worked and for other purposes.
For what purposes, the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Norcross moves to recommit the bill H.R. 2262 to the Committee on Education and the Workforce.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The motion is not agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the ayes and yeas.
The ayes and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the ayes and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the ayes and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 988, I call up H.R. 2270 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 359, H.R. 2270, a bill to amend the Fair Labor Standards Act of 1938 to exclude child and dependent care services and payments from the rate used to compute overtime compensation.
Pursuant to House Resolution 988, the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Education and Workforce, printed in the bill, is adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and Workforce or their respective designees. The gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 2270.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of the Empowering Employer, Child, and Elder Care Solutions Act, a bipartisan proposal that meets working families where they are and strengthens our economy at the same time. Across this country, millions of Americans are doing 2 full-time jobs at once. They are employees striving to be productive and dependable at work, and they're caregivers, parents of young children, sons and daughters caring for aging parents, or both. These responsibilities do not disappear when the workday begins. They shape whether a worker can show up on time, stay focused, or remain in the workforce at all. Along with many other affordability challenges, the increasing costs of child and dependent care is a serious issue facing our country. Parents leave jobs they want to keep. Caregivers turn down promotions or reduce hours. Businesses lose skilled workers. Productivity declines, and the entire economy pays the price. Many employers want to provide child and elder care for their employees, but the law discourages them from doing so by asserting that routinely provided child care must be included in an hourly employee's regular pay rate. The Empowering Employer, Child, and Elder Care Solutions Act removes this long-standing obstacle for employers wishing to provide these highly valued accommodations to their workforce and aligns the treatment of these pro-family benefits with other employer-provided benefits. For workers, employer-supported care can be the difference between staying in the job or being forced out of the workforce. It reduces stress, improves mental health, and allows parents and caregivers to focus on their work, knowing their loved ones are safe and supported. Supporting caregivers should not be a partisan issue. Every one of us represents constituents who are struggling and juggling with the work that they have and the care that they give. Every district and every state has employers struggling to attract and retain workers because care options are limited or unaffordable. The Empowering Employer, Child, and Elder Care Solutions Act sends a clear message. We value work, we value family, and we understand that the two are deeply connected. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, not only because it is good policy, but because it reflects the lived reality of millions of Americans who are doing their very best every day to care for their families and contribute to our economy. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to H.R. 2270, the Empowering Employer, Child, and Elder Care Solutions Act. Unfortunately, it doesn't solve anything, doesn't provide any additional child or elder care. Under current law, what it does do is takes money out of people's pockets, because under current law, employers must pay hourly workers time and a half for hours worked over 40 hours in a week. That overtime rate is based on a worker's regular rate of pay, which includes not only the cash payment but also non-wage compensation, and presently includes the value of child or dependent care services when employers decide to provide them as part of the benefit package. Existing law already provides incentives for these benefits, allowing employers to deduct them as a cost of doing business and offering tax preferences for certain child and dependent care assistance. This bill would change the Fair Labor Standards Act to exclude the value of these services from the regular rate used to calculate overtime. And despite its name, the bill does not require employers to provide any child or elder care. Instead, it just reduces the cost of overtime if they provide it. That's the problem. In practice, this bill encourages employers to keep workers on the job longer rather than expanding access to affordable care. It increases the time away from families while offering no assurance that any support for child care will be provided. Workers who already receive these benefits will see their overtime pay reduced. Now, there's no evidence that these workers who do not receive this benefit are likely to get the benefit. The only group we know for certain will be affected is those who already have it, and they will lose money on overtime. That makes no sense. I don't know how that solves anything. I would hope that we would not reduce workers' pay, and by doing that, but to do that, we have to oppose the legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would make mention that for gym memberships offered by an employer and other benefits, health insurance benefits, they aren't calculated in overtime either. This brings us together on those issues, and in fact, I believe it makes certain that there is more opportunity because of especially the small businesses, their ability to have dollars that could be put toward the child care. And so for that reason, and many others, Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to the sponsor of this bill, also a member of the Subcommittee on Workforce Protections, the gentleman from Indiana, Representative Messmer.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to address an issue affecting both families and businesses in Indiana and across the United States, which is the expensive but essential financial support workers need to provide care for the young children and elderly parents. Current law discourages employers from helping their workers pay for on-site child care or elderly dependent care because of the unreasonable pay calculations that increase the cost and burdensome regulations for the company. This guidance is so outdated. It was enacted in 1938, and we all know things have come a long way since then, when families did not use daycare services for their little ones, and elderly parents lived with their adult children until death. The current mandates of the Fair Labor Standards Act related to dependent care drive up costs for businesses through unreasonable pay calculations. These expensive requirements naturally remove the incentive for companies to provide this important coverage for their employees. It's high time we eradicate this unwarranted red tape and let businesses invest in the needs of their employees without punishing the company for doing just that. That's why I've introduced the Empowering Employer Child and Elder Care Solutions Act. Hoosiers and all Americans must not be forced to choose between caring for a loved one and working outside the home. Businesses deserve to be profitable, but are also entitled to have the most qualified workers to support their company's growth. A company must be rewarded and not penalized for making critical benefits available to their employees, which in turn help the company recruit the best and the brightest to their workforce. The Empowering Employer Child and Elder Care Solutions Act lowers cost, cuts red tape, and better serves American companies by making pro-family benefits achievable. Passing this legislation contributes to our goal of returning affordability to the American people and the U.S. workforce. The American taxpayer needs our help now more than ever to get our economy back on track, and this bill will be one small step in making that dream a reality. Mr. Chairman, I thank you for your support on H.R. 2270, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Michigan reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield such time as it may consume to the gentleman from California, a distinguished member of the Education and Workforce Committee, and the ranking member of the Committee on Veterans Affairs, Mr. Takano.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the ranking member for yielding. Mr. Speaker, this bill is yet another attempt, another effort to chip away at the protections guaranteed at the federal level and take money out of the American worker's pocket. The concept of overtime is very simple. If you work more than your traditional 40 hours a week, you make more money, and you get to take home what you earn. Now, instead of protecting that very basic principle, my Republican colleagues are trying to make it easier for employers to pay their workers less for working more. They want to pay workers less for working more. This bill would exclude child and dependent care from the rate of pay used to calculate a worker's overtime pay. In other words, this bill makes it permissible to pay workers less than their regular rate if they picked up an extra shift. Taking on extra work doesn't mean you don't need someone to watch your kids, and it shouldn't cost you a benefit that you're entitled to. Despite the misleading title, this bill cheapens the value of an employee's overtime labor. The overtime salary threshold is already far too low. When the first Trump administration set the current threshold, 8.2 million Americans saw their overtime protections just vanish. And even those eligible employees earning $36,000 a year were making too much money to qualify for overtime pay. Imagine making $36,000 a year, and that would disqualify you from being able to get overtime pay. You have no right to it. Child care and dependent care assistance should be more accessible and far more affordable for working families. But this Republican proposal, merely incentivizing employers to provide assistance, will not solve that issue. And cutting down already low levels of overtime pay will not do that either. Right now, working families are watching their access to basic support services shrink before their eyes. Head Start has seen 5 of the regional offices across the country abruptly closed. Medicaid could face over an $800 billion cut over the next 10 years. These lifelines that working families depend on for affordable support services are rapidly diminishing, largely due to this administration and this majority's attack on these lifelines as quote-unquote waste. The resources that the working American families need is not waste. The tools for economic survival are not waste. Americans deserve better. I oppose this bill, and I urge my colleagues to oppose it as well, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Virginia reserves. Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague on the other side of the aisle has said this bill is an assault on working families that could not be further from the truth. H.R. 2270 is a narrowly tailored solution to the growing challenge working families are facing when it comes to child care. I fail to see, again, how excluding the value of an employer-sponsored child care subsidy in the calculation of an employee's regular rate will result in a lower take-home pay, as my colleagues have said on the other side. The issue this legislation attempts to fix is that in many cases, employers are currently unable to offer child care to employees due to the prohibitively high overtime cost. H.R. 2270 rights that wrong by excluding child and dependent care from regular rate calculations, as has been done several times, as I mentioned earlier, for other benefits and bonuses, because Congress rightly saw that without exclusion, employers would not be able to do more for their employees, even as they want to. So this bill enhances the opportunity for the care that we need for child care as well as dependent care, and I urge support. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield two minutes to the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, a distinguished member of the Committee on Education and Workforce, Ms. Lee.
The gentlewoman from the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have a child care crisis in this country. In my home state of Pennsylvania, infant and toddler care costs on average $14,000 per year. That's almost half the average annual salary of the child care workers in my district. Child care, if folks can even find it, is pushing families into poverty as they are forced to make impossible choices between paying the rent or paying for care, between staying employed or staying home. Republicans are doing everything in their power to undermine investments in child care, including with this bill, which will allow employers to exclude child care benefits from overtime pay. Employees working overtime are the ones who need child care the most, and the bill undermines workers' abilities to pay for that care. For this reason, at the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit this bill back to committee. If the House rules permit it, I would have offered the motion with an important amendment to this bill. My amendment will replace the text of this bill with the Child Care for Working Families Act. I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record the text of this amendment.
Without objection.
My legislation with Ranking Member Bobby Scott would make sure families actually have access to child care slots so that no family spends more than 7% of their income on child care and that all early childhood educators make a livable wage. If Republicans actually care about children and families, I encourage them to pass the Child Care for Working Families Act. I hope my colleagues will join me in voting for the motion to recommit, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Virginia reserves. Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
I reserve. I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman from Michigan reserves. Gentleman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of the time.
Gentleman is recognized.
And I would encourage people to support the motion to recommit, which would actually create child care availability. I would point out and ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from the AFL-CIO, which says in part, there is no evidence that reducing the overtime rate for employees will spur widespread willingness of employees to offer reimbursement for child or elder care. Mr. Speaker, this bill does nothing to solve, as just said, to solve the elder or child care crisis in this country. It does not create affordable care, and it does not guarantee a single new benefit for working families. What it does do is reduce overtime pay for workers who already receive these benefits while encouraging employers to keep people at work longer without fully paid compensation. That means more time away from loved ones, less money in workers' pockets, and probably more need for child care. If we're serious about supporting families, then Congress should be expanding access to affordable care, not cutting wages under the guise of helping workers, and we could really do some help by supporting the motion to recommit and passing the Child Care for Working Families Act. That would actually lower costs for families and create child care opportunities. Mr. Speaker, I hope we would support the motion to recommit and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I know I spent my opening remarks discussing how the Empowering Employer, Child, and Elder Care Solutions Act helps empower working families. In closing, I'd like to highlight how access to affordable child care benefits job creators and our nation's economy. For employers, the return on investment is well documented. Companies that offer care solutions see lower turnover, reduced absenteeism, and higher employee engagement. In a competitive labor market, the ability to offer these benefits is vital to attracting and retaining talent and ensuring American businesses remain competitive at home and abroad. For our economy, the stakes could not be higher. Labor force participation, particularly among women, continues to be constrained by caregiving responsibilities. When caregivers are sidelined, we lose talent, we lose experience, and we lose economic growth potential. This bill helps remove one of the biggest barriers to keeping willing workers on the sidelines and strengthens our overall economic resilience. This legislation also recognizes that caregiving does not end with childhood. As our population ages, more workers are caring for elderly parents or relatives. Elder care challenges can be just as disruptive and unpredictable as child care needs, and yet they are often overlooked in policy decisions. This bill addresses both, reflecting the real-life responsibilities families face. This is a smart use of policy to align incentives with outcomes we all support: stronger families, a more resilient workforce, and a healthier economy. Let's give employers the tools to help give workers the support they need, and move our country forward. I thank Representative Messmer for bringing this bill before us. I encourage my colleagues to support, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 988, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
H.R. 2270, a bill to amend the Fair Labor Standards Act of 1938 to exclude child and dependent care services and payments from the rate used to compute overtime compensation.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Ms. Lee of Pennsylvania moves to recommit the bill H.R. 2270 to the Committee on Education and Workforce.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The motion is not.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The gentlelady requests the yeas and nays. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 988, I call up H.R. 2312 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 366, H.R. 2312, a bill to amend the Fair Labor Standards Act of 1938 to revise the definition of the term tipped employee and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 988, the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Education and Workforce, printed in the bill, is adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and Workforce or their respective designees. The gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 2312.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 2312, the Tipped Employee Protection Act. Mr. Speaker, Americans' labor law hasn't kept up with the times. The Fair Labor Standards Act, which governs much of our modern workforce policy and regulations, was written in 1938 and has never been updated to meaningfully protect tipped workers. As a result, tipped workers are not clearly defined or protected under the law. This leaves their jobs vulnerable to the whims of administrative regulations, court rulings, and too often unclear guidance written by unelected bureaucrats that inconsistently interpret the rights of tipped workers. And that creates chaos for millions of workers. The Biden-Harris administration was perhaps the most striking example of government overreach and the harm it can do to working families' bottom lines. Its disastrous 80-20 rule required that no more than 20% of the work performed by tipped employees could be categorized as untipped work, and those untipped tasks could only be performed for 30 minutes at a time. Basically, this required minute-by-minute manager supervision to ensure workers were complying with the rule. Anyone in the service industry would tell you, in a high-paced environment like a restaurant or bar, that's next to impossible. But because tipped workers had no clear definition or proper protections under the FLSA, the Biden-Harris administration was free to try and impose overly complex timekeeping requirements that were impossible to enforce. For several years, this created an enormous headache for small businesses like restaurants and that heavily relied on tipped workers. Even worse, such convoluted timekeeping requirements directly impact how much pay Americans take home. Like many of my colleagues, I want to see Americans rewarded for their hard work and ensure they are paid what they earn. That's why I'm proud to rise in support of H.R. 2312, the Tipped Employee Protection Act, which creates stability for tipped workers and preserves opportunities for them to earn a good wage. The bill creates a clear, common-sense definition of a tipped worker and prevents future attempts by misguided activist judges and bureaucrats seeking to implement policies that hurt workers' bottom lines. The Tipped Employee Protection Act also ensures workers at least earn the minimum wage, and the bill respects states' authority to set higher wage levels. This creates even more opportunities for tipped workers to earn more, often far above the minimum wage. As we have discussed at length in the Education and Workforce Committee, federal policy far too often treats a state like California the same as Michigan or Arkansas. One size fits all rarely works. The bill also preserves the current tip credit system, which workers across the country overwhelmingly support, 90%. This is just one of the ways Republicans are helping tip workers earn more. As part of the Working Families Tax Cuts, Republicans enacted landmark policies like no tax on tips and no tax on overtime, which puts more money back into the working families' pockets. Republicans are working hard to deliver solutions that help Americans thrive. H.R. 2312 puts more money back in workers' pockets and eases the burden on employers by removing needless federal regulations. I'm proud to support the Tipped Employee Protection Act. Congress should make it clear that we're working to help put more money back in tipped workers' pockets. I urge my colleagues to support this bill and the millions of workers who will benefit from it. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as they may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to H.R. 3212, the Tipped Employee Protection Act. It's actually the Tipped Employer Protection Act. Today we're discussing one of several bills that House Republicans claim will benefit workers, but ultimately fall short of what workers need. H.R. 3212 would redefine the Fair Labor Standards Act, the FLSA, to make workers more vulnerable to wage theft and give employers an excuse not to pay workers what they otherwise are owed. Under present law, the FLSA allows employers to take a tip credit only if employees are in jobs where they regularly and customarily earn at least $30 a month in tips. If workers split their time between jobs that regularly earn tips and jobs that don't, such as one shift as a restaurant server and another as a restaurant line cook, the employer can apply the tip credit today only to the tip earning shifts. This bill would tear down that distinction. Ultimately, the bill seeks to expand the pool of workers employers can pay a sub-minimum wage rather than the full wage. This is problematic because tipped workers are paid less per hour and have less access to benefits such as sick leave, health care, short-term disability, and life insurance. In fact, the federal tipped minimum wage is only $2.13 an hour. Instead of giving workers a leg up, this bill offers bad actors an opportunity to cut corners and shortchange their workers. And for that reason, I oppose the bill and urge my colleagues to do the same and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now yield 6 minutes to gentleman I appreciate very much for being the sponsor of this good bill. The gentleman from Arkansas, Representative Womack.
Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman Walberg, for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of my legislation, the Tipped Employee Protection Act. which clarifies the definition of a tipped employee, providing long-term certainty for the service industry and ultimately protecting tipped employees' right to earn a living, a good living. Mr. Speaker, our local service industry businesses, like the family-owned restaurant down the street, both reflect and shape the culture in each of our communities. These establishments aren't just places to enjoy a good meal. They're where we foster and grow relationships, from catching up with friends to shaking hands on new business to marking some of life's biggest accomplishments, birthdays, anniversaries, graduations, and promotions. Where do we do this? Down at the local restaurant. Many eateries, like the ones I just described, make their home in my own area, Northwest Arkansas. Places like Neil's Cafe in Springdale. And by the way, I should give credit to its owner, Micah Neal, for helping provide the inspiration for the legislation that we're talking about here today. Or it could be Herman's, an iconic rib house in Fayetteville. And Mr. Speaker, I could go on, naming some of my area's most popular restaurants. What do they have in common? Well, great food to begin with, but it's the hardworking people behind the counter or taking your table order who truly make these businesses landmarks in our communities. We all have them. The bill I stand here in support of today, Mr. Speaker, is about protecting these workers. Restaurants, most of which are small businesses, operate on very thin margins. The tip credit system is the foundation on which these small businesses operate. The tip credit, or the tipped wage, has been part of the Fair Labor Standards Act for decades. It allows employers to pay tipped workers a base wage with tips, handsome tips in many cases, making up the rest of those workers' earnings. This system empowers tipped employees to minimize, or should I say to maximize, their earning potential. In fact, research shows that servers at full-service restaurants earn over twice, let me say it again, earn over twice the federal minimum wage, and according to the National Restaurant Association, tipped servers nationally make a median income of $27 an hour, with the highest paid workers in the $41 an hour range. The tip credit also provides flexibility for operators to invest in their businesses and staff. Without it, restaurant operators would be forced to make some very, very tough decisions, such as raising prices on their customers or reducing workers' hours, maybe even cutting jobs altogether. Unfortunately, regulatory overreach has put the tip credit system at risk, creating uncertainty for restaurant operators. Different administrations have issued conflicting rules and guidance, producing a regulatory roller coaster for restaurant owners and their staff. This instability makes it difficult for owners and operators to make long-term business plans, and anti-worker efforts that chip away at the tipped wage altogether interfere with employees' hard-earned paychecks and livelihoods. My bill, Mr. Speaker, the Tipped Employee Protection Act, provides a common-sense solution. It puts an end to hurtful regulatory confusion and litigation. It preserves the tipped wage and protections in the Fair Labor Standards Act. It provides clarity and simplicity in categorizing workers as tipped employees, and it seeks to maintain a consistent regulatory environment. To put it simply, my legislation will protect the hard-earned paychecks of tipped employees across the country and right at home in my 3rd District of Arkansas, the people who work day in and day out to put food on the tables of your favorite restaurant as well as on their own kitchen tables at home. This bill, Mr. Speaker, this bill is how we deliver bigger paychecks to our constituents back home. And one other thing, Mr. Speaker, if you ever find yourself in Springdale, Arkansas at Neil's Cafe, order some apple salad. You'll thank me later. I support this bill. I urge its passage, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from California, distinguished member of the Committee on Education and Workforce, and the ranking member of the Committee on Veterans Affairs, Mr. Takano.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank the ranking member for yielding, Mr. Speaker. Once again, my Republican colleagues are selling Americans on a bill with a flashy title and hoping that they don't read the fine print. The so-called Tipped Employee Protection Act implies that something in this bill might actually benefit workers who work for tips. In reality, this bill manipulates labor law to decrease employees' earning power and allow employers to skirt minimum wage requirements. Mr. Speaker, I was a high school English teacher, and I taught my students about irony. You know, really, this bill is more aptly titled the Republican Invent New Ways to Pay Workers Less bill. Here's a closer look at the bill. For jobs like waiting tables, which regularly generate a large proportion of pay from tips, employers may pay their employees a small portion of the minimum wage, a mere $2.13 an hour, as long as what they normally make in tips makes up the rest. However, this bill opens the opportunity for employers to manipulate FLSA definitions and classify other workers who receive tips only sometimes to also be paid a sub-minimum wage. Under this bill, hotel housekeepers, valets, manicurists, and other workers could see their tips used to offset what their employers owe them, rather than serving as an occasional boost in take-home pay for a job well done. In short, it expands the sub-minimum wage and offers more opportunities to pay workers less. As I said, we should really call this bill the Republican Invent New Ways to Pay Workers Less bill. No responsible policymakers should be arguing that Americans should be making less. People in this country are feeling serious financial strain as the cost of living soars and wages remain stagnant. Everything is more expensive, and here we are debating a proposal that would allow employers to pay people less than what they've earned so that employers can save a few dollars on the hour. Shame on this majority. And once again, this Republican proposal to stimulate the economy relies on Americans in the lowest income brackets getting squeezed the most. We need to eliminate the sub-minimum wage entirely and ensure that Americans make enough money to live with dignity, not invent new ways to pay Americans less. I encourage my colleagues to vote no on this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Virginia reserves. Gentleman from Michigan.
Thank you, Mr.
Recognized.
Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Washington and a great member of the Education Workforce Committee, Representative Baumgardner.
Gentleman has 3 minutes. Recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My voters and my constituents sent me here to help solve problems, to help small business, to help employees, and to help grow the economy. And as such, I'm proud to support the Tipped Employee Protection Act. This important bill will help codify changes that we are making in Congress to help the tip, the scales in the favor of our service workers and waitresses. Current Fair Labor Standards Act rules define a tipped worker as someone who customarily and regularly receives more than $30 a month in tips. It also considers a standard known as the 80-20 rule, which stipulates that tipped workers can spend no more than 20% of their time, or 30 minutes at a stretch, doing tasks that don't directly earn tips. If that sounds arbitrary, it's because it is. Restaurants and similar businesses already run on thin margins, and keeping track of that kind of detail adds unnecessary red tape and stress. And we all know how tough it is out there right now for small business. That's why Representative Steve Womack and I introduced the Tipped Employee Protection Act. This bill replaces the outdated definition of tipped employees with a simpler and more realistic definition. The bill defines a tipped worker as anyone who receives tips and other cash wages that together add up to the federal minimum wage, without worrying about how much time they spend on this or that. This change gives businesses more flexibility and protects them from unfair, crippling penalties for small record-keeping mistakes that they might make. This bill resolves a long-standing issue that has been the subject of expensive litigation, ensures that the federal government does not set a standard that it cannot reasonably expect to enforce. Also, it helps the Department of Labor focus on real wage violations instead of technical paperwork issues. Let's help small business. Let's help employers. Let's do the right thing. Let's not work for the people that just want to have endless lawsuits, endless litigation, and red tape. I urge everyone to vote yes on H.R. 2312 because businesses don't need federal bureaucrats micromanaging their timekeeping. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves from Michigan. A gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 4 minutes to the gentlewoman from Nevada, Ms. Titus.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise today to voice opposition to this bill, the Tipped Employee Protection Act. Don't be fooled by the name of it. There's nothing pro-worker in this bill. It's like calling increased air pollution the Blue Sky Initiative. This is just another attempt from my Republican colleagues to create loopholes that allow employers to get away with wage theft. Anyone who has visited my district in downtown Las Vegas and the Strip will know that our world-class hospitality workers are the magic behind the glitz and glamour. With the power of organized labor, casino workers, servers, line cooks, housekeepers, and others put Las Vegas on the map as a world-renowned hospitality center. The tourism, gaming, and entertainment industries account for more than 315,000 jobs in our state. And we have proven in Nevada that if you pay workers what they deserve, everybody wins. I'm especially proud that our state bans sub-minimum wages for tipped employees. That means whether you have a good or a bad tipping month, you can still earn an honest living. But more needs to be done to support our workers, and this is especially true as the Trump slump threatens our tourism economy and the Trump administration cuts vital safety nets like SNAP. And that's why I introduced the LIFT Act last year. It would raise the minimum wage and all sub-minimum wages to $17 an hour over the next 3 years, with annual increases after that. In contrast, the bill before us today would change the definition of tipped employee in a manner that would allow employers to undercut wages. Anybody in the service industry knows that tips vary from shift to shift. Under the current law, the definition of tipped employee accounts for those realities by stipulating that an employee must customarily and regularly receive more than $30 a month in tips. Yet the bill we're considering today would allow employers to measure a worker's tip over just a single day of work. Employers could manipulate schedules and purposely choose to count days where workers get more tips in order to pay them less. In 15 states, that means even more workers will be making just $2.13 an hour. Now, that can't even buy you a carton of eggs in Trump's economy, much less pay the rent. A more accurate name for this would be the Employer Profits Protection Act. So I agree with my colleagues on this side of the aisle and urge you to stand up for voters and vote no. Stand up for workers, voters too, and vote no on this bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from Virginia reserves. Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's talk facts again. The Fair Labor Standards Act sets the federal minimum wage as well as a separate minimum wage for tipped workers. This recognizes the reality that tipped workers have a higher earnings ceiling when tips are combined with base wages, representing an employee's total compensation. There's no limit to the amount one can earn as a tipped worker, so long as the employer is not forced to cut jobs or close the businesses. That's the reality. If small restaurants were all required to pay the full federal minimum wage to all tipped workers, as my Democrat colleagues suggest, on top of a complete elimination of the overall tip credit system, which has also been supported by my Democrat colleagues, there wouldn't be very many small restaurants remaining at the end of it all. The federal government should not micromanage businesses by setting requirements that cannot be enforced, such as the Biden-Harris administration's 80-20 rule. This required employers to monitor tasks of tipped workers minute by minute. Sure gives incentive to have less employees. I can think of many better ways to utilize wage and hour inspectors' valuable time than harassing restaurants about their bartenders helping out cooks, hosts, and other non-tipped employees, all who often work in a fast-paced environment. And I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Nevada, Mr. Horseman.
Gentleman's recognized.
I thank the gentleman, the ranking member, for yielding. Mr. Speaker, this debate comes down to one simple question. What's fair for tip workers? All across America, and especially in my home state of Nevada, tip workers show up every day, serving food, cleaning rooms, keeping our restaurants, hotels, and casinos running. They work hard, and they deserve to be paid fairly for every hour that they work. Under current law, there's a common sense protection in place. A worker can only be paid a tip wage if their job actually depends on tips. That's why the law says workers must regularly earn tips before an employer can pay a sub-minimum wage. That rule exists to prevent abuse. H.R. 2312, the Tipped Employee Protection Act, so-called, tears down that protection. Under this bill, an employer could say, you earned a tip once this week, so now every hour you work now counts as tipped work. A worker could wait tables one night, earn a few tips, and then spend the rest of the week cooking, cleaning, or washing dishes, and still be paid as little as $2.13 an hour for that work. That's not tip work. That's a pay cut. That's why we need to pass My Tips Act, which would raise the wage for tip workers, which has not been raised since 1991, the year I graduated high school, not cut them. This GOP bill lets employers average tips however they want, over whatever time period they choose, and use that as an excuse to lower wages for hours when workers are not earning tips at all. And let's be honest, tips aren't guaranteed. They depend on the customer, the shift, the economy, and pure luck. That's why tips are gifts, not a guarantee, not wages. No worker should have to gamble with their paycheck just to make rent or to put food on the table. So I urge my colleagues, stand with working people, stand with tip workers, and vote no on H.R. 2312.
Reserve.
I reserve.
Reserves.
Ready to close?
Gentleman from Virginia,
Thank you,
recognized.
Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of the time. Mr. Speaker, excuse me, that you must. We had another speaker just show up. Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Georgia, member of the Committee on Education and Workforce, Ms. McBath.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much, Ranking Member Scott. I rise today to fight for some of the most overworked and underpaid people in our country, to ensure that the money they work so hard for goes to them and their families, not to someone who didn't work for it. The true purpose of this bill is not to protect tip employees. The true purpose is to make it easier to pay people less for their work, to pay them less than $7.25 an hour. This bill allows employers to classify anyone who may receive a seasonal or random tip as a tipped employee, meaning they can now be paid below minimum wage by their employer. Those tips should be in addition to a worker's wage. Employers should not be able to pay their workers less because that worker happened to receive a Christmas bonus or an occasional tip from a customer, but that is exactly what this bill will do. This bill flies directly in the face of President Trump's campaign promise to help tip workers. What good is no tax on tips if you have to give those tips directly to your boss so that they can take it out of your base pay? When someone pays taxes, they at least get something in return. Like many Americans, I do not think that the average person sees the benefit that they really should for what they pay in taxes. But that is because the Republican majority chooses to spend the American people's money on tax breaks for billionaires instead of spending it on our kids, instead of spending it on child care, housing, or health care, on things that really make people's lives far more affordable. What is the worker getting in return in this situation? Just the opportunity to work. I think the American people agree that their employers should be paying them to work, not the other way around. No worker in this country should be paid this low. I don't care who they are. Many states have raised their minimum wages. Unfortunately, my state of Georgia has not. Without the federal floor of $7.25, workers in Georgia could legally be paid over $5 an hour because our state minimum wage is just $5.15. Who can live on that? Instead of trying to find ways to pay people as little as possible, this body, Congress, should be raising the wages and helping Americans keep more of the hard-earned dollars in their pocket, the money that they work so hard for.
I yield an additional minute.
Gentlewoman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Before I came to this body, ladies and gentlemen, I was a flight attendant for a national air carrier. And I cannot tell you, the money that I'm making today is far more than I ever made as a contract employee for an airline. And I will tell you that the hard 16-hour days that I had, much like what I have here, we weren't allowed to receive any tips. We weren't allowed to receive any of those kind of benefits. And basically, if we did, if someone really, really pushed a tip on us, we would spread it among our crew. Because it was the right thing to do. Because in the airline industry, there's a cap on what you can make. There's a cap on your salary. So having been a contract employee, having done all of that before I came here, I am so grateful every time I have come across an individual in the customer service industry that has really done a good job. And paying them tips is the least that we can do to make sure that they are honored for their service. And I yield.
Gentleman from Virginia reserves. Gentleman from Michigan.
I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman from Michigan reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Brzezinski.
Thank you, Mr.
Gentlelady's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the ranking member. I rise today in strong opposition to this legislation. This bill, deceptively named the Tipped Employee Protection Act, would change federal wage law to allow employers to treat almost any worker as a tipped employee, even if they receive small or occasional tips. This means lower wages for everyday Americans who are struggling daily with higher costs. Think of a restaurant worker who both waits tables and covers some with back-of-the-house shifts. This legislation would allow her employer to average her tipped wage from waiting tables with the standard minimum wage she earned during her back-of-the-house hours. By doing this, the employer could justify paying her a sub-minimum wage for all hours worked. If this bill were to become law, the employer could classify her as a tipped employee and could legally pay her as little as $2.13 an hour. In a time of rising costs and an uncertain economy, and working families all across my district struggling to make ends meet, this bill to reduce take-home pay for workers is tone deaf at best. At worst, It's a handout to corporations at a time when workers can least afford it. For this reason, at the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit this bill back to the committee. If the House rules permitted, I would have offered the motion with an important amendment to this bill. My amendment would attach the Wage Theft Prevention and Wage Recovery Act to this bill, which would establish new and increased penalties for violations of overtime and minimum wage requirements, a real common sense solution for working people. I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record the text of this amendment. I hope my colleagues will join me in voting for the motion to recommit, and I yield back.
Without objection. Gentleman for Virginia reserves. Gentleman from Michigan.
I'm prepared
recognized.
to close. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Virginia.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of the time.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we received a letter from the union SEIU, which says in part about this bill that the so-called tipped employee Protection Act would amend federal minimum wage and overtime law by broadening the definition of tipped employee and increasing the employer's power to move workers in and out of tipped employee status, including allowing employers to decide on a daily or weekly basis whether a worker counts as a tipped worker. This is a harmful and ill-conceived bill in every possible way. Most tipped workers already struggle to make ends meet. We should be doing away with the sub-minimum wage for tipped workers, not incentivizing and expanding tipped work. Mr. Speaker, I'd ask unanimous consent that this letter be entered into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, this is an open invitation for employers, such as particularly those involving restaurants and hotels, to lower their employees' wages by combining traditionally tipped occupations with non-tipped occupations. For example, they'll be able to put a line cook on the floor for a few hours a day, then apply the tip credit to all of the hours that the employee works. Tipped workers already are paid less per hour and have less access to benefits such as paid sick leave, health care, short-term disability, and life insurance, and under this bill, employers would be given a pass to not pay workers what they otherwise would have been owed. I ask my colleagues to reject the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Michigan, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we can all agree that our nation's workers deserve to be compensated fairly. H.R. 2312, the Tipped Employee Protection Act, meaningfully updates the Fair Labor Standards Act to ensure tipped workers can take home what they earn, and small businesses are not micromanaged by federal regulators. Too often, the political whims of Washington have hurt tipped workers. Their earnings have been hurt instead of boosting them. H.R. 2312 puts an end to this and shields workers from the misguided actions of unelected bureaucrats. I'm proud of the work my Republican colleagues and I have done this Congress to implement policies like no tax on tips that let working Americans and tipped workers keep more of what they make. I urge my colleagues to support the Tipped Employee Protection Act and help put more money back into American families' pockets. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 988, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The third reading.
H.R. 2312, a bill to amend the Fair Labor Standards Act of 1938 to revise the definition of the term tipped employee and for other purposes.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
Clerk will report the motion.
Ms. Budzinski of Illinois moves to recommit the bill H.R. 2312 to the Committee on Education and Workforce.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
For what purpose? This gentlelady from Illinois.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
She asked for the yeas and nays. The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question will be postponed. The chair lays before the House a message.
To the Congress of the United States, Section 202D of the National Emergencies Act, 50 U.S.C. 1622D, provides for the automatic termination of a national emergency unless, within 90 days prior to the anniversary date of its declaration, the President publishes in the Federal Register and transmits to the Congress a notice stating that the emergency is to continue in effect beyond the anniversary date. In accordance with this provision, I have sent to the Federal Register for publication the enclosed notice stating that the national emergencies declared or expanded in Proclamation 10886 of January 20th, 2025, Executive Order 14157 of January 2025, Executive Order 14193 of February 1, 2025, Executive Order 14194 of February 1, 2025, and Executive Order 14195 of February 1, 2025 are to continue in effect beyond their applicable anniversary dates. The circumstances related to these emergencies continue to pose unusual and extraordinary threats to the national security, foreign policy, or economy of the United States. Therefore, I have determined that it is necessary to continue the national emergencies declared or expanded in Proclamation 10886, Executive Order 14157, Executive Order 14193, Executive Order 14194, and Executive Order 14195. Signed, Donald J. Trump, the White House, January 12, 2026.
Referred to the Committees on Foreign Affairs, Judiciary, Ways and Means, Armed Services, and Transportation and Infrastructure, and ordered printed. The chair lays before the House a message.
To the Congress of the United States, Section 202D of the National Emergencies Act, 50 U.S.C. 1622D, provides for the automatic termination of a national emergency unless, within 90 days prior to the anniversary date of its declaration, the President publishes in the Federal Register and transmits to the Congress a notice stating that the emergency is to continue in effect beyond the anniversary date. In accordance with this provision, I have sent to the Federal Register for publication the enclosed notice stating that the national emergency with respect to energy declared in Executive Order 14156 of January 20, 2025 is to continue in effect beyond January 20, 2026. The United States continues to need a reliable, diversified, and affordable supply of energy to drive our nation's manufacturing, transportation, agriculture, and defense industries, and to sustain the basics of modern life and military preparedness. However, our nation faces inadequate energy supply and infrastructure due not only to the harmful and short-sighted policies of the previous administration, but also to many harmful state and local policies, especially in our nation's northeast and west coast. These policies worsened high energy prices that devastate Americans and undermine grid reliability with insufficient development of our nation's domestic supply of energy. Without robust development of domestic energy resources, we further risk leaving our nation vulnerable to hostile foreign actors, jeopardizing our nation's core national defense and security needs, stalling technological innovation, and deteriorating grid reliability. The circumstances related to this emergency continue to pose an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security, foreign policy, and economy of the United States. Therefore, I have determined that it is necessary to continue the national emergency declared in Executive Order 14156 with respect to energy. Signed, Donald J. Trump, the White House, January 12, 2026.
Referred to the Committees on Armed Services, Energy and Commerce, Financial Services, Natural Resources, and Transportation and Infrastructure, and ordered printed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. The motion to recommit H.R. 2262, passage of H.R. 2262, if ordered. The motion to recommit on H.R. 2270, passage of H.R. 2270, if ordered. The motion to recommit on H.R. 2312, passage of H.R. 2312, if ordered. The motion to recommit H.R. 4593, if offered. Passage of H.R. 4593, if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20. Remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on agreeing to the motion to recommit H.R. 2262 offered by the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Norcross, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will redesignate the motion.
Motion to recommit H.R. 2262, offered by Mr. Norcross of New Jersey.
The question is on agreeing to the motion to recommit. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 209, the nays are 213. The motion is not adopted. The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid. For what purpose the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
No mercy, baby.
So I'm calling for
The gentleman from Michigan seek recognition.
a call for the yeas and nays, Mr. Speaker.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 209, the nays are 215. The bill is not passed. Without objection, motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is on the question agreeing to the motion to recommit H.R. 2270, offered by the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Mrs. Lee, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the motion.
Motion to recommit H.R. 2270, offered by Ms. Lee of Pennsylvania.
The question is on agreeing to the motion to recommit. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Hopefully, this will be a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 209, the nays are 213. The motion is not adopted. Pursuant to Clause 1C of Rule 19, further consideration of H.R. 2270 is postponed. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on agreeing to the motion to recommit on H.R. 2312 offered by the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Budzinski, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the motion.
Motion to recommit H.R. 2312, offered by Ms. Budzinski of Illinois.
The question is on agreeing to the motion to recommit. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 209, the nays are 215. The motion is not adopted. Pursuant to Clause 1C of Rule 19, further consideration of H.R. 2312 is postponed. Pursuant to Clause 1C of Rule 19, further consideration of H.R. 4593 will now resume. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar Number 363, H.R. 4593, a bill to amend the Energy Policy and Conservation Act to revise the definition of showerhead.
The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to amend the Energy Policy and Conservation Act to revise the definition of showerhead.
The House will be in order. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Riley of New York moves to recommit the bill H.R. 4593 to the Committee on Energy and Commerce.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The motion is not agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 209, the nays are 215. The motion is not adopted. The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, on that I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 226, the nays are 197. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
The House will be in order. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the House is not in order.
The House will be in order. Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Kendra Ocker, President and CEO of the WellSpan Evangelical Community Hospital in Lewisburg, Pennsylvania. Kendra retired earlier this month after 30 years of dedicated service. Kendra began her career at Evangelical Community Hospital in the early 1990s. Kendra left the hospital for a position at Capital Blue Cross, but returned in 1999 and stayed there ever since. She was appointed President and CEO of the hospital in 2015. Throughout her career, Kendra has worked to grow Evangelical Community Hospital. Some of her achievements include the opening of the Ambulatory Surgical Center and urgent care, the expansion of specialty care units, and a cardiovascular expansion project. Kendra is the 4th President and CEO in the hospital's 100 years. Throughout her career, she has seen many changes and was pivotal in helping the hospital successfully navigate the COVID-19 virus. Mr. Speaker, Kendra has dedicated her career to growing the WellSpan Evangelical Hospital and helping others. I wish Kendra the best and thank her for her years of service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair will receive a message.
Speaker, message from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker,
Madam Secretary.
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has passed S. 1837, an act to improve rights to relief for individuals affected by non-consensual activities involving intimate digital forgeries and for other purposes, in which the concurrence of the House is requested.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, we must continue to focus on strengthening our local economy and keeping the American dream within reach for Eastern North Carolina families. Back in October 2024, Johnson & Johnson announced a $2 billion commitment to build a pharmaceutical manufacturing facility for innovative biologics in Wilson, North Carolina, a move that will create 420 good-paying jobs. Most recently, they've announced a second investment, a new drug product manufacturing facility. Plus, Electrolux is investing $23 million to expand its production facility in Kinston, North Carolina, adding 74 new positions to the local workforce. These announcements prove that when we prioritize economic revitalization, we can bring real opportunity back to rural communities that need it most. Together, we're building a brighter future for where families can thrive. Thank you. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and celebrate the life of former Colorado State Senator Louis Entz, who passed away on December 10th at the remarkable age of 94. Senator Entz was a deeply respected member of the San Luis Valley and a steadfast advocate for Colorado communities. Before serving as Colorado Senator from 2001 to 2006, he dedicated 16 years to the Colorado House of Representatives. His lifetime of service also includes fighting in the Korean War as a member of the Marine Corps, serving as an Alamosa County Commissioner, and as a member of the Colorado Water Conservation Board. During his time in public office, Senator Entz carried 70 water bills and earned recognition as a national leader in water conservation. Those who knew him remember him as a mentor, a conservationist, a farmer, and a friend. He touched countless lives, and his legacy will continue to live on through his 4 children and through the many Coloradans he served. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise as a proud member of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated to honor our Founders Day. 113 years ago, 22 Black courageous young women at Howard University founded our sorority. Delta women have always met the moment with purpose and courage, from demanding the right to vote to leading the global fight for equitable education and opportunity. I carried that legacy alongside my sorors, Congresswomen Yvette Clarke, Valerie Fouché, Stacey Plaskett, Lucy McBath, Jasmine Crockett, Summer Lee, Jennifer McClellan, and Senator Angela Alsobrooks, leading in social action, protecting voting rights, education, economic justice, and housing. Mr. Speaker, to Deltas across the world, I say, Happy Founders Day. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Dr. Tim Connolly, an internal medicine physician at Memorial Health University Medical Center, who has been named the 2025 Physician Hero Award recipient by the Georgia Hospital Association. This award honors physicians who give their time and expertise to strengthen their institutions and improve lives. Dr. Connolly embodies that calling through his commitment to patient care and medical education. In addition to serving patients, he plays a vital role as the Associate Program Director for Memorial's Internal Medicine Residency Program, helping train the next generation of physicians. Dr. Connolly's leadership shapes young doctors who will serve communities across Georgia for years to come. His dedication reflects the highest standards of medicine and service. This recognition speaks not only to his skill as a physician, but to the trust and respect that he has earned from colleagues and patients alike. We thank Dr. Connolly for his compassion, for his professionalism, and his unwavering commitment to healing others. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, we have a president who is corrupt, criminal, and craven to the core. A president who has declared war on American cities and flooded the streets with untrained, unqualified, and unidentified agents. When agents show up in unmarked vehicles, wearing masks, without warrants, without body cams, targeting people based on their race or the sound of their voice, and detaining people without cause, that is not law enforcement. That is lawlessness. And the result is a tragedy. Renee Good, dead. And in the days since, no remorse and no accountability from the White House. Instead, the president doubled down and more agents and more confrontation. It is violence they want to happen. With no apologies and no shame, far from it. In fact, they want more. This is not normal, and it is not right. We must stand united against this illegal and immoral agenda. History is watching. I yield back.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address an issue very near and dear to my heart, industrial hemp. As Kentucky's Commissioner of Agriculture, I led the charge to make Kentucky the very first state to legally grow hemp. Fast forward to today. Hemp is a major crop for our Kentucky farmers, and nearly every farmer I know who grew hemp last year was a former tobacco farmer. So hemp is doing exactly today what I predicted in 2015. It has become an alternative crop to tobacco for Kentucky farmers. The Senate recently added language to a continuing resolution that would put our Kentucky hemp farmers out of business. I will be working to add language to the continuing resolution next week to fix it. I certainly hope all my colleagues will join with me in supporting this language to help our Kentucky farmers, as well as the hundreds of jobs that have been created because of industrial hemp in Kentucky. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
We all know the public deserves full transparency when it comes to holding police accountable for misconduct. Instead, states and cities all across our country have started adopting new laws to charge the public hundreds of dollars in fees to view or access police body camera footage. These videos are public records and are essential for accountability and justice for victims of police violence. Putting this footage that should be publicly available behind a paywall makes achieving accountability much more difficult for our residents, especially those who just won't be able to afford it, and they tend to be the ones more frequently abused by police. That's why I'm introducing the Stop Body Camera Paywalls Act to prevent any state, any unit of local government that creates a paywall for access to these public records. And again, we must, make sure that we have transparency, especially when it comes to federal law enforcement grants. This bill is a necessary step in a wider effort to end police impunity for abuses and ensure the utmost transparency, accountability, and justice for our communities.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Guam seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my move on.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Chief Warrant Officer 5, Bernard Uggan of the District of Columbia National Guard, a native of Guam, as he concludes a lifetime of extraordinary service to our nation. With more than 34 years of service across all three components of the United States Army, CW5 Uggan represents the very best of what it means to serve. Most recently, he served as the Command Chief Warrant Officer of District of Columbia National Guard, where he was a trusted advisor to senior leaders and a steady voice in guiding complex decisions that affect the force. Throughout his career, he served in an extraordinary range of roles, from engineer and personal commands to senior advisor positions, bringing clarity, professionalism, and technical mastery wherever he was called. Born and raised on Guam, CW5 Uggan's journey from our island in the Pacific to the highest levels of the National Guard is a source of great pride. He has strengthened our Army, supported countless soldiers, and brought honor to his family and his island. CW5 Uggan, on behalf of a grateful nation, I thank you for your service, your sacrifice, and your enduring legacy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I send the desk a privilege resolution and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 991, resolved that the clerk of the House of Representatives requests the Senate to return to the House the bill, H.R. 1834, entitled to Advance Policy Priorities That Will Break the Gridlock.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to, and the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
And extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise this evening to speak of a grave act that took place last week in the capital of Ukraine, Kyiv. The Putin dictatorship continues its illegal war with a double crime, a double tap strike attack. A double tap is a merciless attack when a target is struck but then struck again within minutes in an attempt to kill survivors and first responders. I repeat, a double tap is a war crime. Sadly, dictator Vladimir Putin's criminality against a free nation is nothing new, and Ukraine has repeatedly seen double tap strikes specifically targeting first responders over the past 4 years, with over 500 killed. Yesterday, 3 days after that attack, Sergei Smolyak, a 56-year-old responder, was laid to rest. This champion of healing and compassion served as a medic for 25 years and had relocated to Kyiv when Russia invaded his hometown in the southern Kherson region nearly 4 years ago. A nurse who worked with Smolyak said before his funeral, he was very kind, always calm, even-tempered. He saved so many people. Mr. Speaker, we must do more to deter illegal Russian aggression, inspire more healers, or innocent Ukrainians will be continued to be laid to rest in a nation that longs to be free.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 moment and revise and extend my comments.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with words spoken 65 years ago this month by President John F. Kennedy. Ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. Sadly, President Trump focuses more on what our country can do for him. We saw this last month when he unlawfully branded the John F. Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts. The Kennedy Center is a national treasure of the arts and a memorial to a fallen president. That is why in December, I introduced legislation that will remove all Trump signage. Today, I'm proud to announce a third bill. Senator Sanders and I will jointly introduce the Stop Executive Renaming for Vanity and Ego, SERVE Act. The bill will prevent the future renaming of any national monument or memorial after a sitting president. Trump's branding of our federal landmarks must end, and we must bring back common sense and an ethos of public service over self. With that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to ask unanimous consent to address the House and to revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the life and contributions of Barry Del Bono, a longtime community leader in San Jose, California, who we lost just this last December. With his passing, I lost a childhood hero, and our community lost a champion. Barry's quiet strength and deep faith propelled a life of extraordinary service for our most vulnerable neighbors. He began his life of public service as a Catholic priest in San Jose, where he co-founded Loaves and Fishes Family Kitchen, a nonprofit that last year provided nearly 2 million meals to families in need. Barry would eventually leave the priesthood to marry, but his commitment only deepened. In 1980, he founded the Emergency Housing Consortium, now known as Home First, where he pioneered a groundbreaking continuum of care model that extended beyond emergency shelter to include transitional and permanent supportive housing. Decades later, Barry launched his third act in life, in education. He and his dedicated wife, Miley, inspired a new generation of adults with passion for service through their teaching at San Jose City College and Evergreen Valley College. Barry was most at home with his family, with Miley, their 5 children, and 7 grandchildren. With grateful hearts, we remember Barry not only for what he built, but what he believed and what he inspired all of us to believe in and build with him. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to celebrate the Monroe Red Jackets high school football team, led by Coach Terrell Cunningham and New York State Gatorade Player of the Year, Messiah Hampton, who made history as the first ever Rochester City School District Class B state champions. This team showed what it is possible when talent meets determination, when hard work rises above the challenges you face, and when young people refuse to be defined by the obstacles in front of them. They believed in each other, they believed in themselves, and they showed New York State what Rochester pride looks like. This championship brings hope for the students who have proof their dreams are within reach, for a school that showed excellence thrives here, and for a community that has so much to be proud of. To the players, coaches, families, and fans, thank you for reminding us that greatness lives right here in Rochester. I cannot wait to see all these young people go on to do. Congratulations, Monroe Red Jackets. With that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
And the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to express my outrage and ask my colleagues to join me in condemning the consequences of the actions of the president when he pardoned so many of the January 6th convicted individuals. At least 13 individuals have been pardoned by President Trump, have gone on to commit additional crimes, including sexual assault against a minor, and a fatal DUI. Instead of promoting accountability and rehabilitation when possible in our justice system, shouldn't the president and the majority be looking at these pardons and making sure that they accept the consequences of his actions and their actions by ignoring them? I urge my colleagues to join me in condemning the president's unvetted and ill-advised pardons that are leading to repeat events. The Congress should be here to protect innocent Americans, not looking away from the consequences of the president's actions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentlewoman from Connecticut, Ms. Hayes, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on the subject of the special order.
Without objection. Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. I rise today to lead this special order hour to speak about a matter of great importance to millions of American children. With everything going on, it's easy to overlook what is happening at the Department of Education. Today, I would like to highlight the concerns of parents who have children living with disabilities. They are scared, concerned, and confused. The Individuals with Disabilities in Education Act, or IDEA, is the federal law that ensures children with disabilities receive a free and appropriate public education tailored to their unique learning needs. IDEA provides services to children from birth to age 21. Since its enactment in 1975, IDEA focused on providing children with disabilities the same educational opportunities as all other students, and it allows the 7.5 million children living with disabilities who rely on services to receive early intervention, remain in the least restrictive environments alongside their non-disabled peers. It provides grants and helps parents with their rights and to know what is legally required of schools to develop individualized education plans detailing specific goals, services, and supports for students. IDEA requires that teachers be highly qualified with ongoing training, ensuring they meet the unique needs of students with disabilities. These services are there to provide students with post-secondary education, employment, and independent living. IDEA addresses past failures to educate students with disabilities. I am old enough to remember a time when students with special needs were educated in the basement of schools or outright denied entry. Before IDEA, millions of children with disabilities were denied an education and often refused admission to schools or even programs. Today, children with disabilities are able to attend any public school and receive services at no cost to their parents, and they have legal and civil rights protections for their children under this landmark law. On March 20th of 2025, the President signed an executive order directing the Secretary of Education, Linda McMahon, to facilitate the dismantling of the Department of Education, which raises significant questions about the future of IDEA and the impact on the education of these 7.5 million children. The students who would be hurt the most by weakening the Individuals with Disability in Education Act are the children who are the most vulnerable. In nearly every state, public schools are primarily funded by state and local governments, with local property taxes playing a crucial role. Without IDEA and federal resources, these students could end up in underfunded schools that lack resources, expertise, or accountability to provide the special education services and supports they require. IDEA is federal law, which means that even without funding from the Department of Education, state and local districts will have to figure out how they will make up this deficit. They will have to still provide services and likely have to cut other programs. This could mean a student with dyslexia would no longer receive daily reading interventions. A student who was deaf or hard of hearing would not have a sign language interpreter. A student who just needed a little bit of speech therapy in order to be a part of the class would not have that, making it nearly impossible to follow daily lessons or participate in discussions. Weakening IDEA would not only cut funding or reduce services, it would threaten the future of these students who, with just the right amount of support and accommodations, can thrive. The stakes are too high. We must protect the Department of Education, and we must protect IDEA. This administration has yet to lay out any detailed plan for the future of IDEA. I have serious concerns about moving services for students with disabilities to HHS, because then they are only being viewed through a medical lens. They would only be diagnosed and would not be seen as students first and given the resources they needed to survive. Today, I would like to elevate the stories of my colleagues who have children and families living in their district who rely so heavily on the services that the federal government provides. I'd like to yield time to the gentle lady from North Carolina, Ms. Alma Adams, a member of the Committee on Education and Workforce.
Thank you to the gentlelady for Connecticut for yielding, and thank you for your unwavering support of children and having been the National Teacher of the Year. Thank you so much. Mr. Speaker, I rise because dismantling the Department of Education is not just bad policy. It's dangerous for North Carolina's children. In my state, more than 60% of students rely on Pell Grants and federal aid to afford college. Nearly 1.5 million K-12 students depend on Title I IDEA, school nutrition, and other federal supports. And in Charlotte-Mecklenburg, over 70% of students benefit directly from programs administered through the department. And when the department is gutted, when staff are fired, grants are frozen and financial aid systems break, it's our most vulnerable young people who feel it first. Low-income students, first-generation students, students with disabilities, and families who cannot afford disruption. This isn't efficiency. It's an educational disarmament. And I'm proud to defend the Department of Education because protecting the department means protecting opportunity. I want to thank the lady, and I thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Adams. As she noted, I was a classroom teacher for over 15 years, and I know exactly how important these resources and supports are. I had students who had severe learning disabilities who were able to thrive with the appropriate accommodations and the resources and support in the classroom. I'd also like to note that in my state of Connecticut, in 2025, we received approximately $160 million from the federal government in order to facilitate services for students with exceptionalities. A state like Connecticut would have to fill that gap in order to make sure these students continue to receive services. So it is of grave concern to me what is happening with the Department of Education. And with that, I yield time to the gentlelady from Oregon, Representative Bynum.
Mr. Speaker, thank you to the gentlewoman from Connecticut for bringing us together to stand up for children with disabilities. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, if I were to not pay something I owed for 50 years, the consequences would be tremendous. But that is exactly what the federal government has done with the IDEA, Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. In 1976, just a year after I was born, Congress promised to pay for 40% of the cost of public education for children with disabilities. And now, yet here we are, in 2026, I'm 50, almost 51, but the federal government is paying less than 12%. In my home state of Oregon, that means a $315 million gap between the funding our students are getting and the amount these schools are owed. On top of that, it has been credibly reported that the Trump administration has started dismantling the Department of Education, including the staff who oversee these IDEA programs. So now, the program is both underfunded and there's no one there to send the money out. That's why earlier this Congress, I introduced the IDEA Full Funding Act, and I urge my colleagues to join me in finally giving our students with disabilities exactly what they're owed. I yield back.
I'd like to thank the gentlelady from Oregon, and to your point, IDEA has never been fully funded as the federal government promised, and in the state of Oregon, in 2025, they received $162 million, which is just a fraction of what it costs to educate students with special needs. With that, I'd like to yield time to the gentleman from New York, Representative Mannion.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to share what's at stake for students with disabilities as this administration continues its attacks on the Department of Education. Last year, one of our nation's most fundamental laws, the Individuals with Disabilities in Education Act, or IDEA, reached its 50th anniversary. IDEA opened the doors to opportunity and protected the rights of millions of students with disabilities and their families. It guaranteed a free, appropriate public education where students with disabilities could learn in the least restrictive environment and with the proper support. Before this landmark piece of legislation, generations of students with disabilities were routinely denied equal access to education. As a teacher for almost 30 years and the founding chairman of the New York State Senate Disabilities Committee, I've seen firsthand how IDEA has transformed lives and what it means to families. But for all the progress that we've made, much work still remains, and IDEA is still more at risk today than it's ever been. This administration has recklessly conducted mass layoffs across the Department of Education with no regard for the impacts on programs, school districts, and the students and the families they serve. Sadly, these firings have reached the Office of Special Education Programs, which administers IDEA, as well as the Office of Civil Rights, which investigates cases of disability discrimination. Without these agencies and their dedicated employees, parents would have little recourse when schools fail to protect their students and provide appropriate accommodations. From day one, it was obvious that this administration wanted to transfer IDEA oversight out of the Department of Education entirely by moving it to HHS, an agency with no expertise or legal authority over special education. Countless disabilities advocates have sounded the alarm on this proposal. We cannot let these attacks continue, and we must also continue to call out the vile rhetoric and misinformation about disabilities in this country and around the world that this administration has spread. Parents of students with disabilities fight hard every single day for their children, and there's no reason that they should have to fight harder. I came to Congress to be a voice for those families and to ensure that our country lives up to its promises and our values. That's why my very first bill was the Protecting Students with Disabilities Act, which would protect IDEA programs from the illegal dismantling of the Department of Education. This should be a bipartisan cause, as it has long been, and we should be talking more about fully funding IDEA and strengthening it, but instead we're left defending it from political attacks. I thank my colleague, Representative Hayes, and I represent for organizing this discussion, and my fellow members of the Education and Workforce Committee for their commitment to maintaining IDEA. As a fellow educator, I'm proud to stand with Representative Hayes in this fight, and I yield back.
Thank you. As our colleague on the committee from Oregon makes her way to the podium, I would like to just read an excerpt from an email I got from a parent in my district. As a special needs mom, the current news of the cuts happening in special education department are frightening to me. I'm not well versed in politics or government, and I don't know how or if this will affect us in Connecticut, but I am my child's only advocate, and I can tell you that our special education system is strained. Please put yourself in the shoes of a special needs parent who relies on the staff to tell them what happened at school because their child cannot. I ask that you place yourself in the shoes of a parent who cannot afford out-of-pocket services and relies on the public school system to provide speech, occupational, and behavioral services. Please advocate for my child. I don't even know how to. I need you to do this for them. With that, I yield to Representative Bonamici from Oregon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Hayes, for leading this important conversation and for bringing your expertise as National Teacher of the Year to Congress and to the Education Committee. I've been an education advocate for decades, and I speak with students, parents, and educators in Congress and at home in Oregon, and I can't count the number of times where parents have said to me, please, please fully fund IDEA. But according to the Department of Education, Secretary McMahon is now exploring additional partnerships to move the administration of special education programs under IDEA, the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, to other federal agencies. And the most likely choice for this, unconstitutional and illegal transfer, is to the Department of Health and Human Services. Mr. Speaker, this means that Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. would be in charge of administering IDEA. This is the man who's disregarded established science to advance policies based on conspiracy theories, including claiming that Tylenol and vaccines cause autism and that autism destroys families. This agency should not be administering funding or providing guidance to schools on educating students with disabilities, especially with his current secretary. IDEA is an education program, not a medical program. It's designed to provide students with disabilities access to a free and appropriate public education, often through individualized education programs or IEPs. Those with the expertise and data to best administer the program are already at the Department of Education, or at least they were until Secretary McMahon fired them.
A special education teacher in Beaverton, Oregon, recently wrote to my office. She's extremely concerned, as are so many, about the Trump administration's plans for special education. And this is what she said. When I tell you that schools are in dire straits already, I mean it, and yet I know it can get worse. I am terrified for my students. The mass layoffs and restructuring within the Department of Education's Office of Special Education have left only a fraction of the staff to manage billions in IDEA funds and to ensure states follow the law. She continued, without federal oversight, states will have less accountability, fewer resources, and more leeway to deny or reduce services. Families will be left without recourse, and the promise of a free and appropriate public education will be broken. These are challenging enough times for students, families, and schools. In Portland, the public school district recently redirected an additional $25 million from their general fund to fill the gap to help provide students with disabilities the resources they need that state and federal funding aren't covering, and it's still not enough. The Trump administration's proposals to disrupt the administration of such an important program, it risks further harming the people we represent. A mother in Portland wrote to me and said she's a full-time caregiver. She has 2 sons with disabilities, and she's only been able to work 2 of the last 8 years because of lack of reliable care. And unfortunately, she was just laid off again from her most recent job. She told me, "We are exhausted. We're doing everything we can, but the system leaves too much on families." She begged us to protect access to services for students with disabilities and to continue advocating for these children and their caregivers. In her words, "We need policies that recognize the reality we're living, not ones that make it harder." These are the families, these are the teachers, these are the people who will be affected by decisions we make about IDEA. What we should be doing is fully funding IDEA, not disrupting the support that already exists by forcing schools and families to work with multiple federal agencies instead of one. HHS is not equipped to manage this critical program. We will keep fighting. We'll keep fighting the Trump administration's efforts to abandon and dismantle the Department of Education and its core responsibility, especially its core responsibility to students with disabilities. Thank you again, Representative Hayes, for your leadership, and I yield back.
Thank you. I now recognize the gentlelady from Ohio, Representative Brown.
Thank you to my friend Congresswoman Hayes for hosting this special order hour and for your leadership on this critical issue. 50 years ago, Congress passed the Individuals with Disabilities Act, or IDEA, because America rejected exclusion and finally recognized a simple truth. Every child, regardless of ability, deserves to learn, grow, and succeed. Yet today, that promise is under attack. Disabled students are more vulnerable than ever, facing threats to their funding, their services, and the federal protections that make equal education possible. And at the same time, this administration is laying off the very civil servants whose job it is to protect those children and enforce the law. When you cut special education funding, cut the Department of Education, and cut the staff, no one can speak out for the children who need these programs the most. Children like my nephew, RJ, who was born premature and has dealt with developmental delays all his life. His condition requires special care and attention. He didn't choose to be disabled or to have additional needs. But he is made in God's image, and he deserves every opportunity to reach his full potential. And because of programs established by IDEA, children like RJ can access the same educational assistance and support that other students enjoy. I think that's a good thing. I think that's what should make America America. But this White House disagrees. The Trump administration believes that the rights and opportunities available to students like RJ can and should be limited. They've spun abandoning programs as efficiency and told you that they're cutting waste and saving you money. But what it really is and what it really costs is paid for by underserved students and their families. Because without the protections and funding provided by IDEA, more students are left behind. Without federally supported services that help with early detection, children are less able to navigate a world that wasn't built for them. IDEA doesn't provide special treatment, it provides children with fair and inclusive treatment. And it doesn't waste federal resources. It breaks through the barriers that children with disabilities face and levels the playing field. But today, that lifeline for children with disabilities is under threat. In my own state, nearly 1 in 5 students have disabilities. That's more than 250,000 children in Ohio who rely on IDEA programs to get the education they need and deserve. So I have one question today. How exactly does gutting special education programs and staffing make America great? It doesn't. So we should be strengthening IDEA, not weakening it, protecting civil rights, not gutting them, recommitting our promise to every child, not pulling out the rug. So I want to thank my friend and a true champion in the education space and the leadership she has demonstrated on this critical and, yes, personal issue to me for her leadership. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Brown. And I think you already know I will always fight for RJ and all of the kids like him. With that, I recognize the gentlelady from Arizona and the newest member of our committee, Representative Grijalva.
Thank you, Congresswoman Hayes, for your leadership and your advocacy. I rise today to speak in defense of one of the most important civil rights laws Congress has ever passed, the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, and to oppose the dangerous, unlawful efforts to dismantle the Department of Education. IDEA is not a suggestion. It's not discretionary. It's the law of the land. And for more than 4 decades, it has represented a bipartisan commitment that children with disabilities have the right to free, appropriate public education, one that meets their individual needs and recognizes their full potential. Before IDEA, millions of children with disabilities were excluded from classrooms, denied services, or told they did not belong in public school at all. IDEA changed that. It affirmed that a disability does not diminish a child's worth, and that access to education is a civil right, not a privilege reserved for a few. Today, more than 7 million students across the country rely on IDEA for individualized education plans, services, and due process protections. These are real students whose ability to learn, communicate, and thrive depends on fulfilling the promises we made at in federal law. Those promises are enforced, overseen, and protected by the Department of Education. The department plays an essential role in ensuring that IDEA is implemented fairly and consistently across all states. It provides guidance, oversight, enforcement, and accountability. Without it, IDEA becomes words on paper with no meaningful guarantee. Let us be clear. You cannot claim to support students with disabilities while dismantling the very agency responsible for protecting their rights. Efforts to hollow out or get rid of the Department of Education without congressional authorization are not only reckless, they are illegal. Congress created IDEA. Congress assigned its enforcement. Attempting to undermine that structure violates the law and the Constitution's separation of powers. Without federal oversight, enforcement of IDEA will vary widely from state to state. A child's access to services will depend on their zip code. Families will face confusion, delays, and costly legal battles just to secure what the law already guarantees their children. States and school districts will be left without clear guidance or support, increasing litigation and diverting resources away from classrooms. And families, especially those without financial or legal resources, will pay the highest price. The measure of our commitment to public education is how we treat the students who need us the most. And today, those students are watching. I urge my colleagues to reject the efforts to weaken IDEA or dismantle the Department of Education. We have a legal obligation, a moral responsibility, and a constitutional duty to protect students with disabilities and ensure they receive the education they deserve. I will continue to stand with students, families, educators, and advocates, and I call on this body to do the same. Thank you, and with that, I yield back to Representative Hayes.
Thank you. I now recognize the gentleman from California, another member of the Committee on Education and the Workforce, Representative Takano.
Well, thank you. Always an honor and a pleasure to work with the gentlewoman from Connecticut, a distinguished National Teacher of the Year, and an amazing educator who, and I, like her, went from the classroom to the halls of Congress to advocate for our students nationally. The promise of a free and quality education is a vital part of the American dream. The embodiment of that promise came in 1975 when Congress passed the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act to ensure that children with disabilities could receive a free, fair, and equal education. This landmark education changed the lives of millions of Americans. The disabled children's right to an education would not only be recognized, but it would be funded and enforced nationwide. Today, 7.5 million students rely on IDEA funding, and that's nearly 1 in 7 students whose specialized education is funded in part by the Department of Education. Every school district in the country has families that have benefited from the IDEA, and its 50 years of enactment have improved public education for all students. And that is why the Trump administration's actions to gut staffing at the Department of Education and move the Office of Special Education Programs to the Department of Health and Human Services, that's why it's so devastating. HHS does not have the structure nor the staff to administer the $15 billion a year that this office is responsible for. The administration also gutted the Office of Civil Rights, which is responsible for investigating civil rights abuses in schools. The OCR was responsible for ensuring that students with disabilities got the quality education they are entitled to, and that cases of neglect and abuse were duly prosecuted. With the Department of Education fragmented, teachers and administrators won't be able to access the resources they need. Parents will be unable to get the proper support, and the students will be the ones who pay the price. What is clear is that the Department of Education is the only department equipped to be charged with the education of all students, including students with disabilities. Not HHS, not the Department of Labor, not the Department of Justice. Creating more hoops for schools to jump through and shattering known systems and protocol will, at the end of the day, hurt the students this administration claims they are protecting. Republicans have not allowed IDEA to be fully funded. Republicans are looking to defund public schools, leaving parents with fewer choices and options in educating their children. And Republicans' obsession with dismantling the Department of Education appears to be the only education policy they really have. Our students need more. Our teachers deserve more. And our schools require more to fulfill the American promise of a free and quality education for every American child. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. I would just like to say, as a teacher, when students with disabilities enter the public schools, they can't be turned away. You have to figure out what their needs are. You have to meet with parents and the team and come up with a plan and teach those students. Unlike charter schools or for-profit schools or even some private schools who can decide that a student doesn't belong in their environment, at public schools, all kids belong there, and we just have to figure out how to teach them. And with that, I yield time to the gentlelady from Wisconsin, Representative Moore.
Thank you so much, gentlelady from Connecticut. It is so good to be here with you. I want to focus a little bit on the importance of your bringing this to the floor and perhaps even enter into sort of a dialogue with you about it. I am just thinking that, you know, the Individuals for Disabilities Education Act came around 50 years ago. But long before that time, people recognized that education was a game changer for anyone. You know, Frederick Douglass said that knowledge is the pathway from slavery to freedom. And once you learn to read, you will be forever free. And so we found that Brown versus the Board of Education really challenged this equal protection clause under the 14th Amendment and made sure that little black children would be able to get an education. And so even before the Department of Education was established, even before that, the IDEA was written into law. And I bring all that background up to say that the Department of Education was critical because when you think of all of the various laws, gentle lady, that need to be administered to make sure that there's equal protection, and the IDEA just being one of those laws, you know, it is very disturbing to see that the Department of Education has been stripped down to its bare bones. And Madam Member of the Education Committee, I would like for you to help me walk through it. I think, am I right about this? The administration has tried to illegally move the IDEA office and funding from the Department of Education to the Department of Health and Human Services.
It has been floated, but we haven't seen any concrete plans, which is part of the problem.
Right. And in the middle of the shutdown, was it true that the Trump administration tried to fire nearly everyone in the Department of Education's Office of Special Education and Rehabilitation Services?
Yes, many employees were riffed at the Department of Education, but I think even more concerning is that the Office of Civil Rights in the Department of Education, the number of staff who were fired.
And the Office of Civil Rights was put in there, the Civil Rights Act in 1964, and this office is responsible for investigating thousands of allegations of discrimination each year, which includes enforcing federal laws and ensuring equal educational access and preventing discrimination. Gentle lady from Connecticut, am I wrong about this? I think it's very important because what we have seen is that so-called disabled people or differently able people have made such tremendous contributions to our culture and to our society. I'm thinking of very famous people like, you know, Thomas Edison and Franklin Roosevelt, people who have, Fannie Lou Hamer, people who have had polio, people who have been in wheelchairs, physicists that have contributed. And so it is important to leave nobody behind because education of everybody is important to our national security interests. It's important to our economic interests. Mm-hmm. And I am so happy that you are raising this in this special order hour, and I thank you for allowing me to participate.
Thank you. I'll just like to say that I am uniquely positioned to speak about some of the things you brought up about what happened to children before IDEA was passed. I worked before becoming a teacher, and actually even while I was a teacher, at the Southbury Training School in Connecticut, which is a facility, an institution that was established in the 1930s for children with developmental and mental disabilities. Many of those people who are now adults became institutionalized because they were placed in this facility, but with their disabilities, had a law like this been in place, they could have been able to thrive and lived in their community, but we put them behind walls at institution, and we can never go back to a time when that happens again. And thank you for joining us tonight, gentlelady. And now I'd like to recognize a gentlelady from New Jersey, Representative MacGyver.
Thank you so much to the gentle lady of Connecticut, Rep. Hayes. Thank you for leading this special order hour. Mr. Speaker, the Individuals with Disabilities Act and Department of Education are vital to all communities, including the one I represent. Nearly 1 in 5 students in New Jersey are served under IDEA. Without this support, almost 250,000 students would be denied an adequate education. My district, New Jersey's 10th Congressional District, receives $98 million in Title I and special education grants. How will our schools support these students without these funds? As a former education administrator, I know firsthand the impact IDEA funding makes on students who need it the most. Without federal funding, states and local communities would have to cover the costs, but your zip code should not determine if you deserve to have your children's educational needs met. As a public school mom, this is deeply personal for me. People in my community and communities across the nation are scared. My office recently received a letter from Alexander, a special education and social studies teacher in my district. Alexander is worried about what funding cuts would mean for his students who are among the most vulnerable and underserved. Too often, the most vulnerable among us are forced to suffer from bad policy decisions. In this country, the richest one, we are supposed to find solutions for those who need our support, not leave them behind. This administration came to office saying it was going to put Americans first. These attacks on public education shows they are putting children last. With that, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize the gentleman from New York, Representative Kennedy.
Thank you. First of all, let me recognize and thank Representative Hayes for her leadership in hosting this special order hour. This past November, we celebrated the 50th anniversary of the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, an incredible milestone that serves as a reminder of the promise we make to our nation's children, that every student, no matter who they are or how they learn, deserves equal access to a quality education. And yet, this anniversary comes at a time when the Trump administration continues its systematic efforts to eliminate the Department of Education, gut the Office of Special Education Programs, and undermine IDEA, a landmark law that fundamentally changed how we educate children with disabilities. Since 1975, IDEA has provided immeasurable support to children with disabilities, particularly for those in their earliest and most formative years. IDEA Part C, a federal program closely intertwined with Medicaid, provides early intervention from birth to age 3, oftentimes the difference between a child meeting developmental milestones or falling behind. These federal dollars change millions of lives across the country every single year. But Trump and congressional Republicans have told American families that these investments don't matter, that their child's future does not count, that federal dollars are better spent elsewhere. I'm here to remind the American people that the president's shameless assault on early intervention and Medicaid paints a grim picture for the future of special education and for the future of millions of children. As an occupational therapist myself, I worked with children with developmental disabilities in their earliest years, and I've seen what happens when we make good on our promise to invest in special education and early intervention. Early intervention care alters the course of a child's life for the better, dramatically improves health and educational outcomes, and gives working families the support they desperately need. Republicans in this body need to remember the sacred promise made to children with disabilities 50 years ago and stand by it, rather than turn a blind eye. Democrats will not sit idly by as this administration jeopardizes our children's futures and undermines the fundamental right to an education. These aren't budget cuts. These are broken promises to children with disabilities. We cannot build a stronger nation by cutting off critical support for those who need it most. We must fully fund and support the essential mission and fulfill the commitment of the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. I yield back.
Thank you. I now recognize the gentlelady from Michigan, champion for children, Representative Tlaib.
I want to thank so much my sister in service, Congresswoman Hayes, who's been leading this fight to protect our children, especially making sure that we have access to public education and quality education for all of our children. Alongside millions of children we know across the country, including children with disabilities and their families, we are demanding that Congress fulfill its promise. Nearly 50 years ago, Congress passed the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, IDEA, with a commitment that every child, including students with disabilities, meet their full potential in every classroom to ensure also every family has the services they need for their children to succeed. We didn't say education for children with disabilities if it's convenient. We didn't say protect their rights unless the budgets are too tight or we don't have enough money. We made a promise, and a promise to fund 40% of the cost of IDEA. And that promise was never kept. The federal share is now less than 12%. According to the Autism Alliance of Michigan, Michigan ranks among the lowest in the nation for special education outcomes due to the massive underfunding by our federal government. Students with disabilities in Michigan are twice as likely to drop out of school as their peers, and only 60% graduate high school in 4 years, compared to 85% among their other peers. Right now, we are seeing special education under direct and deliberate attack. We've seen repeated efforts to slash education funding, weakening civil rights enforcement, and chip away at the protections of IDEA guarantees for our students with disabilities. Every dollar we fail to invest in IDEA is a cost shifted onto our schools, our local communities, our families, and our children who are already feeling financial strain. Our families are counting on us. Congress cannot continue to fall short on our students regarding funding and families when so much is at stake. We must fulfill our promise and fund IDEA. With that, I yield.
Thank you. I now recognize the gentlelady from California, Representative Simon, to speak on this very important issue.
I want to thank you, Congresswoman, for bringing us here tonight. Mr. Speaker, America, this country, has long promised that every child has a right to learn. That promise exists because parents, not just this chamber, parents refuse to give up on their children's future. Congresswoman, one of those parents was my mother, Vicki Simon. I was born with congenital blindness. And my mother, in the early 70s, was on the phone consistently, day after day, to ensure that I entered a school that would be there for me, that would ensure that I had assistance and support, that I would read large print with power. And I'm thankful for teachers and educators like yourself who brought children like me in front of the board. And I was so happy to co-sponsor the See the Board Act, and it should be in this chamber, and we should be voting to ensure that while the Republicans take away health care from families, disabled children, those deaf, those blind, they get education and screening at their schools of choice. We're also here because advocates refused to be silent, because Congress recognized that an equal education is the foundation of any democratic society. Before these protections, young people with disabilities around the country were not only silenced, they were institutionalized. Families were told to stay quiet while bright and brilliant minds were dismissed. And today, that door is closing again, eerily quickly, because the Trump administration's reckless and cruel agenda. If you would ask any disabled parent in this country, regardless how they vote, red or blue, if you ask them if they knew that the Department of Education, You want to trim it down, but the very department, the Office of Civil Rights, was all but being severed. And you let them know what the Office of Civil Rights did. The Office of Civil Rights in the Department of Education ensures that every rape on a college campus in this country is investigated. If the city decides not to investigate, the Office of Civil Rights comes in. The Office of Civil Rights investigates for the mother and the child who uses a wheelchair when the school says they don't need a ramp. The Office of Civil Rights literally provides a constant oversight over every school district in this country so that a child in Alabama has the same rights to an education as their disabled peer in California. Let's make it clear. We're not talking about any progressive agenda here. We're talking about letting it be known in this country that the Trump administration is literally taking away investigators who will oversee the educational progress of disabled children. Tens of thousands of families are waiting for justice and their cases to be investigated. These are not statistics. These are real families that we serve. Did Congress ever intend this? Did the administration ever intend to block away rights and responsibilities of folks who are supposed to oversee the rightful education of disabled children? The American people will not accept this, and I'll yield back.
I'd like to thank the gentlelady from California, and again, thank you for co-sponsoring that piece of legislation with me, because I understand that if a child can't see the board, they can't learn. And your enthusiasm when I brought it to you is exactly why we need people from diverse perspectives in this chamber. So again, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And I'd now like to recognize the gentlelady from Hawaii. Thank you so much for the work that you do on behalf of children in your home state.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, only 50 years ago, just 50, we made a promise as a nation. When Congress passed the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, we affirmed a simple and profound truth. Every child, no matter their disability or ability, has the right to a free and appropriate public education, not as charity, not as an afterthought, but as a civil right. But let's be honest, that promise has never been self-executing. Making IDEA real has required vigorous federal oversight, strong civil rights enforcement, litigation when necessary, strong parents who demand only the best for their child, and a willingness to demand more, not less, resources and accountability. That is why the Trump administration's dismantling of the Department of Education, the decimation of special education enforcement, and the hollowing out of the Office for Civil Rights is so dangerous. This is not reform. This is retreat. And it will set public education back more than 50 years. In Hawaii, we know what happens when FAPE is treated as optional. The Felix Consent Decree raised the alarm more than 30 years ago that we were failing our children. We are the 10th largest school district in the nation. 1 in 10 of our students have an IEP. Many live on our neighbor islands, in rural and remote communities, where even access to services, reliable internet, is a challenge. Federal enforcement, it is not abstract to us. It is the difference between support and neglect. The reality is IDEA has always been an unfunded mandate. You've heard it here today from my colleagues. The federal government once promised to cover 40% of the costs. It has never met that promise, never rising above 10 or 12% at best. And now, instead of finally doing what we owe our children, our families, our communities, this administration wants to walk away altogether. I am a proud product of our public schools. I am a proud parent of public school students, and I believe deeply that an injury to one is an injury, an insult to all. The dismantling, defunding, destaffing, restructuring of the Department of Education is death by 1,000 cuts. And if we allow this to continue, if we walk back all the gains we have made as a result of IDEA, it will leave all our children behind. We must not, cannot let this happen. And I assure you, we, all of us here today on this floor, will stand in the way of the destruction of the Department of Education and the demise of the Individuals with Disability Education Act. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you. I would now like to recognize the gentlelady from New Mexico, just a fearless advocate for children and her constituents, Representative Stansberry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today first in thanks to our fearless leader, Representative Hayes, today. But Mr. Speaker, I rise today to sound the alarm on what is happening at the U.S. Department of Education, or at least what is left of it. For millions of students with disabilities, the IDEA Act, or Individuals with Disabilities Act, is a landmark civil rights law that guarantees a free and inclusive public education for all students. But under the Trump administration, IDEA is under attack, with the administration announcing at the height of the government shutdown in October that it would fire nearly all of the staff responsible for ensuring that students with disabilities have access to resources and support services. Can you imagine? It's not just reckless, it's not just illegal, it's heartless, and it's disgusting. Piled on to continuing cuts and threats to other programs of vulnerable families, the president and the GOP have continued to cut health care, education, food assistance, housing, and child care to millions of American families, attacking the very families who need it most while giving billionaires tax breaks on the backs of hardworking Americans. And it's shameful. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to address the administration's attacks on education and what these actions mean for all students, but especially students with disabilities, their educators, and their families. Because the Department of Education exists to ensure that every student has access to opportunity, to protect their civil rights, to ensure that every student has a fair shot at success. But since day one, this administration has systematically dismantled the department with budget cuts, cutting programs, delaying grants, firing staff. And over the course of the last year, my office has heard from hundreds of parents, teachers, and students who are scared about what is happening and wondering what will come next. From teachers and counselors who are stretched thin and uncertain about whether or not resources will be there next year. From schools who don't know if their funding will be cut. And from young people, the very children that these programs serve, who are afraid because this administration is terrorizing the children of this country by attacking education and schools and their families, attacking the most vulnerable families. And I have to say this, Mr. Speaker, there is no demand for this. There is no one out there in the American public who is demanding that we cut programs for students and young people with disabilities because it is cruel and it is wrong and it is illegal and it must stop. And that is why Democrats are standing here tonight to stand up for our students, to stand up for our young people, to fight back against these attacks and to take a stand against the dismantling of these vital programs. So let me just say this. In New Mexico, we understand that our young people are our future. That's why we are the first state in the nation to pass universal free child care and education for every single student in our state. And I, for one, as a public school kid, was deeply proud to carry the federal enabling legislation. It's why I fought for funding to build new schools at Tohojali and Sandia Pueblo and Mescalero Apache. It's why I'm carrying legislation to increase teacher pay, to protect BIE in tribal schools, to create a post-secondary pathway of success for students with disabilities and veterans and first-generation students, and why I have supported New Mexico also becoming the first state in the country to guarantee free trade school and free college for every single New Mexican, because that is how you should be transforming education. That is how you deliver for communities, and that is how you care for the children that we have been blessed to take care of in our role and prepare the next generation of leaders. And so I will say this to you, Mr. Trump. While you and your colleagues may not believe in the power of public education or civil rights or the need to protect children, because your actions speak as loud as your words, we do. And we believe in investing in education, from early childhood education to higher education and everything in between. And we will continue to use every tool at our disposal to fight back at every turn and honor our commitment to the students of this country. And I, for one, and all of us will not stand by and allow this to happen. I yield back.
I'd like to thank the gentlelady from New Mexico and all my colleagues who showed up tonight. I really thought I'd be standing here for an hour reading emails from my constituents and telling the stories of the hundreds of students with disabilities that I've taught in my classroom, telling the stories of how we met them where they were and made accommodations so that they could thrive and really learn. I can't express to you what it feels like as a teacher when you have a student who's struggling or has a disability and you see the moment where they get it, the moment where the lesson breaks through and they're receiving the information in the same way as the other students in the classroom. I want to make sure that those students can continue to be educated alongside their non-disabled peers and not put in a basement or behind a wall at an institution. I also want to make sure that even if a child doesn't have a strong parent advocate or a strong family at home, that they too will have people in their public schools fighting for them, that they too will still have the services that they need and deserve. The Secretary of Education has often said that her final mission is to close the department. I'd like to put her and everyone else on notice that I too am on a mission to make sure that not only the kids that were in my classroom and in my state of Connecticut, but kids all across the country know that they have the right to a high quality public education, know that it is our responsibility to make sure that they thrive and are prepared for life and being self-sufficient. So again, I'd like to thank all of my colleagues for showing up tonight, and I will continue to fight not only for these children and these families, but for all of the educators who stand in front of them and pour their heart out so that they can meet their needs. And with that, I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
I thank the Speaker. I would like to yield 5 minutes to the gentlelady from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the gentleman from Texas for yielding the time. I rise today to recognize and thank the brave men and women of the South Carolina National Guard who are currently deployed here in Washington, D.C. I've been fortunate to spend time with these young men and women on several occasions during their mission. I've shared a meal with the Guardsmen, I've visited as they prepared for patrol, and I've seen them in action while on duty. I also want to thank the families, the spouses, and the loved ones back home who carry the weight while their Guard members serve here in D.C. The family sacrifice and their strength are a vital part of a successful mission. Their dedication reflects the values we hold dear in South Carolina, and I'm grateful to Governor McMaster for standing firmly behind them on this important mission. In the coming days, I'll be introducing legislation to ensure our Guardsmen are better protected and supported, both during deployments like this and beyond. God bless our military. South Carolina stands with you, and so do I. Suicide is at crisis levels in the country, and this year is hitting heartbreaking highs in my own district. As a psychiatric mental health nurse practitioner, I've met with families in the hardest moments of their lives, and I've seen what happens when the system fails to connect with someone in a crisis to get the help that they may need. That's why I've introduced the Hope Heals Act. When an individual is in a crisis, They don't need a maze of red tape. They need intervention, a professional to see them, to listen, and to act. My bill is about making sure families don't get left in the dark. It's about giving communities better tools to recognize when something's wrong and the confidence to respond before it's too late. No one should have to fight the system to save a life. The Hope Heals Act is about honoring the God-given value of every life and making sure help is there when it's needed most. I urge my colleagues to join me in this mission, and with that, I yield back.
Well, I thank the gentlelady from South Carolina, particularly for her shout out to the National Guard from her home state that has been deployed to the District of Columbia. Unfortunately, that has been necessary, and I'm proud of the president for trying to make sure that we secure the nation's capital. And they are one of the many National Guard units that have been deployed to do the job that the people of D.C. should be doing if they were competent and if they were doing what they're supposed to do as the nation's capital. But the president is taking charge and he's leading to ensure that our nation's capital is safe for the American people to come visit. I would note that, relatedly, when you're talking about the state of law enforcement and the state of the security of the American people, we've heard a lot of criticisms from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, both in the House and the Senate, and generally around the country, directed at the great men and women of ICE, the law enforcement agency that is dedicated to the task of removing illegal aliens, and in particular, dangerous illegal aliens from the streets of the United States of America according to the law, particularly focusing and targeting those individuals. I believe the number is around 1.5 million people who are currently in the United States under orders of removal. That is, they've gone through the process. Judges in this country have ordered the removal of 1.5 million people, and ICE is tasked with removing them. And hundreds of thousands of them are dangerous individuals who have committed crimes in their home countries, who are trafficking narcotics, and have been engaging in criminal behavior in the United States of America. And what do my Democratic colleagues do? They stand up in defense of criminals, of criminal illegal aliens, and in constant attack of the men and women of ICE. Let's just go through some recent criticisms of the people, of the great men and women who are working for ICE. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz smeared ICE officers as, quote, a threat to the public, called ICE reckless, suggested the state is at war with federal officers and under attack by ICE, and smeared ICE as, quote, the modern-day Gestapo. California Governor Gavin Newsom likened ICE to secret police, calling them authoritarian and calling the people to, quote, push back. Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker claimed ICE is turning the country into Nazi Germany. New York Governor Kathy Hochul accused ICE of terrorizing people. Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro claimed ICE officers are, quote, making our neighborhoods less safe. Minnesota Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan said ICE officers cause chaos and terror. Senator Chuck Schumer declared that ICE does not belong in our neighborhoods. Senator Tina Smith called ICE, quote, a clear and present threat. Senator John Hickenlooper smeared ICE as a reign of terror. Senator Jeff Merkley likened ICE operations to fascism and claimed officers are doing nothing but terrorizing our communities. Senator Bernie Sanders asked people to, quote, stop ICE from what they are doing as soon as possible. Senator Elizabeth Warren claimed ICE is, quote, intentionally stoking fear and tearing communities apart. Senator Ruben Gallegos said ICE exists, quote, to scare the American public. Senator Mark Warner equated ICE officers to a brutal dictator. Senator Dick Blumenthal accused ICE of spreading lawlessness and recklessness. Senator Alex Padilla accused ICE of indiscriminate violence. Senator Dick Durbin accused ICE of officers of committing atrocities. Representative Ilhan Omar said ICE is, quote, state violence, called officers, quote, vile and beyond cruel, and stated, quote, abolishing ICE is not enough, end quote. Representative Pramila Jayapal called ICE officers, quote, deranged, accused them of, quote, kidnapping, and said, quote, resistance to ICE is, quote, inspiring, and claimed ICE officers will, quote, shoot at you and kill you, end quote. Representative Eric Swalwell smeared ICE officers, quote, masked thugs, called them, quote, terrorizing bandits, said it was his priority to ensure officers are, quote, no longer faceless, compared them to the KGB and demanded they, quote, stay the F out of California, end quote. Representative Jasmine Crockett compared ICE to, quote, slave patrols and called them thugs. Representative Delia Ramirez said ICE is the single biggest threat to public safety right now. I want to repeat. She said ICE is the single biggest threat to public safety right now and attacked ICE as a terror force. Representative Summer Lee said ICE is out of control and a police state. Representative Ayanna Pressley called ICE a rogue, violent agency that has no business in our communities and must be abolished, and accused ICE of terrorizing our communities. Representative April McLean Delaney called ICE lawless. Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez called ICE, quote, an anti-civilian force, and they should not exist. Representative Rashida Tlaib said ICE is, quote, terrorizing our communities and, quote, turning our country into a fascist police state, calling it a rogue agency and calling it for it to be abolished. Representative Julie Johnson excused violence against ICE as people, quote, channeling that frustration. Representative Laura Friedman said ICE officers are, quote, terrorizing our friends and neighbors and bringing chaos and violence to our streets. I've got dozens more of these that I can continue to fill time on the House floor going through the absolute vitriolic attacks on the people of ICE. Literally another 30 in the list that I could read off. That is what is occurring on a daily basis, being directed at the people of ICE. Now, I want to give you a tale of two choices. I want you to look at and make a decision here about who you want to focus on. Over here, we have victims of dangerous illegal aliens that were in the United States of America. Over here, we have 5 Americans who are no longer with us. We have Kayla Hamilton, a 20-year-old woman with autism living in Aberdeen, Maryland, who was savagely strangled to death by an illegal alien MS-13 gang member released by Biden at the border. We have Sergeant Brandon Mendoza, a 13-year Mesa Police Department veteran who was struck by a previously convicted illegal alien who was drunk when he struck Brandon, that gentleman from Arizona. We have, somewhat probably most infamously, Laken Hope Riley. Riley was a 22-year-old nursing student who attended Augusta University, was killed by a Tren de Aragua gang member who illegally paroled into the country under Joe Biden. We have Rachel Marin, a 37-year-old Maryland mother of 5 who was raped and murdered while going out for a walk by an illegal alien who snuck across the border under Biden. And we have Jocelyn Nungray, a woman whose mother I've gotten to know, a woman whose mother I invited to join us at the inauguration of President Trump a year ago because of her courage for standing up and calling out the lawlessness of people who have been released on the streets of this country that resulted in the death of her daughter, Jocelyn. Jocelyn was a 12-year-old girl in Houston who was out for a walk when 2 Venezuelan illegal aliens released under Biden forced under a bridge and forced her to take off her clothes before she was savagely killed in Houston, Texas, my home state. And you want to know what? Their lives mattered. Those individuals' lives mattered. And my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, whether they're in this chamber or in the other chamber or in state houses across this country, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle want to ignore what has happened to these 5 Americans, by the way, who are simply the faces of hundreds of thousands of Americans who have lost their lives violently through narcotics, through fentanyl, through drunk drivers, through murder, through rape, through intimidation. They represent a large block of Americans suffering at the hands of people who have been released on our streets purposely for crass political purposes by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. And the fact is, that has left us with a current situation that is even worse. And I'm going to go through a few more, and then I want to bring my colleagues into this conversation. Here behind me, after all of the eruption over what has occurred in Minnesota, where there's been a lot of vitriol being directed at ICE in Minnesota, let us look at these individuals right here, which represent about 18 individuals that are the people that ICE have been arresting in Minnesota. So a lot of news over one incident in Minnesota. And what we have here are a Somalian illegal alien convicted of homicide. We have a Salvadoran illegal alien convicted of 3 counts of homicide with a deportation order since June of 25. We have a Mexican illegal convicted of homicide who was previously deported in 2002. We have a Sudanese illegal alien convicted of homicide. We have a Laotian illegal alien convicted of 2 counts of homicide with a deportation order since 2009. We have an illegal alien from Sierra Leone convicted of 2 counts of homicide with a deportation order since 2022. We have a Mexican illegal alien convicted of homicide with a deportation order since 2015. We have a Somalian illegal alien convicted of manslaughter with a deportation order since 2022. We have a Sudanese illegal alien convicted of attempt to commit homicide, weapon possession, and DUI. A Guatemalan illegal alien convicted of negligent homicide with a vehicle and DUI with a deportation order since 2022. A Burmese illegal alien convicted of negligent homicide. Another Laotian illegal alien convicted of a strong-arm rape of a 12-year-old girl and kidnapping a child with intent to sexually assault her, with a deportation order since 2024. A Laotian illegal alien convicted of strong-arm rape, aggravated assault with a weapon, and strangulation with a deportation order since 2012. A Laotian illegal alien convicted of rape and child fondling with a deportation order since 2003. A Laotian illegal alien convicted of rape with a weapon, and sexual assault with a deportation order since 1996. Mexican illegal alien convicted of sexual assault of a child and DUI with a deportation order since 2016. A Laotian illegal alien convicted of strong-arm sodomy of a boy, a strong-arm sodomy of a girl with a deportation order since 2018. A Laotian illegal alien convicted of sexual assault and sodomy of a girl under age 13 and procuring a child for prostitution with a deportation order since 2006. These are the individuals in Minnesota that ICE, who are being attacked, criticized, demonized by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, those individuals went out, risked their lives, put their lives on the line to remove these people from our streets so that our children might be safe, so that our families might be safe. No, I'm not going to apologize for ICE. No, I'm not going to join in the bandwagon of criticisms against ICE. Yes, you review procedures. Yes, you make sure you do things by the book and that people have due process. But let's remember, when we're talking about people who are on our streets as guests of our country, and they're committing violence against the people of our country, we have a duty to remove them, deport them, and do it immediately and swiftly. Let's flip the page real quick. Couple more. Let's look beyond just Minnesota. Because remember, when you have dangerous people in places like Minnesota and lawless states like California and New York, where you have sanctuary cities, then there are dangerous people throughout our country too. This is just the worst of the worst from yesterday. Just yesterday. In Virginia, a 20-year-old citizen of Guatemala was convicted for possessing obscene material of a minor and filming child porn. In my home state of Texas, a criminal illegal alien from Mexico was convicted for aggravated assault of a family member in Harris County. In New York, a criminal illegal alien from Jamaica was convicted for burglary. A criminal illegal alien from Mexico was convicted for burglary. And a criminal illegal alien from El Salvador was convicted for false imprisonment and battery. Now, that was just yesterday. Now, let's look real quick at the worst of the worst from 2025 generally, not just yesterday. In Louisiana, a sexual predator, an illegal alien from Honduras whose criminal history includes active warrants for 394 counts of pornography involving juveniles and 2 counts of sexual abuse of an animal. In Kansas, a violent criminal illegal alien from Mexico was sentenced to 20 years in prison for 1 count of forcible assault on a federal officer after he violently punched an ICE officer and attempted to strangle the officer with his own badge cord. In Virginia, an Afghan national who entered the United States under Joe Biden's, quote, Operation Allies Welcome, provided support to the Islamic State of Iraq and Syria, and his father is a commander of a militia group in Afghanistan. In Nebraska, an illegal alien from Honduras and a leader of MS-13, also known as Phantasma, wanted in his home country for a quadruple homicide. After being charged with firearms charges in Honduras, he allegedly bribed his way out of jail and illegally entered the United States. In Houston, a criminal illegal alien from El Salvador, whose criminal history includes convictions for sexual assault of a child under 17, multiple DUIs, child fondling, and illegally re-entering the United States, already previously. When ICE conducted an enforcement operation in November to arrest him, he brutally beat an ICE officer with a metal coffee cup, causing a severe laceration to the officer's mouth and burns to the officer's face. Now, where are my Democratic colleagues concerned about the ICE officer who put his life on the line and gets mauled and has a laceration across his face because he's trying to stop murderers and rapists and child pornographers from being on American streets? In my home state of Texas, Jose Alfredo Zeta, a criminal illegal alien from Mexico, operated a dental clinic and performed dental procedures on patients despite not having a license for more than 20 years. His clinic was uncovered after one of his former patients reported he was convicted of Dentistry Act violation and indecent assault. Another criminal illegal alien and his family members ran a sex trafficking operation where they would approach women and girls, some as young as 14, and lure them to the United States under promises of jobs. That's all these people right here. That's these people right here. A criminal illegal alien from Vietnam, convicted 25 times for crimes: possession, controlled substance, second-degree robbery, cruelty toward the elderly, arson, property, taking vehicle without consent, and theft. I could go on and on. Those are the people that ICE are trying to get off of our streets. And here's the question. This is what I want to open up for conversation. My good friend from Pennsylvania, Scott Perry, a great American, somebody I'm proud to serve with here in this Congress, proud to serve in the House Freedom Caucus. And I'd like to yield some time in colloquy with my friend from Pennsylvania about how he views whose side are we on. That's what I want to know. Whose side are we on? Are we on the side of American citizens, Americans, including some immigrants and immigrant families like beautiful Jocelyn Ungare? Are we on their side? Or Officer Mendoza? Or are we on the side of violent criminals that ICE is trying to remove from our streets? Because it sure seems like my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are on their side. They're on the bad guys' side. There really are white hats and black hats, and you have to choose. They're on the bad guys' side. Not standing with ICE, not standing with law enforcement, not standing up to defend the law enforcement, putting their lives on the line to keep these guys off our streets so that these Americans aren't killed. And I just wonder if my friend from Pennsylvania has a similar view, that it ought to be easy to choose sides. And if my friend from Pennsylvania, like me, chooses to side with Border Patrol and ICE and law enforcement and local law enforcement to protect Americans against violent thugs and criminals on our streets.
Well, I thank the gentleman from Texas, and I surely appreciate his passion. It is well deserved, and I'm so heartbroken for our country. In the past, Democrats and Republicans, we might not have agreed on maybe the path to get to where we were going, how we were going to do it, sometimes not even where we were going, but we loved our country and we understood what our job was here, to support and represent America. How can it be that we live in a society, people say, I'm sure they say it to you, Chip, you're so divided. Why can't you people in Washington, D.C. get along? They say to me, Representative, why can't you work with your colleagues on the other side of the aisle? And I want to. We look for every opportunity to. And I'm going to just tell you, look, I'm going to call it the way I see it because my eyes aren't lying. My friends on the other side of the aisle will tell you, will tell everybody, we'll try and get pictures. We stand with law enforcement. We stand with the police. We support them. Whatever they need, we're there. And they want to convince you of that because, of course, as law-abiding American citizens, it's the right thing to do. Representative Roy, when I was growing up, if there was a criminal running down the street and an officer was chasing him, somebody would be a good Samaritan and stick their leg out or say he went that way and help out. But we're literally living in some dystopia where they say somehow it's different because it's ICE. It's different because we can say ICE. Immigration and custom enforcement. It's no different. These officers are no different than your local township police, the state police, alcohol, tobacco, and firearms, the U.S. Marshals, the good guys. That's who they are. And my colleagues on the other side of the aisle literally are defending these people that came here to murder, rape, and rob. That's who they're defending. They're literally defending you. There's no other way to cut it. Rachel Marin died about 30 miles from my house. I don't live close to the Texas border. This is everywhere. Representative Roy and I both have daughters, 12 years old. Jocelyn Nungaray was 12 years old and was heinously murdered by two people allowed to come and stay here illegally. These are animals that did this.
Gang members, Tren de Aragua gang members, that took her under a bridge in Houston, Texas for the last moments of her life, raping her and killing her. And her beautiful mother today is standing up saying, enough, enough. We should enforce our laws. We should stand with law enforcement against the thugs and the gang members that are killing Americans, including Jocelyn and Officer Mendoza and Laken Riley and Rachel Marin and Kayla Hamilton. And why do I know their names? Because I've met their families and I've talked to them. And they're human beings. They were Americans who were living their lives and going to college and going to school and serving their country. And they're dead. Because people decided, for political purposes, they wanted to flood our streets with gang members from Venezuela and criminals instead of protecting Americans.
You're right, Chip. There are the good guys, and unfortunately, there are the bad guys. There just are. No one would think, I just try and put it in any context I can. If I'm driving down the highway and I see a police officer that has pulled somebody over for a traffic infraction, I don't stop and get involved and say, well, what's going on here, officer? How do you know? What do you think you're doing? I don't understand why people that are getting involved in law enforcement activities don't understand that they are obstructing justice. Pulling in front of immigration and custom enforcement officials that are trying to remove people from our country that are here illegally, that have had their due process, is not acceptable in any matter, shape, or form. There is no one here that will do more to defend your First Amendment liberties to protest and seek redress from your government. 100%. But ladies and gentlemen, protesting does not mean impeding law enforcement. It does not mean blocking streets. It does not mean getting on an app on your phone that is supported by George Soros to track immigration and custom enforcement, law enforcement officers, the law enforcement police, and track them down and impede their work to keep everybody else in the community safe. You know what that is, Representative Roy? I've got the definition right here. That is sedition, is what that is. That's exactly what it is. No one wants to say it, but we're seeing it happen. And this is among Americans in our country. These are our neighbors. These are people right here in every town that somehow think that suddenly it's okay. And now there's unfortunately been a death. The death that happened recently is so tragic and unfortunate. That Miss Good, who lost her life, she could have protested peacefully and sought redress for the things that she thinks that's wrong about her government that should be changed. But she made a decision to inject herself into law enforcement and impede law enforcement and make it a dangerous circumstance where an officer of the law had to make a split-moment decision about his life and also the lives of other people in his community. Ladies and gentlemen, Representative Roy, immigration and custom enforcement officials live in your town. They're just like the township cop that you know that stands by your school in the morning when your kids are getting off the bus. They are the same people. They are the same people. How is it that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle can somehow make book and tell you that you must support violent murderers, rapists, robbers, gang members, drug traffickers, human traffickers? It couldn't be more black and white, and it is so disappointing.
And what we're talking about, again, at the risk of repetition, a Somalian illegal alien convicted of homicide, a Salvadorian illegal alien convicted of 3 counts of homicide, a Mexican illegal convicted of homicide, a Sudanese illegal alien convicted of homicide, a Laotian illegal alien convicted of 2 counts of homicide, and I could go through all 18 again. These are violent individuals. These were all on the streets of Minnesota. The Minnesota ICE was on the streets trying to track down these people. And the radical left, our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, want to side with these guys.
I just got to ask you in this colloquy, Representative Roy from Texas, you say the radical left, but I listened to you rattle off the statements of elected officials, not just members of Congress, members of the United States Senate, governors of states, including the one that I come from. Is this the radical left, or is this our Democrat colleagues on the other side of the aisle? Which one of our Democrat colleagues from the other side of the aisle, whether at the federal level, the state or local level, has come out to denounce the treatment by law enforcement at the hands of these people that are trying to thwart them and put their lives in danger for the sake of murderers? Which ones? Do you know of any?
I've not heard one. But I've heard, and I read 30 of them before. And how about Boston Mayor Michelle Wu comparing ICE officers to a neo-Nazi group? Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson accusing ICE of being, quote, secret police who are terrorizing our communities and a lawless racist force. New York City's Zohran Mamdani said ICE enforcement is an attack on us all. New Jersey State Senator Brittany Timberlake threatened that ICE officers will find themselves in the same position as those who carried out the illegal acts in Nazi Germany.
It is so
That's an elected
outrageous.
official in New Jersey. Minneapolis City Council member Robin Wansley claimed ICE is carrying out terrorist attacks. I could go on, and they're then calling on people to go out and attack ICE. And by the way, the man that was engaged in that incident in Minnesota, and they'll review all of that, he was dragged by a previous protester down the street in a car. I read a minute ago the ICE officer who was lacerated across his face when one of these thugs attacked him with a steel coffee mug. I talked about another guy that had his cord wrapped around his neck. They tried to get him. One of these guys did that to an ICE officer. Where is the concern for our law enforcement? My grandfather was the chief of police of a small town in West Texas back in the 1940s. Where's the concern for them? My great-great-grandfather was a Texas Ranger. I was proud to be in the U.S. Attorney's Office, proud to be the first Assistant Attorney General, proud to work with law enforcement. Does every member of law enforcement always get it right? No. They're human beings. Do we have ways to go through and punish and rectify and review and ensure due process and that rights are protected? Yes. Should we? Yes. But I want to remind people, these are not American citizens. These are guests in our home who are abusing that invitation, or non-invitation to the extent that they were legally here, invitation to the extent they overstayed a visa, invitation to the extent they're abusing a visa that they were issued. But for whatever reason that they're here, they are violating that trust and engaging in illegal activity and carrying out the sickest and most heinous crimes. And it cannot be allowed to proceed, and we cannot allow people to side against our law enforcement that are trying to keep our streets safe so that we don't lose Rachel Marin, and we don't lose Laken Riley, and we don't lose Kayla Hamilton, and we don't lose Officer Mendoza, and we don't lose Jocelyn Dungare.
Representative Roy, you and I have stood in this chamber countless times for countless hours having the same discussion over the same people in this picture, over and over. And there are countless others that aren't here. Died from drunk driving incidents, died from drug overdose, human trafficked, lives destroyed forever if they've got to stay alive, if they even had that opportunity to stay alive. There's so much outrage from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, yet I can't remember, and so I'm going to ask you, Representative Roy from Texas, I can't remember one time my colleagues on the other side of the aisle came to talk about Laken Riley, Rachel Marin, Jocelyn Dungare, the officer, the young lady. Not one.
I can't, in totally objectively, I've been to this floor, I come to this floor a lot, I watch the House floor, I do not remember a single incident, a single time in my 7 years of being in the United States House of Representatives, not once have I seen it. Now, I might have missed one, in fairness. Maybe somebody will find it in the record. But I've been down here countless times when it's attacks on law enforcement. Countless times when it's an attack on President Trump and this administration. And I think this really matters. I'm going to ask you another question I think is important. Why are these people here? Why are these gang and thug members here? Why? Was it President Trump?
No.
Did President Trump put them on our streets?
President Trump did not. President Trump is credited with having the most secure border in history.
And today, we have a flow of basically statistically zero at our border. And do you remember when we were in this House chamber? Do you remember when we were debating legislation last year? And we were debating bills. And what did they say? They said, well, we've got to pass comprehensive immigration reform in order to solve the problem and secure the border. When it was Joe Biden as the president and Alejandro Mayorkas as the Secretary of Homeland Security, and now it turns out, somehow magically, without that being signed into law, magically, President Trump is able to stop the flow at the border. Do you think that's an accident?
No, as I recall, about 10,000 a week.
Correct.
People coming across the border illegal.
We had as many as 15,000 in a day, okay? And now we are getting far fewer than 10,000 in a month.
Secretary Mayorkas told us, President Biden told us, he could not solve that problem unless we passed legislation. We needed to, this chamber was delinquent. There was nothing that could be done until we took action. And as it has been said, we didn't need to take action. We needed a different president.
And was it not, in fact, true that under President Biden and under Alejandro Mayorkas' regime at the Department of Homeland Security, was it not true that these individuals, and you saw me reading off, by the way, a lot of the years when they had deportation orders, 2022 or previously, and was it not true that these individuals that were released into the United States were either released under parole in an abuse of law that allows for isolated cases of parole, they released thousands in block,
tens of thousands,
hundreds of thousands in block under parole, an abuse of the law, an illegal act, an abuse of asylum to release people into our country, and then wide open borders where people were flooding across the river. That in totality, coupled with people overstaying their visas, coupled with a, frankly, far more liberal immigration system than we should have, has resulted in all of these individuals being on the streets. None of my constituents asked for that. None of my constituents wanted illegal aliens who are violent and committing crimes on the streets of our country. President Trump is stopping it. Tom Homan is stopping it. Stephen Miller, Secretary Noem, all of the great men and women of Border Patrol and ICE, they're stopping it. Now, my question is, why? Why do our colleagues on the other side of the aisle not want to stop it? Could it be for political reasons? Could it be that they want non-Americans to be in the United States to try to transform America and to politically motivate and to politically put Democrats in power? Could that be? I don't want to be so cynical as to speculate here on the House floor, but what other motives would there be to allow dangerous individuals to pour into our communities and carry out what has been carried out?
I don't want to speculate either. I'll leave that to people that are listening and people that are thinking through the situation. You talked about things that are untrue. I want to let you know that, of course, I represent 760,000 great people, hardworking, tax-paying, America-loving individuals in South Central Pennsylvania, and I've gotten some complaints. There's some rhetoric and some claims being made about immigration and customs enforcement in Central Pennsylvania. So I talked to Immigration and Customs Enforcement today and asked them, because there were claims that enforcement officers were chasing people down the street, demanding your papers, going door to door looking for people, staking out certain activities, business activities or recreational activities to just see who would come in and ask for their papers. Representative Roy, I am proud to report what I knew inherently, that that's all a lie. That's all propaganda meant to scare people and meant to stop law enforcement from doing its job. And I'm so disgusted by the names that are men and women that wear the uniform, that make a commitment to put their lives in danger to keep everybody else safe, that they're characterized by elected officials and leaders in our community the way that you've described to me this evening. It is outrageous. It is outrageous, and not only is it outrageous, it is dangerous and it is irresponsible, and it is leading to not only the division of our country and our communities, but it is leading to people suffering injuries and worse. And that, Representative Roy, is on them.
And so the impact of illegal aliens being in our country, or frankly those that were wrongly put into our country through parole and asylum or overstaying their visas or expansive abuse of legal immigration, has a consequence, right? Sure. It has a consequence in the form of lost lives. It has a consequence in the forms of hospitals that are overflowing with individuals, particularly in Texas, but around the country, jail cells that are overflowing, schools that are overflowing. And all of that has a consequence in terms of cost and continued problems. We just last week, 2 illegal aliens suspected of being members of the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua were charged for allegedly weaponizing their vehicle against a Border Patrol agent in Portland. Both suspects illegally crossed the southern border under Biden, were released into the interior. The driver wound up with a rap sheet including DUI, while the passenger is linked to a shooting in a prostitution ring in Portland. That's what's happening. Now, why do I mention that here? Because we just said that President Trump was able to use current law and current authority to secure the border and stop the flow. He is currently using current law, current authority to remove illegal aliens, including the 1.5 million people here under an order of removal. I want to remind everybody of that. We just blow past that little detail. 1.5 million people are running around this country who have an order of removal from a judge. They've gone through all the processes. They've had all the frickin' lawyers that are paid by the NGOs to try to keep them out of court and keep them in the country. And 1.5 million of them have an order of deportation, of removal. So what do we do about it? And this is where I want to say, we, Congress, owe it to the president and to the great men and women of Border Patrol and ICE We owe it to our constituents. We owe it to future Americans that could be endangered by a future administration with open borders to codify that which President Trump has been carrying out to defend our country. We owe it to all of them to pass a new and updated version of H.R. 2 that we passed in the previous Congress, because we stood on this floor as conservatives and united this conference behind a singular mission of passing laws to prevent the abuses that were being carried out by Biden and Mayorkas. Because I promise you, remember, we had a President Trump in 2020. We had a secure border in January of 2021 with low numbers of border crossings and enforcement of the law. But what happened? Biden took over, Mayorkas took over, and we had an explosion, and we had dead Americans and dangerous, lawless people on our streets. So we, Congress, have a duty to lay it all on the line and to make sure that this year, under this Congress, with a Republican majority in the House and a Republican majority in the Senate, that we deliver to the president's desk the equivalent of H.R. 2 from the previous Congress, which would codify the changes to parole, codify the changes to asylum, codify the changes in the catch and release, codify the permanent and continued development of the wall, and all of the tools necessary to stop the flow at the border that the current administration has put into action. We should demand it. We should change the law so that no future Biden and Mayorkas can endanger the American people. Does the gentleman from Pennsylvania agree?
Of course I agree. And as you bring it up, I think to myself, how heartbreaking is it knowing, I look at these pictures here of these wonderful young people with their whole lives ahead of them. If we'd have been able to do that during the first administration, these five people would be alive. Likely would be alive, right?
Right.
But because we have failed here, not because Chip has failed, not because I'm not willing to vote for it, we have to get it on the floor. But let's face it, Representative Roy, the great Representative Roy from Texas, how many votes are you going to count on for Laken Riley, for Jocelyn Nungare, for any of these people? How many votes are you going to count on to keep them alive from our colleagues on the other side of the aisle?
0. Now, if we're lucky, we might get a handful if pushed to the brink. Remember, we got 4 or 5 of them to vote for, I think, the SAVE Act. Now, let's bring that up for a second. Should we not, in addition to guaranteeing that we secure the border and codify the great work of President Trump to prevent the death and destruction of the American people, should we not also guarantee the integrity of our elections by passing yet again the SAVE Act, pushing our Senate colleagues to pass the SAVE Act and send it to the president's desk, which would simply guarantee that only American citizens vote in American elections? It's that simple. Shouldn't be controversial. Shouldn't be a really difficult concept. We've passed it in the House. The Senate is blocking it. The question is whether Republicans have the nerve to put it on must-pass legislation, to fight for it, to break the filibuster in the Senate, to move the bill and get it to the president's desk, along with some other good changes like voter ID and other things that we should do. Does the gentleman agree that we should, in addition to codifying H.R. 2, that we should secure American elections with these requirements under the SAVE Act to save America, as President Trump rightly said, as President Trump told us in our conference meeting a week and a half ago, to get it to his desk? Do you agree?
Of course, and we passed it in the House, but ladies and gentlemen, that's not enough. That doesn't change anything. We can pass everything we want to in the House, with or without our friends on the other side of the aisle, but if we can't get a vote and passage in the Senate, it doesn't get to the president's desk. And I would just say this, what I think would be interesting to see when we talk about, look, quite honestly, it's a travesty to me that we should have to pass such a bill that only American citizens vote in American elections. That should be obvious. You don't invite some person from some other state or some other town into your home to ask them about your important family decisions, but yet somehow in America, my friends on the other side of the aisle, our colleagues over there, think that that's what we should do. But they should put a vote up in the Senate to show the American people who stands with them and who stands with letting those people in our country illegally killing, raping, robbing, and giving them the vote? And if they can't get the vote then they need to find a way to break the filibuster and make sure that we stand up for Americans. Ladies and gentlemen, my friend from Texas, we weren't elected by people from other countries. We weren't elected by Tren de Nicaragua or the cartel of the Suns. We were elected by the American citizens, and that's who we are here to represent. If somebody wants to represent them, well, God bless them. But they should let the American people know by their votes and go out and decry it to everybody. And amazingly, in some cases, some of our colleagues actually are.
One final question, one final point. In addition to protecting Americans with H.R. 2, to codify the president's actions, in addition to ensuring that American elections are secure and that you can trust the integrity of elections by passing the SAVE Act, voter ID, and what is necessary to guarantee the sanctity of our elections, should we not also consider something like the PAUSE Act, to pause and take a break on immigration, when in fact we legally have 1.1 million green cards, 1 million guest workers, and north of 1 million foreign students each year? We have more immigrants than every other country in the world combined. We have a foreign-born population of 51.9 million, almost 16%, a record high. And this important part, we have social welfare and social safety nets that are being used by non-citizens that are blowing out the rolls and driving up the cost of all of these goods. Now, my point here is that we've had massive amounts of immigration over our history, and all of us love the actual melting pot that America represents. But here's the key issue. You actually have to be willing to assimilate for it to be a melting pot. It's not a melting pot if you're coming here and waving a Palestinian flag or waving the flag of Honduras or Guatemala instead of saying, I'm coming here to be an American and to embrace Western civilization and to embrace the greatest country the world has ever known that has bled around the world, not for conquest, but to liberate people, that we've died for people around the globe to make it a safer and securer place. And people want to come here to be a part of that. God bless them. But the people who come here who want to change it, who want to turn it into an Islamic state, who want to undermine it, who want to advance Sharia law, who want to bring their flags and their country here instead of adopting and becoming an American, shouldn't we not take a total review of our immigration system from top to bottom, in addition to codifying security of our border and ensuring the integrity of our election, and that only citizens vote, and that only citizens are voting, and that only citizens are counted for purposes of representation and how we apportion our members of Congress? Aren't all of these things that I'm talking about common sense to ensure a simple principle that American citizens are able to run this country?
Yeah, it is their country. And of course, the United States of America, the most generous country ever in history, certainly with immigration, more generous than every other nation, more generous than all nations combined. But what no one ever envisioned was tens of thousands daily or weekly to the amount of tens of millions of people pouring into our country illegally with no interest in being American, but being in America. And now what do we do about it? We have a president that has vowed to solve that, has vowed to fix that, and he got elected on that promise. And now my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, well, they reject following the law if it means following the law. And so I think that, it's the height of disrespect, quite honestly, for people to come to our country illegally, tell us that we're awful people, try and change our country into the country they came from, have us pay for it, and then disrespect us while they're doing it by killing our citizens, while sending our tax dollars to the terrorist organization in the country that they left. Unacceptable at any and every single level.
Well, I want to thank my friend from Pennsylvania for joining me tonight. I appreciate his commentary. I appreciate his leadership. I appreciate his service in the United States military. I appreciate his service to his constituents. I appreciate his great family. It's a sacrifice for all of us, but it's tough when you have young kids, and our kids are about the same age, and you leave them at home and you come here. But we're doing it because we want to save this country for our kids and our grandkids. I know that's why I'm in public service. I know when I had a diagnosis of cancer about 14 years ago of Hodgkin's lymphoma, I didn't know whether I'd be around days or weeks, and 14 years later, I'm sure some of my colleagues, whatever, maybe they're happy to see me, maybe they're not, but I know that when I leave my kids, I know God gave me some more breath and some more time on this planet to try to make sure that we save this, the last great hope for mankind, as President Reagan called it. And I'm just going to close with this, and I'll turn it over to our friend. I'll yield my time so my friend from North Carolina can take the floor. We're here to represent the American people. The American people did not send us here as representatives to give away our country. They did not send us here as representatives to allow our friends on the other side of the aisle to empower dangerous thugs and gang members and people that are killing Americans. They did not send us here for that. And every time we vote on an appropriations bill, and every time we're putting forward legislation, we ought to be thinking about these Americans who lost their lives at the hands of these non-Americans. And we ought to be thankful that we have a president who recognizes that these non-Americans needn't be on our streets, and that we should be siding with ICE and Border Patrol, that we should be defending the men and women of our law enforcement community across the country so that we can protect these Americans, so that we can choose to side with the American citizens and not the non-Americans who are dangerous. And we can side with law enforcement to protect these. And we can act. And this is my message to my Republican colleagues. We have a choice this year. We can retreat and get into the mode of elections, or we can lead, and we can work, and we can roll our sleeves up, and right now codify the rules, the laws, the actions of the president to secure our border and ensure that no future president can abuse them. We can do that right now. We can pass H.R. 2. We can send it to the Senate. We can force the Senate to act, but we just have the will to do it. We can send the SAVE Act again. We can add voter ID. We can send it to the Senate. We can dare them to break the filibuster by forcing a talking filibuster instead of the fake filibuster of a forced 60-vote threshold. Make them work. Make 51 senators sit on the floor and have a quorum. Make them speak. Make them do their job so that we can defend our country and defend our people. Pass the SAVE Act. Pass voter ID. Secure American elections, secure our border permanently instead of just having to depend on the current president. Reform our immigration system. Pause it. Pause it. We've done it before. Pause. Review it. Stop people from overstaying their visas. Fix the system. Make sure you're not importing people who are adherent to Sharia law and want to undermine Western civilization and create mayhem and be against our way of life. Choose the path of leadership. Come here as a Congress, bind together. Don't sit around complaining about having a 2 or 3 or 4 seat majority. Lead, act, go. That's why we're here. That's why that flag exists. Put your trust in God. Put the armor of God around you. Stand up and lead for this country. And if you do it, the American people will send us back here in a bigger majority. If you do it, President Trump will be able to accomplish even more in the next 2 years than in these 2 years. But if we act now, we can actually save this country. If we act now, we can secure the border. If we act now, we can secure our elections. If we act now, we can guarantee an immigration system that no longer imports people into our country that wants to undermine it. And we can provide healthcare freedom, and we can balance the budget if we act and we lead. But right now, let's secure our country. We can do it this year. That is our calling. We are not here to get reelected. We are here to deliver for the American people. And with that, I will yield my time back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Harris, for 30 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to have 5 legislative days to revise and extend my remarks and include extraneous material on the topic of the special order into the record.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, in November of 2024, the American people didn't just cast votes. They issued a thunderous mandate. It was loud, it was clear, it was unmistakable. They rose up and they declared, enough is enough. Enough is the reckless spending that mortgages our children's future. Enough of open borders flooding our communities with chaos and danger. Enough of unelected bureaucrats and activist judges lording over a free people. Enough of weakness abroad, surrendering to our enemies while our adversaries laugh. The voters didn't send House Republicans back to Washington to warm chairs, cut ribbons, and play defense. They sent us here to fight. They sent us here to do government differently, to reverse the damage, to restore what made America great. And now, the moment of truth has arrived. What must the House Republican majority do in 2026? And why must we act boldly, without apology and without hesitation? The American people expect a Republican-led Congress to deliver results. Alongside President Trump, we must leverage our House and Senate majorities to advance a bold agenda fulfilling more of our promises. We must act urgently in the first quarter of 2026, using every tool available to compel the Senate to deliver now. You see, the stakes extend beyond the next election. America's future depends on it. This evening, I want to take a few moments to lay out that answer. 4 priorities, 4 commitments, 4 reasons the future of the Republic depends on what we do next. First of all, there must be a priority to cut spending, because a nation that can't balance its books can't defend its future. The most fundamental duty of any government worthy of the name is stewardship of the taxpayer's hard-earned dollar. Families balance their checkbooks every month. Small businesses live within their means, or they fail. Yet for too long, Washington has acted as if math, morality, and accountability simply don't apply here. Today, right now, in January of 2026, our national debt stands at more than $38.4 trillion. Madam Speaker, that's not just the statistics. It's a theft from our children. It is bondage for our grandchildren. It is a crushing burden that grows by billions every single day, while interest payments alone devour more than $1 trillion a year. Please, let's be crystal clear with America. We do not have a revenue problem. We have a spending problem and a massive fraud problem in this country. Just look at the scandals exploding across this country right now. In Minnesota, Democrats allowed millions of taxpayer dollars to flow to fraudulent daycare centers, fake operations with misspelled signs, empty buildings, no children in sight. And yet they pocketed huge sums from programs meant to help the vulnerable children. A viral investigation by independent journalist Nick Shirley has triggered federal probes, payment freezes, and demands for accountability. Money intended for children, stolen by criminals exploiting government incompetence. Back home in my own state of North Carolina, a fresh federal deficit or audit just revealed that 54%, more than half of the state's non-domiciled commercial driver's license were issued illegally, often to foreign nationals whose driver's license were valid long after their lawful presence in the United States had expired. I submit to you, this isn't a clerical glitch. It's a systemic failure that is putting the lives of Americans at risk on our highways, wastes taxpayer resources, and yes, threatens millions in federal funding. Ladies and gentlemen, fraud is never victimless. It robs seniors of the benefits they earned. It shortchanges our veterans who sacrificed for this country. It burdens working families already struggling to get ahead, and it saddles future generations with debts they never agreed to carry. And so in 2026, I believe House Republicans must do what Washington has refused to do for decades: hunt down waste, fraud, and abuse, and shut it off at its source. That means oversight with real teeth, audits that trigger prosecutions, not just reports, and zero tolerance. Cut funding to any agency that refuses to clean house and deal with the situation. Only a year ago, several in my party were hyping up DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency. I must ask, where's the enthusiasm now? Why are we not continuing to slash the waste, fraud, and abuse? We did it with USAID, NPR, and PBS. But listen, we can't stop there. While we're wielding the budget axe, let's be unequivocal about what should never receive another dime of taxpayer money. No taxpayer-funded abortions, period. Full stop. The federal government must never force Americans of faith, or any Americans for that matter, to bankroll the destruction of innocent life. Life begins in the womb, and America must never apologize for defending the most vulnerable among us. And there is one more pipeline that I believe must be severed. No funding for lawless jurisdictions. Cities and states that are defying federal immigration law, harboring criminals instead of enforcing the law, should receive not one more cent of federal grants. We cannot, we must not continue rewarding sanctuary politicians who put American lives in the crosshairs. This past Saturday, on what would have been Laken Riley's 24th birthday, we paused to remember a bright, compassionate nursing student whose life was stolen far, far too soon. Laken was jogging on a college trail, doing what young Americans do every day, full of promise, full of faith, full of future. She never made it home. Her killer, my colleague talked about tonight, an illegal alien with ties to the Venezuela gang Tren de Aragua, who crossed our border, was released, and then brutally ended her life. Don't forget Laken. Don't forget Rachel Morin. Don't forget Jocelyn Nungare. Don't forget the countless American victims, daughters, sons, mothers, fathers, who have been lost to the chaos of a reckless open border policies that have been pushed by the radical progressive Democrats. These same Democrats remain unashamed. They fight harder, they fight louder for violent criminal aliens than they ever do for the American families that have been left shattered. They shield sanctuary cities that harbor lawbreakers, defund enforcement, and turn their backs on our people. But we remember, and because we remember, we must act. In 2026, House Republicans must keep fighting. No more federal dollars for sanctuary jurisdictions that defy the law. And I mean no more excuses, no more American blood on the hands of politicians who choose criminals over citizens. Lakin's memory demands it. America's safety requires it. And we will not rest until justice is restored for Lakin, for every victim, and for every family that deserves to feel safe in their own country. If a city wants our taxpayers' money, it must follow federal law. If it chooses to act as a sanctuary for lawbreakers, let it do so on its own dime, not ours. Cut the waste, cut the fraud, cut the funding to lawlessness. That's how we'll restore fiscal sanity. That's how we'll restore public safety. That's how we'll restore moral clarity to Washington. And I mean starting today. But there's a second priority: to conserve our way of life. Because a republic only survives if its foundations are defended. You know, the Bible says in Psalm 11:3 that if the foundations be destroyed, what can the righteous do? You see, the second mission of the House Republican majority in 2026 is clear and non-negotiable. We must conserve the American way of life. What good is economic prosperity if our freedoms, the very soul of our nation, are eroded day by day? Let's start with the foundation of self-government. Yes, I'm talking about our elections. Only American citizens should vote in American elections. This is not controversial. This is common sense. The House has already acted decisively. We passed the SAVE Act requiring documentary proof of U.S. citizenship to register for federal elections. The need for the SAVE Act couldn't be clearer. Just in my own state of North Carolina, last fall, the DMV admitted to registering an unknown number of non-citizens. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. Americans, I believe, demand that we have secure elections. And yet the SAVE Act has been sitting in the Senate gathering dust. And the question, it's clear: when will the Senate pass it? A nation that cannot secure its elections cannot preserve its liberty. An election integrity is not voter suppression. It is the bedrock of a representative government. Now, let's talk about justice. We're witnessing a dangerous trend. Rogue, unelected district judges legislating from the bench. You know it. Issuing sweeping nationwide injunctions that overrule the will of the people, the president, and the Congress. That's not how our Constitution works. That's why the House passed the No Rogue Rulings Act, limiting injunction to the parties in a case, not the entire country. And yes, once again, it awaits Senate action. The question I raise once again: when will the Senate pass it? Courts interpret the law. They do not make it. They do not govern the nation. And we must also defend the rule of law itself. American law is grounded in one Constitution, not foreign legal systems. Let me say it clearly. Sharia law has no place superseding federal or state law in the United States of America. We must protect our nation from violence and ideologies that are antithetical to the Constitution. We are one nation, one Constitution, one rule of law, period. And finally, while we're talking, think about free speech. The First Amendment right our founders placed first for a reason. And yet today, as a pastor, I understand that pastors are being muzzled. Churches are being intimidated. The IRS has been weaponized as a tool of censorship, threatening tax-exempt status for daring to speak biblical truth on the moral issues of the day. That's why I introduced the Free Speech Fairness Act to repeal the remnants of the Johnson Amendment and restore pastors' God-given right to preach freely from the pulpits across this land. I'm sorry, but no government bureaucrat should dictate what a pastor can say about life, about marriage, or about liberty. No politician should decide which moral truths are acceptable. Free speech is not a privilege bestowed by Washington. It is a right that is endowed by our Creator. Sadly, America has been drifting away from basic common sense. And nowhere is this more painfully evident than in the world of sports. Our daughters are being forced to compete against males. Our sisters are being forced to share locker rooms and changing spaces with boys. Today, the highest court in our land is grappling with this very issue. This very day, the Supreme Court heard oral arguments in two critical cases, Little versus Hickox and West Virginia versus BPJ, to decide whether state laws that protect girls and women's sports by basing eligibility on biological sex at birth violates Title IX or the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment. But I submit to you tonight, the American people have already spoken clearly. It was a January 2025 New York Times poll that found that 79% of Americans, including a majority of Democrats, believe athletes who were male at birth but pretend to be female should not be eligible to compete in women's sports. That's exactly why the House passed the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act of 2025, which restores fairness by clarifying that Title IX protects biological females in federally funded athletic programs. And yet, Senate Democrats blocked it last year, standing against the overwhelming will of the American people. When will Democrats stop rejecting common sense and start listening to the American families they claim to represent? You see, in 2026, House Republicans will keep pushing these bills forward, demanding Senate action, defending our elections, our courts, our laws, and our voices. Because if we don't conserve the American way of life right now, who will? Who will? We will not apologize. We will not back down. We will defend it for our children, for our faith, and for our future. The third priority that I think is critical, and let me move quickly, is that we codify our border wins, because a nation without borders is not a nation. You see, the third task before the House Republican majority is urgent and non-negotiable. We must codify our border wins into law. President Trump has delivered on his promise to secure the border. Customs and Border Protection has achieved 7 straight months of, get this, zero releases of apprehended illegal immigrants into the United States from the border. In 2025, DHS enforcement operations resulted in more than 605,000 deportations. But I submit to you tonight that executive action is not enough. Temporary enforcement, not enough. America needs permanent border security. We must ensure the security of our nation is not undone by the stroke of a pen of a future administration. That means passing H.R. 2, the Secure the Border Act. This legislation, as you will recall, finishes the wall, ends catch and release, restores interior enforcement, and puts American sovereignty back where it belongs, in American hands. For years, we were told securing the border was impossible. And then President Trump proved it was possible, simply when the law is enforced. And now it's time to lock those victories into statute. No more open borders. No more fentanyl flooding our streets. No more surrender to cartels and traffickers. A sovereign nation controls who enters its territory, and the House Republican majority must ensure Americans exactly that. Fourth and final priority: celebrate freedom. Celebrate freedom. Because America's greatness flows from liberty, not government control. You see, in 2026, House Republicans must do what the radical left despises most. We must celebrate and defend freedom. And yes, that starts with health care, where big insurance and big government have trapped Americans into a broken, unaffordable system they don't control. Just last month, a bombshell GAO report exposed the truth. The Obamacare marketplace rubber-stamped approvals for 96% of fake applications. Get that. Fictitious identities, stolen Social Security numbers, dead people, and yet billions in taxpayer subsidies flowed straight to the insurance companies. Your hard-earned dollars wasted on fraud while families facing skyrocketing premiums. Democrats are fighting tooth and nail. You know what they're fighting tooth and nail to do? To keep funneling subsidies to big insurance giants, to let wealthy individuals continue to access government-funded health care, to allow some Americans to pay zero for coverage while the rest of us foot the bill. But I'm glad to say tonight, Republicans are fighting for you, the American people. Expand real choices for families. Increase competition to drive down prices. Put patients and doctors first, not line the pockets of big insurance. Something has to change. And we must put health care back in the hands of individuals, not bureaucrats in Washington. And a powerful first step: expand health savings accounts, HSAs. HSAs empower families to make their own decisions. Yes, they lower costs. Yes, they increase choice. Yes, they restore freedom to control your own care. Health care should serve patients, not bureaucrats or corporate cronies. And we must confront another growing threat most Americans don't yet see, and that is malign foreign influence, especially from communist China. Our colleges and universities have taken hundreds of millions. Estimates now actually exceed $426 million in recent years from foreign adversaries like China, selling access, influence, and sensitive research to the highest bidder. This is unacceptable. That's why the House passed the Deterrent Act, which includes language for my No Contracts for Foreign Adversaries Act, to force transparency, block shady deals, and stop our institutions from taking money from enemies who wish to harm us. Once again, that bill is now in the Senate, and the question arises once more: when will the Senate pass it? America's intellectual capital, the minds of our next generation, should never be auctioned off to those who seek to undermine us. Freedom is worth defending economically, culturally, and morally. And that's why in 2026, our House Republican majority will keep leading the charge to reform health care to empower individuals, to secure our campuses from foreign threats, to celebrate the American way of life without apology. Because you see, we understand that freedom isn't free. And that's why we will fight to keep it for our families, for our future, for our nation. In conclusion, I want you to hear my heart because it's a call to courage. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our moment. As we stand on the threshold of America's 250th birthday, 250 years since 56 brave signers pledged their lives, fortunes, and sacred honor to the Declaration of Independence, we are all called to renew the covenant our founders made. The House Republican majority was not sent here to manage decline. We were elected to reverse it, to cut reckless spending, to conserve our God-given way of life, to secure our sovereign borders, to celebrate and defend the freedoms they fought to secure. History will not judge how cautious we were. It will judge how courageous we were. As General George Washington declared to his troops in 1776 on the heels of the Continental Congress's decision for independence, he said, and I quote, "The fate of unborn millions will now depend, under God, on the courage and the conduct of this army," end quote. Today, the fate of unborn millions, our children, our grandchildren, and generations yet to come, depend on us, on our courage, on our conviction, on our unwavering faith in the exceptional nation that our founders envisioned. So I implore you, let us act with conviction. Let us lead with faith. Let us govern with courage, because America's best days are not behind us. They are still ahead. And if we are bold enough, faithful enough, courageous enough to fight for them, we will see it through. In this year of America 250, let us recommit to the principles of liberty, self-government, and moral clarity that launched the greatest experiment in human freedom that the world has ever known. We will not shrink. We will not surrender. We will fight. And we will win for what our founders built and that we are called to preserve. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Swaggart, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. Let me get myself slightly set up here. As a mercy to the poor staff here, I'm not going to use the whole half an hour. I'm going to just try to run through a couple of concepts. Did a little tripping up of some details last week where we were trying to explain some of the things we see going on in the math. And I want to walk through a concept. We actually right now as a country are remarkably blessed. The GDP growth, the economic growth is actually well beyond almost any of, even my economists were predicting over the last year. We're seeing some data right now if you actually look at the Atlanta Fed's GDP Nowcast, some of these, we could hit a 5 handle this quarter, which is just like remarkable. We actually think some of the data from the third quarter of 25 looks like it's the number of a 4.3% GDP growth is going to hold up. These numbers are actually remarkable. And I want to make a point here. for the annualized 25 GDP number, and I know this is geeky, but there's a point I'm going to come to, and that's the irony that tax collections don't look as robust as the economy. We're going to try to explain what's going on, and this is why getting policy right is going to become so critical. The first quarter of last year, so 1 year ago this quarter, we actually had negative GDP. So the first quarter, when the Trump administration started, when our new Congress started, we actually had to go through 3 months of slower growth. And then it wasn't till the second quarter, third quarter, and now we believe the fourth quarter. We don't have that final number in yet. We finally hit the acceleration pedal. But what's going on out there? We have this irony happening where we have really actually stable and much broader economic growth than we expected, but we're actually seeing some odd things. Labor force participation, actually, it's pretty flat. It actually, we had a small tick up in some of the last unemployment data, and also, if you look at this chart here, we're trying to explain the difference between here's the number of folks who are entering the labor force, they're working. Here's the number of folks who are available for working. And when you start to get at that like 4.6% unemployment, you're actually, if you look at our historic average of even the last 25 years, that's almost full employment. But yet, you see this curve here? It basically is starting to demonstrate the demographics of America. It's also sort of the demographics of the entire industrialized world. You have a situation, remember, today we functionally have the same number of 18-year-olds as we had 20 years ago. But today we also have almost double the number of our brothers and sisters who are 65 and up than 25 years ago. And that's creating an interesting irony. So we actually take a look here at what we call tax receipts. Most people like to call them tax collections. If you're on Ways and Means, they're tax receipts. Look at this interesting spike here. That's actually tax receipts. That's good. But almost every dime you see on this chart of the real growth is actually capital gains. It's those who've had assets, those who've sold real estate, those who've sold stocks. But the tax receipts really coming in from labor, they're good, they're stable, but they're not growing nearly in sympathy, if you're going to play economist words, in sympathy to the GDP growth. And this is an important part of what I wanted to come share and I'm trying to, I hate this term, socialize the concept. What happens when you're producing growth because we got a lot of the growth policies right, last summer, earlier in the year, where investment is going into plant and equipment and data centers and AI and all these things are happening, wage growth is actually okay. It's actually outpacing inflation now, finally, thank heaven. But the real GDP growth is coming from that capital spend and not from wage and new employment and the demand for labor. Understand why this is a problem. You're an income tax based country. Income taxes on businesses, but mostly income tax based on working, and also FICA, the Social Security tax, the Medicare tax, the unemployment tax. Those are taxed on your wages. And we're starting to see this irony where we're actually doing some data that says what happens when you hit this type of GDP growth and at the same time the amount of borrowing and debt in the country is still going to stay remarkably high. We still have a model that we think will be a bit less, but we could be still approaching $2 trillion of borrowing this year. I hope we're wrong. But you got to understand, the first quarter of this fiscal year, I think we were borrowing about $90,000 a second. So far this fiscal year, so we're what? 3 months, 10 or 11 days into it, I think we've now borrowed $800 billion. So sometimes maybe before this month's over, we're going to have borrowed another $1 trillion. This time it wasn't 3 months, it might be coming in 4 months. And you shouldn't be seeing those types of borrow with this type of economic growth. And the point I'm going to is, why is the borrowing going up? Look at the spending data. And I didn't bring all those charts because they're exhausting. But if you take a look, interest, remember, we have to refinance 10 or maybe $11 trillion this year. So that means the bonds that were sold in the past have to come back to market, refinance, and they're being refinanced for many of them at much higher interest rates. The other thing is healthcare. But it's healthcare Medicare. We have a model that says now in less than 6.5, 7 years, Medicare will go from $1 trillion to $2 trillion. Also in 7 years, Medicare's gone. Well, excuse me, let me rephrase it. The Medicare Trust Fund is gone. And that will result in like an 11% cut, particularly to hospitals. It's demographics. Baby boomers are moving into their peak utilization years of these benefits. We're in functionally, I think, the last 3 years, 4 years of baby boomers moving into their age 65 and getting their earned benefits. But so you see this shift in the labor market. What happens if the formulas that I had come behind these microphones for years and said, you know, if we can grow another 1 point of GDP, it's this many hundreds of billions of dollars of tax receipts. And now it isn't. And look, I know this is geeky, but it's really, really important because it means many of the budget documents that the brain trust around here talks about, we may be getting wrong. Many of the solutions we've had for taking on debt and deficits. There's a piece of legislation, I'm absolutely elated, I'm trying to get on it. It basically says, look, let's do a debt and deficit commission. Like we did BRAC many, many, many years ago to close excess military bases. And let's go for 3% of GDP growth. Madam Speaker Pro Tem, but there's a problem with that number. Just our interest coverage is over 3% of our economy. So we're going to cut down, we're going to take spending and get it down to 3%. Great. So we're going to stop borrowing so much, except just the interest we pay is bigger than that. Anyone see the math problem? So this is actually the punchline I've been trying to head towards. This is a chart that sort of shows labor as a percentage of income. And I'm sorry, but this is actually really important when you're trying to design how you finance your government. We're hitting a time way down here. So this is 2024 because that's the last sort of good data point I have. We actually believe it's actually fallen further. For years, 64, even times we crossed over to 66% of our income basically came from labor, that financed the government. Today, we're down to touching, actually, we may be as low as 53%. That's a huge difference. And it's going to force us, those who care about the economics, those of us in the Ways and Means Committee that actually have to do tax policy, those who actually are paying attention to our bonds and our promise to pay back $30+ trillion of publicly sold debt, the another $8.5 trillion that we've borrowed internally. How do we pay it back? And we're going to have to start thinking about the taxation on labor is going to be becoming a problem. So look, I want to bounce around a little bit because a couple days ago we got some of the inflation data, but with that also came some of the state and localized inflation data. And I thought this one was interesting. And I'm going to be a little caustic on it, but I haven't had as much coffee today, so I'm not wound up as tight. So at least I'm not speaking like a machine gun. We thought this was interesting. Increase in monthly costs in Arizona. And we thought we'd do a snapshot. I'm blessed. I represent the Phoenix Scottsdale area. So between September 21 and, January 21 to September 21. So we're actually doing the same snapshot of time. If you lived in the Phoenix area, you functionally lost $1,597 to inflation. And that's for the average family. Now, we come here to 2025. It's still not as good as we demand we get it to. But it's now $944, a $653 savings. So that's 1 year of the success of Republicans lowering inflation. We got to get it further. But when you actually see how bad it was before, because this was the inflation that was handed to this country during Biden's first year, and then we start to take a look at we're making progress. It's not as good as I want, but understand this is the reality of the math. Madam Speaker Pro Tem, I have a fixation that we tell the truth and sort of get an understanding of some of the math. And one of the most difficult things is we've been trying to figure out how do we make sure we preserve our promises. We owe a promise for Medicare. We owe a promise for Social Security. We have to deal with the reality in less than 3 years, over half of everything this Congress will spend. So over half of everything the federal government will spend will go to people 65 and up. And why that's just an amazing thing to think about. In the 1970s, for every dollar it went to someone 65 and up, there were $6, $7 spent for those 18 and younger. Today, that's flipped. And it's just demographics. It's not some evil plot. It's a combination of the baby boomers, a big population bubble, and healthcare got dramatically more expensive. And last week I did a presentation here and basically showed where Democrats turning healthcare into financial engineering instead of the incentives to do it better, faster, and cheaper. We've turned healthcare into, remember the whole debate here on subsidies on top of subsidies? When you turn healthcare into financing instead of helping people be healthier, you've screwed up the economics and the incentives. And we start to look at charts like this. Now, this is Medicare Advantage. I'm actually a big fan of what you call Medicare Part C, Medicare Advantage. And the chart's a little bit distorted because it doesn't really give you the population statistics. But we believe this year, 55% of the population of this country that are in Medicare are going to choose a Medicare Advantage plan. Okay, but we aren't telling the truth about the math. There's this things called the MedPAC reports. They're big orange reports like this, hundreds and hundreds of pages. And if you go through them, there'll be this section in there that says, hey, turns out Medicare Advantage is coming in, according to the MedPAC report, and this is the room full of people that specialize in this, and I hate to say my own joint economic economist, and the CMS data and the HHS data, and the Wall Street Journal, everyone else that looks into this. It's coming in at 120% of fee-for-service. Why this is a big deal? When Medicare Advantage was designed, really came into effect in 2005, Senator Frisk, who's a doctor, they put together a plan with this idea that we're going to do managed care. The insurance companies, which are going to be basically the gatekeeper, are going to make profit by helping our brothers and sisters on the program be healthier. And the model was it was going to come in at 95% of fee-for-service. Today, it comes in at 120% of fee-for-service. That 25%, Madam Speaker, over 10 years is $2 trillion. So when we show a chart like this of the transition that's been happening for traditional fee-for-service Medicare to now Medicare Advantage, fine. But we're going to have the honest discussion of how do we get the incentives lined up, because you saw what Senator Grassley published yesterday. I was going to bring the report out here and use it as a prop and show it to you, but it's like this, and it basically talks about hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars. And look, the report, I'm only a third through it, but it's example after example of Medicare Advantage insurers signing, either having companies or their own folks go out and knock on grandma's door and score them as sicker, and therefore getting bonuses for having a sicker population. The Wall Street Journal, almost 2 years ago, did a major expose on a person, I think they were in Sun City, Arizona, and the insurance company had scored them, I think, as having HIV. Except the problem is this person didn't have that. They'd never been tested for it. But the insurance company was getting a bonus for that. It's called risk scoring. We're going to have to consider moving to a model that says we're not going to let you go and score people differently. We want to create a model where put it in the initial pricing of the program, and then you make money by helping the senior population be healthier. There's so many miracles right now, the technology, it can be worn, the ways you can keep track, the ways telehealth, digital health, all these other things. We want a system that incentivizes investing in people's health instead of profiting from claiming they're sicker. And you got to understand, we actually have a piece of legislation to do this. Preliminary scores $1.840 trillion of savings. So we're going to fight, knife fight, and complain and cry and fuss at each other over things that are absolutely tiny. We've been told this piece of legislation actually is the biggest savings bill in U.S. history. And I beg of anyone that actually cares about these subjects of taking on debt and deficits, help us. Help us explain it to our brothers and sisters. Help us take on, which will be, let's be honest, a barrage of hate from the brokers, from the insurance companies that don't want a system that lines up the incentives properly. But these were the incentives of the original design of Medicare Advantage. And it got perverse by Obamacare. They changed parts of the quality ratings that created another bonus system that could be manipulated. We can fix things like this, but are we allowed to actually say, we're going to fix something on Medicare? And so often that sets off fear. Did I mention in the beginning here, you got less than 7 years and the Medicare trust fund is gone? If we're going to preserve these earned entitlements, these are earned programs. You worked for years, you earned this. This was part of the societal contract. But people like me here, we got to figure out how to finance this, keep it going. And yet, it's almost a sin around here to talk about the problems. The fact we're hemorrhaging cash. We're borrowing this year for every dollar we take in tax receipts. We're going to spend $1.43. The Moody's model says in 8 years, interest will consume 30% of all of our tax receipts. This isn't a game. We got to stop the juvenile discussions we have around here and start facing the really big, difficult things we have ahead of us. Because this is us. It may look like a chart with a handful of different blues on it, but this is actually us as a people. And what this chart is telling you, in less than 3 years, over half of all of our spending in this government will go to our brothers and sisters who are 65 and up. Okay, if that's the societal deal we made it. But we have an obligation as members of Congress to make it work. And if we know there's hundreds of billions of dollars, let's not use the word fraud, being misallocated. Let's get fancy on the language. We'll call it misallocated. Why wouldn't everyone line up with us? I'd argue the army of lobbyists outside our doors here who lose their mind every time I talk about this, who scare the crap out of us, we still got to do the right thing. Because someone running for the United States Senate today, in your first term, if you're blessed enough to win, you're going to have to deal with the fact the Social Security Trust Fund is gone, the Medicare Trust Fund is gone, and our preliminary math says in 2033, the first year that those trust funds are gone, it's $638 billion just to make up that shortfall. This isn't a game. These are numbers that should terrify you. And yet, for anyone who's crazy enough to be watching C-SPAN, how many times have you seen this week, last week, the week before that, members come behind these mics and talk to you about the real issues that will change this republic? Or have we just decided we're going to let the bond market basically run this country? And we're going to just keep pretending we can keep spending like this. And much of that spending is not Democrat policy, Republican policy. Look, I think much of the Democrat policy is absolutely absurd, but much of it's demographics. You know, in early 1990s and even going back further, you look at, we've had dramatically fewer children. Remember, Madam Speaker Pro Tem, we model the United States will be close to almost zero population growth this year. If you have a pay-as-you-go system, it's really hard to make that math work. But do you still let the scams, the misalignments, the taking advantage of these systems, the fraud? It means we're going to have to talk about it. We're going to have to dive into it. We're going to have to take on an army of lobbyists. They're probably going to run nasty ads against all of us because it's so much money. Let's step up and do the hard things. Let's step up and do the right things. And with that, Madam Speaker, I'll yield back.
Does the gentleman have a motion?
Madam Speaker, I make a motion that the House do stand adjourned.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed? The ayes have it and the motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.